rule. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Folks, have seats.
Ms. Bowden, according to your complaint, you were planning your wedding.
Yes.
Very elegant affair. You wanted to wear your hair up. You needed some hair extensions to give it a little fullness.
Correct.
The defendant had recently opened a salon in the building where you work. You went to her. She did a hair weave. You say she destroyed your hair. You want all your money back, plus a lot of pain and suffering and aggravation, etc.
Yes.
The defendant says you left her salon happy, and she is counterclaiming for money that she says that you owe her for the balance of the work that she did. Did you have any recommendations?
Basically, she moved into the office downstairs, and she was talking to a coworker of mine about hair fusion, and she said she would do a wonderful job, that it would look very natural, and that it was very easy to remove. So then I contacted her a couple days later about it. She said it would cost $500 plus the cost of hair, and that I would have to buy the hair and the wax that comes with it. So I said that sounded great, and she picked up $100 in cash to go buy the hair and the hot wax with, and everything was fine. She showed me the hair, and then she showed me the wax, and the wax was black.
Your Honor, that's not true.
Just a minute. Let her finish.
It was in a brown package. It said brown, but the color was actually black. It was way too dark for my hair. And then we began the process. She said it wouldn't look obvious.
Well, if the wax looked black, why did you let her? And you thought you were going to see it. Why did you let her continue?
She told me it would not be visible at all. It would blend in fine.
Just a minute.
That it would blend in fine. It would not be noticeable.
Okay.
And I believed her.
You still didn't give me an answer to my question, however, that I asked you first. Did you ask for recommendations or referrals?
No, I did not.
That was a mistake.
Yes, I admit that.
Good.
We went ahead and started doing the process. It took about 8 hours that day, and you could see where my hair ended and the other hair kind of came through. It wasn't very full, so it was very obvious that I had extensions in. She said that we could fix that on Monday. We made another appointment to finish it on Monday because I had extra hair left over. That day I got home, it began falling out immediately. It was just clumps of hair.
The extensions?
Yes. Monday came around about 2:15, 15 minutes before our appointment. She had to cancel because she had another client. Fine. No big deal. We rescheduled for Tuesday. She didn't show up. She didn't call on Tuesday. Wednesday, I called her and told her I wanted my money back and wanted a refund because I was losing the hair that was supposed to last up to 5 months. And at this point, it wasn't even going to last until April 6th for my wedding, which was the whole point of doing this. She said she did not accept refunds. She made it sound like she was going to press charges against me if I did not pay her the remaining money, because I paid her $200 cash on Saturday, and we agreed that I would pay her rent on Monday.
Rent?
Yes, because I worked for her landlord, and that I would pay in check form her rent.
Which was how much?
$300.
So?
So we worked, and we discussed that on Friday we would get back together, and she would take all the fusion hair out and do a sewn-in weave. And she said, we'll do it Friday. Free of charge, just pay the extra $300 that you owe for my rent. I dropped that check off on Thursday, met Miss Spool the morning of Friday, and she didn't know how to get the fusion out of my hair. She started with toenail clippers, clipping it out. Then she had me bring in pliers that were old pliers that I had around the house that she used to clip it out. And then she took a hot curling iron and tried to melt it out of my hair. You know, and at that point, I didn't know what else to do because she's melting stuff out of my hair.
And walking out?
I know. I have half a head of hair. Some melted out, melted pieces in my hair. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to go in public.
Not the only salon in town.
I know.
Go ahead.
She finished doing that. Then
so
she's
she
like,
got all the extensions out?
No. No. There's maybe 5 or 10 out at this point, and mostly in the back. She didn't buy any remover, so we went to the store and bought remover.
What's remover?
It's an acetone-based remover that's used to remove extensions that she had said was very easy to use.
Was this all done on Friday?
Yes.
So after the toenail clippers and the scissors and the pliers, you went and got
and the
curling iron. Then you went and got the acetone remover. So the acetone remover was the last thing you went and got. Go ahead.
So she dabbed it on a little bit on one of the extensions, and it got hard. And I know now that that's what it's supposed to do. I didn't know how to use the remover, and apparently, I mean, she didn't really know what to do with it, so she called 2 hairstylists while I was sitting there to see if they knew. She didn't get in touch with anybody. Nobody really had an answer for her. So she said, well, why don't we just go ahead and put the weave on top of the fusion. I'll braid the weave in on the top, and the fusion will eventually fall out on its own. And at this point, you know, my hair, I peaked, and I have wax just
So what did you
up.
say?
I said, go for it. At this point, I know, but at this point, I didn't really have any options, and she was already this. I know, but she was already this far. I needed something to cover my head up.
A kerchief. I don't know if they use
But I
that
was
word
very
anymore.
scared, too.
Scarf.
I mean, there was nobody in that building, Your Honor. There was nobody in the building.
So,
But I was
in what
scared.
city do you live?
Raleigh, North Carolina.
That's a big city.
Yes.
There are lots of salons.
I know, I know.
All right, so you let her complete this weave.
Yes.
Some over the other extensions, some without the other extensions, and then what happened?
Basically, she turned me around, and it looked like I had a giant helmet on my head. It was about this high up, and it just was huge. And she used 2 packs of hair, and later on I found out that 1 pack of hair is standard. And I have pictures.
I'd like to see the pictures.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Kelly Bowden says hairstylist T. Spruill did a terrible job on her hair weave. Kelly says the procedure damaged her natural hair.
Now everything is okay because now her hair looks fine. So don't get upset, Miss Bowden. Please be
No,
quiet.
it's not fine.
Well, it looks fine.
At all, yeah. I also have the hair with me that she took out.
You finally had it removed by another salon, I assume. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. Let me hear.
Okay. I left one shop that I had been there for a total of 8 years. And I moved out of the salon and tried to start my own business.
Get to the plaintiff.
I was talking to Jenny, the lady that works upstairs with Kelly and I was going to do her hair. And Kelly came in and overheard the conversation, and she wanted me to do her hair.
I got there. The pictures look terrible, Miss Spruill. The pictures look really awful.
Okay.
The wax, clearly, I mean, I don't know why anybody would want to go through that torture for 8 hours. I can't
Again.
sit still for 2 minutes. The wax is clearly not the right color. Her hair is light. This wax is black. It clearly wasn't right, didn't look right. She says that the extensions fell out, which I'm sure they clearly did fall out, because she came back to you and said, do something else. She says that you didn't know how to get the wax out because you tried many different techniques of getting the wax out. I want you to address those things.
Okay.
A, let's go to the fact that the wax was the wrong color.
Okay, first of all, when I went to the store to get the wax for Kelly's hair, there were 3 different colors, which was black, brown, and blonde. I picked the brown out. That was not black wax.
But it looks black.
It probably looks black, but it definitely wasn't. It was brown.
Whether it looked or whether it said brown, whether it said black, whether it said chartreuse, it was the wrong color for her.
Okay, all right.
I mean, is there any question in your mind that it was the wrong color? It looks like a totally different color than her hair color.
Okay.
I mean, you want to see the pictures?
No, I don't.
So you saw them already. So how do you justify that?
All I can tell you, it was brown. That's what I read on the pack. It was brown.
That's not her fault. That's your fault. You're the expert. And once you put in one and you look at it and you see that it's the wrong color, then you stop immediately. You stop. You say, I don't know, this says brown, but it's clearly not your shade of brown, and it's not right, so we're going to stop now.
I couldn't give her jet black, and I couldn't give her blonde.
Then do nothing. Then you'd give her the wrong color? I mean, on that alone, you lose. That's not an excuse.
Well, as I was putting it on, I asked Kelly, I wouldn't even stop in between and ask Kelly how did she like it. I would, let her see the mirrors.
She's not supposed to be the expert. You're supposed to be the expert.
Okay.
You're working on her hair for 8 hours. You see, you're putting in a color that looks black. She has medium brown hair. You say, just a minute. Either this is mismarked, or maybe there's another company that makes another wax that's a different color. But I'm not going to continue for 8 hours and put in the wrong color. Ridiculous. So I don't have to hear anything else. You don't get any money on your counterclaim. Nothing. Your actions precipitated this whole problem. You're the expert. She comes to you because you said to her, I'm going to do a great job. She wants her money back, $660. She also wants $3,999 for aggravation. Now, anything over the $660, madam, goes to your stupidity in not checking somebody's references that just moved into a building. You didn't do that. You were a dissatisfied customer.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to pay for the service because she did the wrong thing.
Right.
But it's not a windfall. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $660, which is what you spent. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
We had been through a week of this, and I just figured I would ride it out and then get it fixed.
She was very satisfied each time that she got up out my chair. She was satisfied.
I'm just not a confrontational person, and I was scared.
The $600, I'm trying to figure out where she got her receipts, and she owes me $300.
I'm never getting this done again, ever.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Montijo versus Osip, step forward, please.
21-year-old receptionist Colleen Montijo is suing her former roommate, 22-year-old homemaker Florence Osip, for unpaid rent, the return of personal belongings, and damage to the apartment caused by Florence's husband.
Ms. Montijo, you and the defendant signed a lease together for an apartment. I believe it was a 6-month lease. Is that right?
Yes.
According to your complaint, shortly after the two of you moved in together, the defendant's husband moved in with you. He caused some damage to the apartment. He caused some damage to the defendant, physically. She left. And it is your claim that she owes you for rent. I believe that there were 3 months left on the lease. And that she also took some property from the apartment. The defendant says she really had to move out. She thought the rent issue had been resolved. She resolved that with the landlord. And that she acknowledges that her husband did some damage to the apartment, but her security deposit should cover that. And that she took nothing from the apartment. So, when did you sign this lease?
In November?
And did you know each other before you signed the lease?
Yes.
How?
We've been working together for about a year before that. We used to work at U-Haul in the corporate office. And actually, her husband was living with us the whole time.
So, was it the three of you who signed the lease?
No, because she had a verbal agreement with the landlord that he would not be living there.
But he was?
Yes.
What was the rent on the apartment?
$528.34.
And how many ways was that split?
2 ways.
Now, tell me about why you moved out.
I moved out due to problems that were going on. Also, I was getting back with my husband.
What do you mean getting back with your husband? I thought
We
he was
had
living
been
there.
separated. He moved out in December, and in January we started talking, and I had advised Colleen in the middle of the month that I would be moving out. Also due that we had both quit our jobs in the beginning of the month, and that we weren't going to be able to make the rent. It was something I knew that was going to come up. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to make it, and which she was aware of because she also quit our job.
Okay. Now, she says that she moved out because she was getting back with her husband, and she told you about that. Is that true?
No, she left in the middle of the night. She didn't come back for like 2 days, I think it was. She showed up to gather some of her belongings. She says, oh, I'm moving back to Albuquerque with my grandmother. Can you find somebody else to live with you? And I said, what other choice do I have? And then on Tuesday the 29th, she came to get the rest of her belongings, and it was me and my daughter. We were there. She was taking out her stuff, and I said, so what are you doing? And she goes, oh, I'm moving back to Albuquerque with my grandmother. I said, okay. I knew it was a lie because I knew she was back with her husband, Philip, because her mother-in-law was sitting in the parking lot, which is Linda. And later that day, I had left because I had a job interview, and when I came back, my TV, my VCR, my pager, they were all missing. There was no force of entry. The only way into the apartment was by key, which she had.
Let's stop for a second. Were you still in the apartment in February?
Yes, I'm still in the apartment.
Okay. Do you have a roommate?
No, I don't. Nobody will move in with me because they fear Philip.
Whatever. Okay.
Your Honor,
Why do you think that you are not responsible for the rent for 3 months?
Well, actually, Your Honor, I have a document from the owners of the apartment in which they've agreed to release me from the lease
Let me
and
see.
let her transfer into a one-bedroom, which will release both of us from the lease.
Let me see.
So she has no obligation to stay in the two-bedroom apartment,
Let's see.
which she has plainly advised them she couldn't afford the two-bedroom, but can afford the one-bedroom.
Just a second. Okay. I imagine this damage to the apartment is damage that you all agree that your husband did in a violent rage by making holes in the wall. Right?
Yeah.
Oy. Do you have proof that you paid the landlord $125?
I haven't paid the $125 because
Then
she has not agreed to transfer to the one-bedroom.
no. This says that as soon as you pay $125 for the damage that was done by your husband to the apartment, they will offer the plaintiff a new lease on a one-bedroom apartment, which would reduce her rent. This says that she doesn't get that offer until you pay $125.
That's where my deposit comes in, because I had a one-bedroom on my own. I paid a $175 deposit, which was transferred. She paid nothing when we moved into the two-bedroom.
That's not what this says. This says you have to pay $125 before they can offer her a new apartment. So you owe her your share of the rent for 3 months. You can't just leave her high and dry and because of damage that he did to the apartment. What kind of responsible behavior is that?
They were allowing her to get a smaller place, and when she found out she can sue, she decided to stay in the two-bedroom.
Listen to me carefully, madam. You just handed me this document. Did you read it before you gave it to me?
Yes, I have, ma'am.
Well, you didn't read it carefully. You want me to read it to you carefully?
No, that's not necessary.
Plain, simple English. Now, when you moved out of the apartment, your mother-in-law was there to assist you? The answer is yes or no.
Yes, ma'am.
Where's her TV and VCR and pager?
That I did not remove. I removed all my belongings while her and her daughter were there, and I never returned back to the residence.
You reported that these items were missing?
Yes, I
Can I
did.
see bills for them?
Bills. I don't have any bills because they were a gift for my birthday last year. I do have letters from my parents and my brother, who the gifts were from.
What kind of television was it?
It was a 19-inch Sanyo TV.
What about the VCR? That was also a gift?
Yes, that was from my brother.
Somebody took her property. Now,
And
whether it was you, your mother-in-law, your husband came back and took it,
He never had a key to the... I took his key from him when he moved out in December.
then it had to be you or your mother-in-law. So you owe $792 for your share of rent, and I'm increasing that to $1,000 to cover VCR, little television set, and a pager. Got to do the right thing. Judgment for the plaintiff, that's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. 6 on the calendar in the matter of Newman versus Glad. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Sir, have a seat, please.
Mrs. Newman,
Yes, Your Honor.
the defendants are your daughter and son-in-law, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to your complaint, there came a time when the three of you rented a home together.
Yes.
And something happened, and you claim that they locked you out of the house and then proceeded to either destroy or damage your property. The defendants say that they gave you plenty of time to get your stuff out of the house, and they have a counterclaim because they say that you owe some rent, some utility bills, and also that you took some property that belonged to your daughter. When did you lease this house together?
October 15th of 2001.
Why?
Well, Your Honor, they needed to move from where they were living. The house was being sold. They could no longer continue to live there. They went apartment hunting. They found this house to rent. Then they asked me to move in because the rent was $2,300 a month, which they could ill afford on their own.
Where were you living at the time?
I was living at my mother's house. I didn't need to move anywhere.
Never a good idea to move in with your children if you can avoid it.
I know that now.
But you agreed, and the three of you signed a lease?
No, they signed a lease. I was never aware that there was a lease, and I moved in there sight unseen.
Did you move in with furniture?
Yes, I did.
What furniture?
Bedroom set, wall unit, dresser, the microwave, my kitchen table, kitchen chairs.
Okay. What happened?
I worked that day on a Tuesday, 3 to 11 shift. Nicole called my son, Jason Newman, to give Mommy the message that we've changed the locks on the house. All her furniture is in contractor bags at the curb, and remind her that tomorrow is Wednesday, garbage day.
Had you had a fight?
We had had problems prior to that, Your Honor. I have police reports. The first incident was February 10th. As the police report states, my mother came over, that was a Sunday morning. We were going to take their son, Neil, out to breakfast. At that time, Charles said, no, the baby wasn't going with us.
That's not true.
Just a minute.
A verbal argument ensued between Charles and my mother, at which point I called the police when he laid his hands on her and he pushed her. She's 71 years old, and at that point, that's when I called 911.
Now, from February 10th to February 20th, were you living in the house?
Yes, I continued to stay at my mother's.
Okay. And on February 20th, you were advised that your furniture was outside.
Right. What I did take, Your Honor, I have pictures of the condition.
So it's mostly the clothing and your personality that you're complaining about that was damaged, is that right?
Exactly, and the kitchen table.
Well, where is the kitchen table now?
I have it, but I have the difference between what
see.
it looked like before and what it looked like after. I have more pictures also, Your Honor. That's how they just threw the stuff, you know,
Okay, let me
all
see the
over.
rest. All right, who's going to speak for you?
I will.
I have a few questions for you.
Okay.
First of all, the lease to this house is in your name, is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
Mine and my husband's.
What day did you move out of the house?
February 10th.
Under what circumstances?
Basically what my mother told you, the whole thing about her and my grandmother wanted to take our son out. We used to go over to my in-laws every Sunday for dinner. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, my mother and grandmother decided that they were going to take my son shopping or wherever they decided. And I said, you know you're not going to do that. I said, you know that we go to the Glad's house every Sunday for dinner, and Charlie's not going to let you do that. They don't get along with my husband. They hate him, so they figured, well, we don't care about the Glads, so
Well,
we'll
why would you invite your mother to live with you if they hated each other?
They didn't before that. They didn't before we moved in. Everything was supposedly okay. I don't know.
Then everything was okay. So what happened between October and the beginning of February? That's not a long time.
A lot.
According to at least something that I surmised from these papers, you and your husband were not getting along.
Right. We were separated.
You were separated but
Yes.
living in the same
Yes.
house.
Different rooms, yeah.
And according at least to, I believe it was your mother in her complaint, she indicated that either one or both of you were dating other people. You were living sort of separate lives.
Yes.
Is that right? Well, that's kind of outrageous to have brought your mother into that situation where she had to tolerate that.
It wasn't. We separated when we were in the house.
I
We
understand
oh,
that.
Okay.
So what? That's sort of unconscionable. You bring your mother into your house to share the rent. You and your husband aren't getting along. You separate. He's in his room. You're not talking to each other. You go out with guys. He
We
goes
were
out with
getting
girls.
along fine. It was mostly over
You-
money, and it
You're not
was,
getting along fine if you're living two separate lives under one roof.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Diane Newman says her daughter Nicole Glad and her son-in-law Charles Glad are responsible for damaging her property. Diane claims whatever they didn't destroy, they're holding hostage.
Did you discuss the trouble that they were having with your daughter?
Yes, Your Honor, she let me know, I would say in December at some point, just before the holidays, she let me know that Charles now has a girlfriend, and she further said to me that as far as he's concerned, Charles said, I have nothing to do with you, Nicole, financially, you're on your mother. And from that
Your
point
Honor,
on...
It was in January. We didn't.
So let's say it was January.
Okay, excuse me. And
All
from that
right.
point on, whatever her bills were, he contributed no money to her support. I bought her whatever she needed, cigarette, whatever it was.
I'm getting the picture. What I'm trying to do is to create a picture for myself. Now, what I want to know is, which one of you packed your mother's things?
My husband.
How did I know that? Wasn't that a good question to ask? How did I know that he packed the stuff like a slob?
Your Honor,
How did I
the
know that he
stuff-
packed this stuff
most
like a
of
slob?
Her stuff was already packed. It was in the basement. She never unpacked it since we
Fine.
moved
Then
in.
who threw the
That-
food in there?
I
don't know.
I-
Let me tell you something, Mr. Glad, and you too. You had no right to treat your mother's property with such disrespect. If you were a decent human being, then you rent a U-Haul it, and you carefully put your mother's stuff in the U-Haul it, and you bring it
Your
over
Honor,
to your grandmother's house. You don't take your mother's property that you brought to your home because you needed her to
No,
cover
we
your
didn't,
bills.
Your Honor, we would have gladly moved into a one-bedroom apartment for $800 that we could afford. It was my mother's idea for all of us to move in together.
Your Honor.
Just a second. Say, if you're grown-ups, you're married, you have a child, say, Mom, thanks very much for your offer, but
It was
we're
a
a
mistake, I
family.
agree.
We're a family, and we want to be by ourselves.
I see my mistake now.
It was definitely your mistake, madam, especially
right.
since I cannot believe that from the end of October, when you moved into December, he just got a girlfriend.
First of all, it wasn't a girlfriend.
I cannot believe that in that short 6-week period of time, he found himself a girlfriend. In any event, whatever damage that was done to her property is your responsibility. Period. Because if you didn't watch your husband pack your mother's property, somebody who interspersed her clothes and property with garbage just to be nasty. What?
On the 14th, we were advised by the landlord of the house to change the locks because my mother-in-law threatened $20,000 worth of damage to the house. Change the locks, put her stuff outside, have her come get it. We verbally agreed on a 10-day notice to move out. She would have everything out within 10 days. I then, with my wife, put everything outside the house.
And I'm telling you that that's not the right thing to do. The right thing to do is if you have a family and you've caused the problem.
We did.
You caused, yes, you did.
Okay.
Young lady, you and your husband caused the problem. Put your hand down, madam. I don't want you to say anything for a reason. You don't have to say anything else to exacerbate the situation. They could be mad at me. I have broad shoulders. They don't have to be mad at me.
Thank you.
You created the problem. He found a girlfriend. He said, I'm not giving you any more money. Don't go, just because you're back in the bedroom together doesn't mean that all these things didn't happen, madam. And it happened in a relatively short period of time. You suckered your mother into a situation, or at least he did. Maybe he had it in his mind all the time that he was going to dump you with your mother. I'm not sure. That's a possibility because he looks like a cutie pie to me. He may have figured out all the while, I'm going to get her in there with her mother, dump her with her mother, and I'm taking off. Maybe
Except
that's what
he was opposed to this. I'm the one that said, let's go with my mother. We could get a whole entire house. Our son can have a backyard to run around and play with, rather than an apartment.
I am sure at that time that you didn't know that he had a girlfriend.
He didn't.
Trust me. Trust me.
Okay, because
Trust me. The fact that things are back on track now is very nice. We're not going there. All I'm telling you is you did the wrong thing.
I've moved my mother so many times, Your Honor. I'm tired of it. I'm sorry, but I think that she is more than able to move her own things now.
Good. So you're going to pay for it. Now,
Okay.
what was the damage to the property?
Okay.
Let me
I
see.
have an itemized list here.
Let me see. What was the last month you paid rent?
In February, instead of $11.50, Nicole came to me on the 7th of February and said to me, Charlie only has $800. He does not have $11.50. Do you want to wait until the following Thursday, which would have been the 14th, to pay the rent, or do you want to put up the money for the $350 that he's short? I have a photocopy, Your Honor. This is in Nicole's handwriting of her checkbook. That
Which was
says on
stolen.
February 8th. It wasn't stolen, Your Honor. Nicole's
a police
car was
report for it.
repossessed. She left her checkbook in my car because she needed a ride to
doesn't
get
have
to
a
the
car, Your Honor.
bank.
Ma'am, we have a police report, and her brother's a witness to her stealing it and returning it to the
My
police
brother
officer.
admitted to the police that we took it. She gave it back to the police, and then the police gave it back to us.
On what date did she take the checkbook?
February 11th, when they broke into our bedroom and stole everything else.
She didn't steal a whole lot of other stuff. She took back an engagement ring
Right.
that she had given. Quiet. She took back an engagement ring that she had provided the diamond in
yes.
the engagement ring. Was that the engagement ring that he gave you?
Yes.
So he gave you an engagement ring with her diamond?
No, my grandmother's.
Well, your grandmother's diamond?
Yes.
No, Your Honor.
It was the
I
stone
have
from
both
my
rings
grandmother's.
right
Whatever.
here.
Yes.
That's what she stole.
She didn't. She stole the ring. Yes, I told her gladly, keep the. I don't want the diamond. I want the ring back.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
What else?
They also took back my son's crib and dresser, because that hurt us a lot. Because now my son doesn't have a crib or a dresser.
Well, you married some winner.
Thanks.
He has a child and he can't afford to provide the child with a crib. He's a winner.
Not can't afford. My grandmother.
I just
willingly
said
went
to
and
you,
bought-
if you have a child, you said you don't have a crib for your child. Isn't that
No,
what you
there is
just
a
told
crib
me?
now. We bought a crib, thank
Good,
you.
then you're not such a loser.
That's right.
You owe your mother $1,400. Let me get the account of claim and dispose of that very, very quickly.
Can I just tell you the utilities?
Rent, you don't get. Utilities, you don't get. Value of ring band. Let me see the value of the ring band. You made the diamond into...
All I have is the appraisal for the ring. I don't.
Then I have no idea what the ring band cost. What about the cable box?
My son thought that the cable bill was in my name, and at the same time when he took the DVD player, he did take the cable box. He will make arrangements with her, return it to them, no problem at all.
Within 5 days, the cable box is to be returned. What else?
That's all we're suing.
Good. Cable box goes back to the defendants and judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,400. That's all.
Thank you very much, Your
Excuse,
Honor.
You may step out. Wait here, please.
She just thought my husband was a bad man and that she thought he had a girlfriend from whenever, when she wasn't even a girlfriend.
He has no respect for her. The way he treats her, he verbally abuses her. He's very controlling of her.
My in-laws are nothing but pathological liars.
What a mistake she made with this marriage and getting hooked up with this guy. She can't see it.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Andrews versus Thorne. Step forward, please.
38-year-old homemaker Yolanda Andrews is suing former friend, 41-year-old daycare provider Michelle Thorne, for depositing bad checks into her account. Michelle says they were both involved in running a scam.
Miss Andrews, how do you know Miss Thorne?
Her daughter lives in the apartment behind my house.
And how long had you known her before this check incident?
About a year, I guess.
I'd like you to tell me about it because your claim is that she gave you a check to deposit into your account. You were being helpful to her, and the check turned out to be a bad check, which caused you all sorts of problems.
Right.
So tell me, when and under what circumstances she gave you this check?
Actually, first her daughter approached me and told me, well, since you lost your job and I see that you don't have any money or whatever, my mom can have you deposit these checks into your account and we can later take the money out and pay your bills, pay your car note, pay your rent. And she was going to have me deposit these checks. Then we were going to go shopping and buy some things from the store and return them for cash. Please, oh Lord. This is what she told me.
So let me understand this.
Okay.
Her daughter comes to you and says, you don't have any money.
Yeah.
Because you lost your job.
My
so,
mom wanted
so
help.
we're going, my mom wants to help you. And she's going to put in some money into your checking account so that you could pay your bills.
Yes.
And then go shopping to a store and buy merchandise and then return it for cash. And who was going to get the cash?
She was, me and her.
The two of you.
Right.
So she was really, according to your story, loaning you money.
She does this so that she can get cash for herself and for her, other people. She does these things for other people. She put these two checks into my account.
Just a minute, just a minute. Thank you, Bert.
You're welcome.
Okay, but the matter of the $440.60.
Just a second. So she deposits this money into your account, about $2,000, these two checks.
Right.
And then you go shopping.
We went shopping.
And what did you buy when you went shopping?
We bought a 19-inch color TV and a stereo boombox.
And then she was supposed to return those things to get cash for the two of you.
Yes. And then when I got a letter from Target stating that the check had bounced, she told me She doesn't have the stuff right now, and she'll pay for it. She'll take care of everything. She never paid it or never returned the merchandise. I got a letter from the district attorney's office, and the restitution is $440.60. I had to attend a bad check writing class, and, and I wrote a letter to the DA letting them know what really happened. And the district attorney's office told me, well, unfortunately, your name is on the check, so you have to pay.
You were involved in a scam, Miss Andrews.
That's right.
You were involved in a scam. You knew this was a scam.
Right.
Right?
Right, I was desperate, yeah, at the time.
What?
At the time, I knew, yeah, yeah.
At the time, you knew it was a scam, whatever you were doing. I don't quite understand it. It was clearly something that was not legal.
Right.
You understood that, right?
Yes.
Well, if you understood that, how do you... All right, I'm going to calm down. That's first. Let me explain to you, Miss Andrews, what we call in the law the clean hands doctrine. Somebody that is doing the wrong thing and gets burned cannot come into a court of law and complain about it even though they got the short end of the stick. Do you understand?
Okay.
So from what you're telling me, you knew that what the defendant was doing, and you as her accomplice, was committing a fraud. If you know it's the wrong thing to do, you then cannot come to court and say, I want you to help me. I want the law to help me. You can't do that. So goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out. This is case number 555 on the calendar in the matter of Shoemaker versus Bollinger Mitzel. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated, sir. Have a seat, please.
Your name is Cammie?
Mm-hmm.
This is your aunt.
That's correct.
Do you like her?
I love her very much.
This is your mom.
That's correct.
So that's your sister.
Right.
How old are you?
18.
Why don't you have a seat? You stole your aunt's car.
Borrowed, I'd prefer to say.
When you borrow something, you ask for permission. You didn't ask for permission. What your aunt wants is some sort of restitution. Now, I don't know whether I 100% agree with her theory of where she gets to all this money she wants from you. But I want you to tell me when and why you took her car without permission.
Your Honor, it was the beginning of November, and that month had been kind of really bad. I just found out I was pregnant. The father of my child, we didn't know how to tell his dad, and so it was a secret that I was pregnant.
You have another child?
That's correct. I have a 2-year-old as well.
With the same fellow?
No, it's a separate father. So I found out that I'm pregnant, and we didn't know how to tell anyone. Well, that night, I'd actually found out that he was cheating on me with someone, and that the girl who he was cheating on me with was staying the night at his house. I was supposed to have been staying with him and my friend Jenny, and instead I wound going to my Aunt Linda's house, where I stayed the night.
Where had you been living?
Where I'd been living with Daniel, which is the father's parents. It was pretty messed up.
Oh, well, it is pretty messed up. You hadn't been living at your home at your mother's house.
That's correct.
So you had been living at Daniel's house,
Right.
who was the father of the child you were carrying, but not the father of your 2-year-old.
That's correct.
Were you living there with your 2-year-old?
Yes.
How long had you been living there?
For about 3 weeks. The arrangement was I had been hit by a car while working at Sonic, and my hip was displaced. So we moved in with his parents so that she could help me with Destiny
while you were recuperating?
Right.
Had you been living with Daniel before?
Yes, Daniel, myself, and our friend Jenny all shared an apartment with Destiny.
So you hadn't been living at home for a long time?
That's correct.
Now get to the car.
I was obviously under a lot of stress. I was really cold, and I put on my aunt's jacket. I'd been wanting to talk to someone all day, but because I couldn't tell anyone that I was pregnant, it was very hard to talk to someone. When I put on my aunt's jacket, there were keys in the pocket, and I knew there was a friend that lived a few hours south, and that it was pretty easy to just jump and go. I kind of used it as an escape route. Actually, I did use it as an escape route. I'm not proud of it. I admit I took the van, and I should be held accountable. However,
I don't feel that all of what she says that I owe her is true. I have the letter here if you'd like to see what kind of stress I was under.
I'd like to see it.
I also have, I went ahead and went on the internet. I downloaded my trip for how many miles I went. Maximum was no more than 100 miles.
Well, first you go on to tell her why you're doing all this and giving her instructions on what to do with your daughter. To turn her over to Daniel. Daniel is not Destiny's father.
Right, but at that time he had taken the role of being her dad. He still does.
Aunt Linda, I love you, and I'm sorry I took your van. I'm not going far. I assure you that if you don't call the police and report it stolen, it will be returned. Tell Destiny I love her, and I will be back, Cammie. Okay, so, Miss Shoemaker, I assume that you have affection for your niece?
Oh, yeah.
So I don't understand why this family matter became a court matter. I'd like you to explain that to me.
Because she could have went to prison for this. She could have went to prison for grand theft. And I told her that that she needed to make restitution. She needed to pay me my lost wages because for 2 days I could not work because I didn't have a vehicle. And the mileage she put on my van. But I told her, I said, I don't care, Cammie, if you give me $5 a week. You have 11 months, 29 days, whatever. But on that 30th day, you either pay me, have it paid in full, or you're going to jail.
That still doesn't answer my question, Ms. Shoemaker. My question is, this smacks of a family matter and what I consider a close-knit family.
Right. Because she never did give me anything towards it except for $20 one time she gave to court to give to me. Every time I asked her about it, we either got in an argument and one of us left mad, but she never tried to even try to pay this.
Okay. How much do you earn a day in your job? What kind of job do you have?
I'm a hostess server.
How much do you earn a day?
When there's meeting rooms, I make $200 a day.
Okay, so let's say you make $200 one day. And what about the other day?
About $75.
So it's $275 for 2 days lost pay. What else?
And the rental. I went to some...
what rental?
Well, for the 3 days she had my vehicle.
You want her to pay as if she had rented
if
your
she
car.
had rented a van for 3 days, what it would have costed her for 3 days for a van.
Shoemaker, that's what I don't understand. You know,
okay.
I can understand you saying, look, I don't understand it really, but with a stretch. I can understand you saying to her, because of all this, because you took my van, I didn't know where you were.
She could have went to jail for stealing my van.
Now, listen to me. Let me explain to you, Miss Shoemaker. She could have gone to jail if you complained. She wasn't a stranger. You got a letter from her telling you what kind of stress she was under. She's a kid. She's 18 years old. I mean, she's evidently a screwed-up kid because she's got a child who's 2 and she's pregnant with somebody else's child, right? And she's living all over. She's living in one person's house. She's living in another person's house. Clearly, she's all over the place and not tremendously responsible. But you want her to make arrangements to rent a van at that moment in emotional crisis, and it's a...
So I should be penalized because she's under stress?
No, but I want you to be penalized. I'm not suggesting that you be penalized. I asked you how much you lost in wages as a result of her taking your van.
I lost wages on Friday
with
and
$275. That's what you told me.
Right.
But then you wanted to pay you as if she had rented a car. Now, you weren't out that money.
Oh, but I was out my vehicle.
Yes, you were out your vehicle, and that, I believe, you should be compensated for those 2 days, if you want to proceed with it in a legal fashion. I mean, you're not saying to her, listen, if you don't do this, I'm going to send you to jail. In all probability, unless she's been arrested before and had prior convictions under the circumstances, she would not go to jail. She would not.
If Cammie had been pulled over, she would have been arrested.
She would have been arrested and gone to jail maybe for a day or for a day and a half until somebody came and got her out. But if the case ever went to trial, she would not be incarcerated. So I want you to get that idea. She's not doing 2 to 6 because she stole her aunt's car to go and visit somebody. It's not going to happen, Miss Shoemaker.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Linda Shoemaker says her niece, Cammie Bollinger, took her van on a road trip without her permission. Cammie says she needed to get out of town.
Go ahead, let me hear the rest, because you have a total here of...
Your Honor, my mom
$1,500. $1,500. I'm not getting there yet, so forget the car rental.
I still want the rental of my car.
You're not going to get it.
Okay, but she had my vehicle for 3 days without my permission.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It was the absolutely wrong thing to do. If it had been a stranger who came to your house,
I would have had him arrested.
You would have had him arrested, and in all listen to me.
Okay.
If they would have ordered the person to make restitution, it would not have included the rental for a car.
I only said rental because, you know, if she had went and got a car the same miles or same year, the kind of vehicle it was, it would have costed her $50 a day.
I want you to forget it. If you had rented a car to go to work, I would have said that's absolutely legitimate.
According to that letter, I didn't know but what Cammie was going to drive that car off a cliff. And
then you would have felt very badly.
I know, but I would have
felt
been
very badly. What else do you think you're entitled to, Miss Shoemaker?
Okay, the mileage.
Forget it. What's next?
All right. When I went to, after I picked Cammie or Destiny up, I went and filled my tank up. I always write my mileage down.
You told me. I don't want to hear I don't want to hear the mileage anymore.
Okay, but she put 741 miles on my car.
Is your car a lease car, or did you buy it?
I was buying it.
Fine. What's next to bring this total up to $1,500?
Okay, I told Cammie she had 1 year to pay. And originally, it was the $600. When she didn't pay that, all she paid was $20. I had 10% per month for every month she did not pay me. Because all she had to do was make restitution. Cammie got away with stealing my car. I was out. I was scared to death. I didn't know where she was.
That should have been your primary. That should have been your primary concern. After you read this note for somebody who was clearly stressed, and it's a young person whose judgment is impaired anyway, because it has to be with her history so far. She's got impaired judgment. Then I would have been more concerned over my niece than I was over my van.
I was.
Good.
But I was
that's what you should be concerned about, not your van. Your van you can replace. She should pay you what it actually cost you.
Your Honor.
What?
The 2 days that she was off work, my mother and I believe her son Robert as well offered to take her to work those days. Also, about 6 months ago, there was an argument. And at this time, I was put on bed rest during my pregnancy for 5.5 months. We had a lot of problems with the weight of the baby, and it was just really difficult.
Did you have this baby?
Yes, I did. He was born at 4 pounds and 12 ounces on June 1st. Every time I went to my grandma's house or I went to someone else's house, it was very hard to see my Aunt Linda because there was always real bad communication problems between the two of us.
Because she took her car, she was annoyed.
Right. And then there was a thing, I believe it was in June, at my Aunt Ginger's house. An argument broke out between my aunt and I where it was, you owe me some money, when are you going to pay me? And we both got a little upset. I had to leave because I was unable to be stressed. Well, my mother overheard a conversation between my Aunt Ginger.
Don't tell me what your mother overheard. If she wants to tell me what she overheard, she can tell me. Step up. You want to tell me about this conversation?
Okay. Apparently, Linda owed Ginger a bunch of money from some time back. And Ginger was annoyed with the fact that this had carried on and carried on and carried on. And she was concerned about Cammie's health and the baby. She went in and got some receipts of what she owed, what Linda owed Ginger. And she said, consider the debt that you owe me paid and leave Cammie alone. I mean, it was like...
Did that happen, Ms. Shoemaker?
No, it did not.
Okay.
My aunt has still agreed to it. She said that she would release her debt to my aunt.
Well, I don't know if she agreed to it. In any event, you owe your aunt $275, and that's what she lost from 2 days' pay. Period. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
My aunt has always been my favorite aunt, and I've always loved her. But for the last 15 months, we haven't even been able to cross paths.
Cammie needed to be taught a lesson because she stole somebody's vehicle.
It causes a lot of problems when you just react and then deal with the consequences later.
I don't think she learned a lesson at all.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Beltran versus Beltran. Step forward, please.
45-year-old telemarketer Christy Beltran is suing her ex-husband, 44-year-old electrician Edwin Beltran, for the return of her son's belongings. Edwin says he doesn't have them.
Mrs. Beltran, the defendant is your former husband.
Yes.
And you have a child.
Yes.
Boy. And you and your son and the defendant and your son?
Yes, ma'am.
Lived together while you were married.
Correct.
It is your complaint that after the divorce, the defendant refused to return some property that belonged to your son.
Yes, ma'am.
He says you took everything that were entitled to in the judgment of divorce.
I don't agree, Your Honor. I thought I'd given she'd gotten everything from the divorce.
I just said that.
No, I'm sorry.
Gotta pay attention. Can I see the divorce judgment, please? Okay. So now tell me what you think he has that belongs to you.
When Mr. Beltran and I first got together, we were only married 3 years, but we were together 8 years. Over the 8 years that we were together, we had purchased together many different things for his child as well as my own child. At the time that I moved out of Mr. Beltran's home, all my son's things were still there. His toys, he collects Beanie Babies. He takes very good care of all of his things. He has had toys there from the time that he was 5 years old in the boxes that he was saving. He was looking at the collector value, the money value of these things. Mr. Beltran had been telling me and my son up to this day that he would bring my son's things to my son's father's home.
Things like what?
Okay, I have a list right here, Your Honor, of all the things that he has kept of my son's clothing, bedroom set, toys, everything that my son owned at our home.
Okay. So I'll hear from you now, sir.
Ma'am, that's not true. Last year, during the summer, her son had come over and, with my son. We had boxed up a bunch of stuff in a big garbage bag. The Beanie Babies I don't have. They sat in my house for a year after the divorce, and when I was cleaning house, I ended up giving them away. But I'd given her son the rest of the things that she says that he never got.
Your Honor, excuse me, but in December 27th, Mr. Beltran and I were in court on another matter. After we left the courtroom, out in the hallway, in front of my parents, who I've brought as my witnesses, Mr. Beltran told me that he would pack up my son's things and take them to my son's father's home. My parents...
What date was this?
December 27th of 2001.
Did you ever have that conversation with her?
I did to the Power Rangers, yes, ma'am. And, Your Honor, I was working a lot of overtime. I had never followed through on that.
The Power Rangers.
Some boxes, 3 boxes of some toys that she mentioned that were still in the original box.
So you have them?
I do have those, yes.
All right, well, then you should have said to me that you do have those and that you agreed to give them back to her.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you still have those?
I believe they're still in the closet upstairs. Yes, they are there.
Okay. Well, why don't you take a look at some of these other things and see if we can work this out.
Because I did not receive, Your Honor, none of my son's clothing, his CDs, his fishing pole, his tools that I had just purchased him the Christmas before we broke up. None of those items has Mr. Beltran returned to me or my son.
When did you break up?
We broke up in April of 2000.
What is an issue is that you have a judgment of divorce that you agreed to, signed off on a stipulation that clearly laid out all of the property that each of you was entitled to. Nowhere in this does it say bedroom set, Beanie Babies, Power Rangers, anything else.
Right.
So you don't have a legal leg to stand on. I want you to understand that.
I understand that, Your Honor.
Fine. So that what I'm trying to do here is to see if I can equitably come to resolve the issue between you. Since you did live together for a while, you do have a child. I'm certain that Mr. Beltran, while he probably doesn't see your son now, would not like it to end any worse than it already has. So if he has anything on that list, I'm sure that he'd be more than happy to pack it up and give it to your son. Other than the Power Rangers, sir, what else do you have?
His BB gun is still at the house somewhere. And as
Well,
far
as I'm concerned, the BB gun you could leave.
Okay.
BB gun, I think you not only should leave, I think you should take it and break it and throw it away. Because I do a lot of cases with BB guns. Take it and destroy it. What else?
That and a couple of the Power Rangers, and I don't know which ones I have that are in the closet.
Okay, but you do have some.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Within 5 days, I want you to box them up. And where are you going to bring them? Because you don't want to see each other.
Take me to her brother's house.
Fine, let's do that within 5 days, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Thank you very much. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
You own horses.
Yes, sir.
According to your complaint, you sold the defendant one of your horses.
Yes, ma'am.
The agreement was that the horse would remain on your property until the horse was paid for, and in addition to the payments that were to be made on a monthly basis, she was also to pay you for boarding the horse.
Correct.
When was the horse purchased?
In April 2001.
And what was the total purchase price of the horse?
Purchase price was, if she were to have a foal, a baby, $3,500. If she was not in foal, $3,000.
And she was in foals?
Yes, ma'am.
And she did have a foal?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
The foal was born, I believe, May the 10th or something like that.
So the total purchase price was $3,500.
Yes,
and then, unfortunately, the horse was struck by lightning and killed, along with the foal, while on your property.
Along with two of mine.
And you are suing the defendant for the remainder of the purchase price of the horse.
Yes, ma'am.
The defendant says that the horse was killed as a result of your negligence and that she has a counterclaim for the money that she had given you on a monthly basis for the horse. Okay. How many horses do you maintain on your property?
Anywhere from 35 to 50.
Tell me about, was it the evening that the horses
It was
were
late
killed?
afternoon. In Florida, we have very bad storms. It happened around 5 o'clock on a Saturday evening. When they didn't come in to eat, along with the rest of them, I went in the house, looked out my bedroom window because the barn was fairly close, and found 4 of the horses dead. Well, I was just in a state of shock.
Where?
They were in a pasture where they had been, where I've used for years. They had gone under the shed, I guess, to get away from the storm.
Okay, so you heard this storm coming.
Oh, lightning struck, it rattled the house. I mean, it was just so strong. It hit so close.
Is there any reason why you didn't go out and try to gather these horses up
No,
when
ma'am.
you saw the storm starting to come up?
We can't do that. We can't. People don't do that. We have horses and cattle, and they're out all the time. And you can't go out when there's a storm. You know, we have storms in Florida all the time.
Has this ever happened to any of your other horses before?
Yes, we've had horses killed by lightning before.
How many?
Well, maybe over the 40 years that I've been in business, maybe 3 or 4, something like that.
So you knew that this could happen in a lightning
sure.
storm?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to see the contract that the two of you entered into. How much was she to pay each month?
$150 on the horse and $150 board. This is standard procedure when you sell a horse on time to keep them until they're paid for and keep their papers until they're paid for.
Sort of interesting because title never passed to this horse, according to your contract. Is that right?
No, not in accepted horse business. The horses were her horses. I was keeping them until she could get them paid for.
How many horses have you purchased?
Throughout my lifetime, 15.
And of the horses that you purchased in your lifetime, did you receive the papers on them when you purchased them?
I received the papers, and the horse came to my property, and I signed an agreement that I paid them so much this way I didn't have to pay board. I worked with them every day.
Was this the first time that you had purchased a horse, that the horse was maintained on the seller's property until the horse was paid for?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell me what happened when you received the phone call that the horse was killed.
Janet called my home, and my family had called me. I was at a friend's, and said that the horses had been hit by lightning, and unfortunately, they had been killed. She said it was a terrible tragedy for both of us because 2 of her horses had also been killed. All of her other horses that she sells are in separate pastures. It's a huge farm. The area where the horses were killed, those were the only 4 horses in that area.
The 2 horses and the 2 foals?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
She called me back a little while later, and she asked my permission if she could bury the horses. And I said I would appreciate that. If they could be buried as soon as possible, simply because I just couldn't imagine birds and flies and that sort of thing, going after them. And I told her that I would see her the next morning. I would drive out and pick up my equipment and naturally converse with Jan. I went out Sunday morning. My friends didn't think I could drive, and she had to work, so she had asked her brother to please take me up. And Jan showed me where the horses had been killed. Their imprints were still in the sand. And I said, nothing against you, but I need to see where they're buried. And she goes, I don't think that will accomplish anything. And I said, oh, it's not against you, it's nothing for you. This is for closure for me. I had a beautiful mare that just turned 4 years old, and I have a 12-week-old stud, and they're my babies, and this is just closure for me. And she said, well, I don't know where Jaime, that's the foreman of the ranch, she goes, I don't know where Jaime buried them. And I said, that's okay, I'll look, you don't have to take the time. But she goes, I think they're way out at the back of the farm. And I said, that doesn't bother me. I said, if I have to, I'll walk 6 miles to see them. I drove 200 and some miles every weekend to see them. I'll walk the 6 miles to see where they're at. So finally, she agreed, and she took myself and Mr. Steinberg up to the back of the farm, and she was true, it was a long way out there. But when we got there, they weren't buried. The 2 mares were sitting under these trees, and they were all bloated, and the flies, and there was tall grass, and I said, where's the baby? And she said, she didn't say anything at first, and so I asked her again, I said, where's the baby? And she said, the babies aren't here. And I said, Jan, where are the babies? And she said, well, the man came and got them last night. And I said, what man? And she said, the man with the truck. I said, what man with the truck? She said, the man from the wild animal rescue. And I said, I don't know what you're saying to me. And she said, well, he had to come last night and pick them up, or the meat wouldn't be viable. And I said, what do you mean the meat wouldn't be viable? And she said, well, thank you. She said, well, you know, Tony, she goes, dead is dead. She goes, at least something good came out of it. And she said they would have cut up the mare too, but even if they had cut up the mare, it wouldn't have fit in the back of the truck. And that's where they had left the mares.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Janet Lake says fellow horse lover Tony Bostwick owes for the unpaid balance on a horse. Tony says Janet's negligence caused the horse and her foal to be killed by lightning.
So I assume, Miss Lake, that the foals were either sold or given as meat to an animal rescue by you.
Yes, yes, ma'am. These people down the road have an animal sanctuary. It's not a circus or any way they do anything. They take care of abandoned, abused, endangered species. And this is how people, when animals are killed, this is how they dispose of them. Normally, because it goes on as part of the food chain, and I realize it's a sad thing to do.
Had you discussed that with the defendant?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
You discussed that with the defendant?
Yes, I said that I was going to take care of them and try to dispose of the animals.
No. Take care of them and try to dispose of the animals doesn't say that you're going to try to turn them over to animals.
I believe that I told her that I was going to try and have them picked up by the wild animal. Not the man with the truck. He has a small pickup. We
Did she ever
always
tell you that?
She said
Miss Bostwick.
No, ma'am.
I wouldn't think that she would do that, because if you had told her that, she would not have made the trip a couple of 100 miles to come out to see where the horses were buried. And that is further evidenced by the fact that she insisted on seeing where the horses were, because she insisted that she take her out to show her where the horses were.
Yes, ma'am, we
so
did.
I don't think that you had a conversation with her about disposing of either the horse or the foal the way you ultimately did. And I'm not suggesting to you that if they were your horses, you didn't have a right to do that. But But if you claim that they're her horses, then you needed her permission to dispose of them.
Judge Judy, I've been in horses a long time. There are certain things that you should or should not do. And I realize that when a person has one horse, they're very upset. I tried to handle this in a nice manner. I kept them because they wanted me. She and her girlfriend, who was her witness's sister, came and bought the horses. They wanted to keep them there. They said how much they enjoyed their being there and boarding them there. And this was okay with me. And I said,
you say in your complaint, the mare was to remain on my property until she was paid for.
Yes, ma'am, but that was agreeable with her.
Whether it was agreeable or not, that was your condition.
Yes, ma'am.
So let me try to think of something within, more common knowledge, and I'm certainly not equating this animal with an inanimate object, but I've never purchased a horse before, so let's think of something. Let's say you purchased a refrigerator, and you put down a down payment, and the store owner said, this is like layaway. When you pay for the refrigerator, it will be yours. And then there is a tornado, and the entire store is consumed by this tornado. You think I'm going to pay for that refrigerator? No way. If you're boarding her horse and you require that horse to be on your property, you should have insurance, especially since you know that this has happened in the past and that horses on your property that you don't try to bring in, even though these two horses were close, could bring them in someplace where they would have been safe during the storm. You chose not to do that. No way in hell she's going to pay for it. It's ridiculous. If she had been given the option of taking the horse and been given the papers, or even you holding the papers and saying, as soon as you pay for the horse, I'll give you the papers, but you're welcome to take your horse to someplace else, then she has physical possession of the horse. Then if something happened to the horse, she certainly is responsible.
Judge Judy, if she had asked me to take the horse, I might have let her take him.
That's not the issue.
Okay.
The issue clearly is you state in your complaint that the mare was required to remain on your property until paid for.
Yes, ma'am.
And you say papers furnished when horse is paid for.
Yes, ma'am.
In your contract. So you're not going to get any more money from Miss Bostwick. The issue in this case is her counterclaim.
Okay.
And as far as her counterclaim is concerned, Ms. Bostwick, you are going to have to establish some negligence on her part. You tell me why you believe, and I don't want you to even entertain the thought that I'm going to entertain your claim for $5,000 for your emotional distress and your mental distress.
That's fine, Your Honor.
How much money did you give her in total for the horse?
There was a check for $300 for the horse. For the other months, it was $150 a month. Would have been April, May, June, July.
You mean after the horse died, you gave her $300?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
She asked me for it. I was still going over viable meat. I couldn't even think straight.
What was it, $300 for board, or was it?
$150 was for board.
And
then
$150 was for the horse?
Yes, ma'am.
$750.
Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Well, step up if you have something to add to this, sir. What is your name?
My name is Floyd Steinberg.
Yes, sir.
The organization that the horse was donated to is a 501c3, which means there's a tax credit available on the donation, and the defendant has paperwork to prove that the donation was made by Jan Lake and not by Tony Bostwick.
Let me see it.
I've got one the same way.
Same thing.
Same thing. I never claimed this off on my taxes or anything.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Yes, it is.
This is a letter that indicates that on August 19th, you donated the two animals to the Horseshoe Creek Wildlife Foundation for food for exotic big cats at our facility. Horseshoe Creek is a 501c3 non-for-profit foundation. No compensation was made to Jan for the horses.
Yes, ma'am.
That's not what the issue is. The issue is that you treated these animals as your own by making the donation.
Precisely.
If one of them was her animal, you had absolutely no right to treat it in any way as your own, which you did.
Judge Judy, she didn't ask me to do anything. She was so upset when I called her. I was so upset from losing the horses. This is just what I would normally do.
You treated them as your own.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Lake, you took custody of the dead animal and treated it as it was your animal and did with it what you wanted to do.
She did not say not to do that.
You didn't give her that option.
Yes,
you just
ma'am,
thought that this
I
was
did.
the wise thing to do as an animal person. You know, the animal is dead and it can go back into the food chain. Well, that may be fine, but bottom line is you treated the animal as your property. Okay, the issue is whether she's entitled to any money back. And what I've indicated to you, Ms. Bostwick, is I want you to tell me why you believe that there was some sort of negligence on her part with regard to the care of this horse.
I have 2 sets of pictures, Your Honor. There were 2 barns on Mrs. Lake's property that were not used, that she could have housed my stud and my mare in. Instead, she had them in a pasture filled with trees, a one-sided lean-to, a large metal tub filled with water, and a metal hay rack. And the roof was metal. That's where she had them. She could have put them in a secure barn that was
sought shelter?
That's where they sought shelter, in that pasture.
Is that where they were killed?
That's
Under
where they
the
were
lean-to?
killed.
Let me see.
And I have pictures of 2 barns. This is the lean-to. I have pictures of the 2 barns where she could have housed those horses at any time.
You told me that the horses sought shelter under an enclosure. Is this where the horses sought shelter? That's what you told me, Miss Lake. Is that where they were killed?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Why didn't you bring them in when you saw the storm coming? Just these 4 horses.
I can't go out and get 45 head of horses.
I didn't say 45 head. I said her horse, for which she had paid you board, and she was paying this horse off to you. So you have a responsibility with regard to her. Why didn't you go and leave your horse outside, but go and take her horse inside
Judge
in a
Judy,
barn?
I'm not going to risk my life to go out and get a horse, and this is not something that's done. People in Florida do not run out when there's a storm cloud and get their horses in. I'm not negligent, and I can't stop an act of God.
I'm not faulting you, madam, if these were your animals, but you claimed that they were hers. If that's the case, then what you have to do is put in your contract clearly that it is possible, since it's happened to you before, that you have severe storms in Florida, that the horses are outside, that it is possible that they could be struck by lightning, that the person who leaves their horse with you assumes that risk so that they are on notice that that could happen. I mean, if this is your business, and that's what you're supposed to do, so that the people who are leaving their property with you understand the parameters of their risk.
Yes, ma'am.
You have to do that.
That was my fault that I did not do that. Normally, for example, I have a breeding contract, and I said here where we're not responsible for accident or injury. Tony didn't sign that, but I mean...
Well, but no, it's important for me to see that this is available.
I understand. And I
okay,
like to...
fine. Listen to me. She has to have the option of this disclaimer and to say, I'm not accepting the terms of the contract. This clearly says that you and Ernest, your husband, doing business as Triangle Ranch, are not responsible for accident or injury or disease of any kind, while the above-mentioned mare and if in full nursing are in the care, custody, control, or otherwise left at Triangle Ranch. So you give a disclaimer, but you didn't in her contract.
I didn't honor contract.
Well, that's too bad. Then you have to give her back her money. Judgment on the counterclaim for the amount that you paid for the horse, the amount of $750. That's all.
Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out. McMillan versus McNair. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Young lady, have a seat, please.
Miss McMillan, you and the defendant, I gather from your complaint, had been very good friends for a long time.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were having a difficult pregnancy.
Yes, ma'am.
The defendant, who was a good friend, came to help you. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
She came to help you emotionally, help you physically, and you claim that something happened. There was a big argument, and that she assaulted you.
Yes, ma'am.
Pulled out your hair, other things. You want to be compensated for that assault.
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you known her?
20+ years.
Ever had a fight with her?
No, we did not have a fight at all.
When did she come to your home?
Friday evening, the 28th, September 28th.
And where did she live?
She resides in Landover, Maryland.
And where do you live?
At the time, I was living in Hampton, Virginia.
So she had to make a trip.
Yes.
Did she come alone?
She brought her 2-year-old son.
And she came because you were having some trouble. What kind of trouble were you having?
Well, at the time I had a healthy pregnancy. I had no problems until like the following morning.
What happened on the 29th?
I woke up, I had cramping. That Friday evening I started having slight bleeding. I went to the emergency room that morning.
Did she help you?
Yes, she took me to the hospital in my car. She watched my daughter, Imani, and her son while I was there at the hospital.
Now, when was this argument?
That happened Saturday evening, the same day, the 29th.
On the 29th?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what precipitated this argument.
Well, I was upset, about the whole complication with the pregnancy. I came home and did complete bed rest like the emergency room physician told me. Go home, lay down, put your feet up, don't do anything else. My 9-year-old daughter was very upset, because she was scared that something was wrong with the baby. I was trying to explain to her, I'm having complications. Hopefully things will go well. I need to just lay here and stay still. And after explaining that to my daughter, Shakara, who I call Marshavon, that's her middle name, proceeded to say, I don't care. I don't want to hear any more about this effing baby. If it dies, it dies. You act like you can't have any more children. She was also upset because she really didn't agree with my pregnancy due to the fact the person that I was pregnant by, and she thought the whole situation was pretty much silly.
Silly?
So, yes.
Was it?
My ex-husband. So.
Okay, so go ahead.
So she got upset. She was like, you act like you can't have any more children. If the baby dies, it dies. So effing what? I'm tired of hearing about the baby. At that time, I said, would you please leave my home? I'm under too much stress. I don't need to go through this. So she said, fine. She didn't argue. She grabbed her bag, grabbed her son's belongings, and started walking towards the door. Well, I called my friend, and I said, you won't believe how she's acting, talking about Miss McNair. And so she said, I know you're not talking about me. And I said, just please leave my home. And she said, say something else. So I was like, leave my home. When I said that, she acted like she was walking to my front door. She turned around, got on top of me, and started pulling my hair out and punching me in my head. My daughter came over to try and get her off of me. She pushed my daughter. After she pushed my daughter came back to her, tried to pull her off of me, and then she got off me and said, oh my God, what did I do? She said, I'm sorry, Tomka, I'm sorry. Let me help you. I don't know what got into me. And I immediately proceeded to call 911.
All right. And what kind of injuries did you sustain, Miss McMillan?
She pulled my hair out. I had 2 huge knots on the left front side of my head.
What do you think triggered her off?
I think one thing that upset her is that I called someone. I think that's the thing that really set her off, is that I called someone and was telling what happened as far as her being upset about me speaking about the pregnancy.
What happened when you called 911?
I called, I told them, I was just assaulted. They asked me what happened. I told them I was laying down.
But you didn't pursue the matter with the police, I assume. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Was she arrested?
That evening, as soon as my mother came, picked me up, the officers told me, as soon as you possibly can, go downtown and fill out a criminal complaint.
Which you did?
Yes, I did.
What happened with that case?
They said they could not touch her because she was out of their jurisdiction. They would not expedite her from Maryland to Virginia, but they looked for her that night.
And you wanted her arrested?
Yes, I did.
Do you still?
I love her. I've known her since she was in diapers.
All right, Miss McNair, tell me your version of the events.
The part that she said about me saying after baby is that I would never say anything.
What did you say?
I said she needs to stop saying that because she was saying, she probably would never be able to have children and her life is over. And I told her, you need to stop saying that. You're young. Find someone who loves you and who wants to be with you. Maybe that's not what she wanted to hear at the time. So she said, if you don't like what I have to say, leave your home. I was upset, because I had drove down there to be with her. So I was getting my things and I was leaving, and she picks up the phone, like she said, and she calls her so-called friend, and she proceeds to talk about me. So I said to her, you don't have to disrespect me. You asked me to leave your home. That's what I'm doing. So we started arguing. She started yelling, and I started yelling. I just did not just act like I was leaving the house and attack her. No, that is not what happened. We were in each other's face. We were arguing. The next thing I know, we were fighting. I did grab her by the hair to keep her off of me. And as a result, some of her hair did come out. 2 weeks after the incident, I spoke with Tomka, and, you know, I apologized for what had happened as far as the hair thing. We were fighting on both ends. She was fighting me as well.
I was laying on my back with my feet propped up.
That's not true. So I apologized on my behalf of the damages that I had done. And because she had been my friend so long, I offered, you know, to pay for her hair because, you know, it was a silly incident. I just wanted to forget about it, so I did offer to pay for whatever hair treatments that she needed. She refused. And then 4 months later, I get papers saying that she's suing me.
Did you know that there was an outstanding warrant for you?
There isn't. No, we checked.
And I talked to City of Hampton Police Department just this past Friday. They stated to me that if she comes in Virginia, they're arresting her.
You don't want her arrested. I'm going to ask you again.
Honestly, after losing my child, I have nerve damage to the left side of my head. I've been to a neurologist. I think she needs to pay for what she's done. She pushed my daughter. She pulled so much of my hair out, my daughter actually spit my hair out of her mouth.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Tomka McMillan says during her pregnancy, she was assaulted by former friend Marshavon McNair.
Let me see the hospital report, please.
And this is also the hair, my hair that she pulled out.
Is that your natural hair?
This is my natural hair that was tested, looked at by the neurologist, my hairstylist. This is from the neurologist stating the nerve damage to the left side of my head. And I also have a note from my gynecologist stating that I was pregnant up until October 2nd when he had to perform surgery because I had too much tissue loss. And he said that it was probably the stress.
Don't tell me what he said it was probably. Okay. I think you had a temper tantrum. And it wasn't so much that she asked you to leave the house, but that she called another friend while you were still there and talked about you. That was not smart, Miss McMillan. I don't know why you did that, just to make her more angry.
You're right. I mean, it was senseless for me to call.
It was senseless and it was insensitive because she was on her way out the door.
Right.
That doesn't excuse the physical nature of your response. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. But you've been friends for a very long time. And you said to me before something about, you know, I still love her.
I still love her. I mean...
So... But there was some serious things that happened to her as a result of this pulling out of her hair by the roots. There was clearly indicated there that there was trauma to her head area. I mean, this is all very bad stuff. And that you are responsible for. What were your out-of-pocket expenses, Miss McMillan, as a result of this assault?
My insurance has pretty much picked up all my neurological appointments, my gynecological. The only thing that my insurance won't cover is the extensive hair treatments that I've had.
How much were the hair treatments?
I have it listed from my cosmetologist. It's $35 plus $10 once a month for protein treatments, $5 a week for moisture treatments.
And how long have you been having those treatments?
Ever since 2 weeks after the assault happened. I had to have surgery, and my doctor ordered me, you know, not to go anywhere for like 2 weeks after the assault.
How much have you spent in total?
I couldn't tell you. I mean, I never.
You have to tell me.
I honestly have no idea how much money I spent on my hair.
So let's say you've spent about $500 on your hair. That be a fair figure?
Okay, yes, ma'am.
You've not spoken until today?
No, we have. She's called like 2 or 3 times and left a message. I wasn't home.
Did you ever call her back?
No, I haven't called her number since like the day of the assault.
Well, she's sorry it happened. You prepared to forgive her?
I can't excuse what happened.
I didn't ask you to excuse her.
I forgive her, but you know, because God forgives me. But
no, I asked you if you forgive her. And the only question that I have is whether you want her to have a criminal record. That's something that only you can deal with your conscience.
I have double feelings. It's a part of me that looks at the friendship from when we were little, like 2 and 4 years old, and then it's the reality that, you know, my child is gone, my hair is gone, I can't feel the left side of my head. I mean, it's like I have mixed emotions. I don't want anyone to have a criminal record, especially...
Well, I want some people to have a criminal record.
What I'm saying is, I don't want anyone who I've grown up with, especially someone who's been my friend for 20+ years, to have a criminal record, you know.
You'll have to make that judgment. In any event, I'm awarding you $2,500 on your claim. That's substantially more than your out-of-pocket expenses and will at least cover some of your aggravation. You'll have to make a judgment as to whether you want to pursue this matter criminally or whether you want to indicate to the police that they need not look for her should she come into your jurisdiction again. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks. Parties are excused. You may step out.
I lost an excellent friendship.
I miss her deeply.
We never fought until that day.
20 years of friendship gone down the drain.
I lost a good friend.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Nordyke versus Gray. Step forward, please.
45-year-old auto repair shop owner Curtis Nordyke is suing his ex-girlfriend, 40-year-old secretary Barbara Gray, for the cost of a washer and dryer.
Mr. Nordyke, according to your complaint, during a brief separation from your wife, you dated the defendant.
Yes.
And then you reconciled with your wife.
Yes.
And after you reconciled with your wife, you sold a washer and dryer to the defendant.
Yes.
She picked it up, and now she refuses to pay you for it. The
Right.
agreed price was $500.
Yes.
The defendant says that during that brief period of time that you dated, you owed her a substantial amount of money, which she has deducted from the cost of the washer and dryer. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so first of all, you just have to tell me, when I read this case and I read your complaint, sir, why in the world would you sell anything to the defendant, who I'm certain was not happy that you and your wife reconciled?
Why would I sell it to her?
Yeah.
Because she had called. She had called asking if I was still going to sell the washer and dryer.
Yes.
And we said yes. She had called and talked to my wife, Pamela.
I mean, did you all know each other before?
Pamela and Barbara had talked on the phone quite a few times about the washer and dryer.
I want to know whether the two ladies were friends before your separation. I mean, did they know each other? Did
no.
they have a relationship?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Is that right?
That's correct.
You just knew that he was dating her for a while?
Yes.
Okay. You picked up the washer and dryer, and you agreed to pay him the $500 initially. Is that correct?
Minus the shopping trip and the birthday gift, and then the phone charges.
Had you ever discussed that with him?
Yes.
When?
At the time of getting the washer and dryer, that we deduct these things.
Did you tell him that when he said the washer and dryer's fifth was $500?
Absolutely.
Did she discuss that with you?
Not at all.
Not at all?
No.
Well, let's see. What was the first amount of money, and when was it loaned to him?
Well, the price of the washer and dryer was $100 or $500. And then I
You're not
asked him-
following me, Miss Gray.
I'm sorry.
In the time that you were together, which was from when to when? Give me the dates. Maybe I'll make it easier for you.
August to September.
Did you loan him any money in August?
1st of September.
And on September 1st, what amount of money did you loan to him?
On our shopping trip, his charges came
What
to...
shopping trip?
His sons were in town, and we went to a surf shop, and I bought a bunch of things. My son got some things, Curtis got some things, and we paid for it all together. And I added up his share to $294.49.
You mean you put it on your credit card?
A debit card.
Did he ask you to do that?
Yes, we had an agreement that he would pay me back.
Show him the receipt.
I wasn't aware that I was to pay any of this back. It was told to me as a gift.
Well, tell me about that. You went shopping with your kids,
Yes.
and you bought things for your kids.
Right.
Why didn't you pay for them?
She insisted to pay for them.
What did she say to you?
As a gift. She says, I'll pay for it. I'll get it for the kids. There was no agreement. There was no tie-in with the washer and dryer on this at all.
No, forget
No.
washer and dryer. We're not talking, right now you're dating.
Yes.
Everything is nice.
Yeah.
You go shopping together.
Right.
Why didn't you pay for the things for your children yourself?
She asked to pay for them.
Did she?
Yes.
Is that right?
I took it as a gift.
You took it as a gift?
I took it as a gift, yes.
Okay. Go. What else does he owe you for?
Well, the cell phone is the worst one. The minimum amount he owed me on the phone bill was $183.04. Then the cost of the phone itself was $99.63. And now
Well, tell me about the phone. Why did you buy him a phone?
Curtis had just filed bankruptcy, and he couldn't get a cell phone on his own unless he bought a prepaid, and they're quite expensive. And I said, you could join my family plan. And he agreed he'd split the cost of the phone. And I never received a dime.
Split the cost of the phone how?
that he'd pay his charges and that we'd share the cost of the monthly access.
Okay. Did you have that conversation?
We had that conversation. The conversation was going to boil down to $20 a month, $25 at the most. It was a phone that she had put in her daughter's name. It was never in my name.
But you had a phone.
Yes, I had a phone.
You
for
had
about
a phone. Had you
phone.
had a phone
Yes.
before?
No.
So now you have a phone.
Right.
And you have charges on that phone.
We bought 600 minutes under
Right.
the plan. And as far as I know, I never went over the minutes at all. I never
Okay,
saw
so
the
let's
bill.
say you have 600 minutes as a plan. How much does that plan cost?
I'm not sure.
How much does the plan cost?
It's $69.99 a month.
So $70 a month.
But we
And how
did.
many months did you have the phone?
I had it for a month.
So that's at least $70.
We had 3 phones on that plan. She had set up 3 phones
So
on
you
it.
get 600 minutes, and that's for all 3 phones.
Right.
Did he go over his minutes?
Yes.
Do you have his charges?
Yes.
Can I see them, please?
Yes.
No, no, no. Give them to him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's why he came over. Okay. Are the yellow highlighted his calls?
Yes.
Well, it says the total calls on your phone were $183.04. Did you ever give her the $20 for the service charge, the access?
No, I didn't give her that.
Okay, so far, just those basics without the other thing comes to $497. Cost of a washer and dryer.
There was never any agreement of this other money, the gifts that she bought from
I
my
don't find
children.
that they were gifts. They
Okay.
weren't gifts for you. I believe that you went shopping together. She bought some things for her kids. You bought something for her kids. You put it all on one bill.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to pay her back. And even if there wasn't an agreement to pay her back, which I doubt, it would seem to me as a man, he would say, listen, I've decided that this relationship isn't working out. I don't want you to be out any money.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want the washer and dryer, I probably owe you at least $500. Take it.
Mhm.
That's a gift.
That wasn't the agreement of the washer and dryer.
I just made it the agreement. Your case is dismissed.
Parties are excused. You may step out. 3 on the calendar in the matter of Rivers versus Moore. Parties have been sworn in, Your Honor. You may be seated. Ladies, have seats, please.
Mr. Rivers, according to the complaint that I've read, you and Miss Moore had a relationship, and you have a young child who is either 9 or 10 months old. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
It is your claim that Miss Moore caused you to be arrested for violating a temporary restraining order. That case was later dismissed.
Yes.
And you want her to pay you for the bail that you had to put up when she had you arrested because you say that you never violated or threatened her to cause you to be arrested.
That's correct.
That's your claim. And Ms. Moore says that you did, in fact, threaten her. She is counterclaiming for some car nonsense that dates back a year or so ago, and also for clothes and furniture of the babies that you kept when there was this argument back in November. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Oh. You were living together in November of the year 2000 when there was an altercation in your home. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And at that time, who left the house?
I did.
And the baby remained with you?
Yes.
And then you went to court?
Yes, I did.
To have the baby returned to you?
Yes, I did.
The two of you are currently involved in a custody dispute over the baby. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yes, Your Honor. May I add that we did not go to court for her to obtain our daughter. What happened was she went and got a conflicting order that I had already had. I should say she got one just like I had one. And she came to the house, and the police interpreted it as a custody paper, when in fact it was a child protective order, which meant the authorities should have notified the Child Protective Service and removed the child from both of us.
Okay. Now, the judge issued a temporary restraining order at some point after this November incident. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Now, what I want you to do is to tell me when you were arrested for violating the temporary restraining order.
I was arrested, Your Honor, February the 23rd.
I'm asking you.
Oh, my apologies. Oh, February the 9th. My apologies.
February the
2001.
9th.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Moore, I would like you to tell me first, when was the custody case started?
After the restraining orders were filed.
Give me the month.
It was December.
Who went to court to file for custody?
I did, Your Honor.
You did?
Yes.
And that was in December?
No, what happened in December, Your Honor, was we went to a hearing in regards to the 20-day restraining orders that we had previously received. I filed later on. In fact, I filed about a month and a half ago for full custody for my daughter.
Just a second. Was there at the time, prior to February 9th, an issue with regard to custody of the child?
Yes, Your Honor. DCYF was ordered to file dependency charges against me and the mother, and ordered us to be evaluated by a doctor.
Okay, is that matter still pending?
Yes, it is. There's one more visit to the doctor for me and my daughter.
All right. Now, Ms. Moore, on the 8th of February, Mr. Rivers had a visitation day scheduled with his daughter. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Was that pursuant to a court order?
Yes, it was.
And what was his visitation schedule?
His visitation schedule was supposed to be every other week for an hour.
What day of the week?
They don't set a date because every time they set a date for him to go, he says he can't go that day.
Well, just a minute, but he had a date to go, February 8th.
Yes, he did. They schedule it when he's available.
Fine. Do you work?
No, I don't.
Well, does he work?
No, he doesn't, not that I know of.
Do you work?
No, Your Honor, I'm facing 3 surgeries, and I'm under doctor's care at this time.
Just a second. So you don't work either?
No, I don't. I can't not work, Your Honor. I had a spinal injury.
How long a period of time had elapsed before February 8th that you did not see your daughter?
Oh, well, I'm not exactly sure, Your Honor. It could have been a week.
Okay.
Or it could have been several weeks because I was having a great deal of difficulty with the Child Protective Service scheduling.
You had visitation scheduled February 8th. Was the
Yes.
visitation supposed to take place in the defendant's house?
No, the visitation was supposed to take place at the Child Protective Agency.
So she was supposed to bring the child to the Child Protective Agency?
No, they had, I guess, a schedule.
How was the child supposed to get to Child Protective for visitation?
There's a worker from DCYF. She comes and she comes to pick up my daughter, and she takes my daughter to DCYF to see him.
And you left the house on the 8th?
Yeah, she called like maybe 2 or 3 weeks ahead of time to tell me about that. And I just I didn't write it down when she told me, and I forgot. And my daughter had I had an appointment to see my daughter's pediatrician about her WIC papers for her milk. So that's why.
Baloney. Baloney. If you have 2, 3 weeks and you have nothing else to do because you don't work, and if he's supposed to have his hour of visitation, that's an important enough thing to put down, as important as going to get WIC.
I have court dates and doctor's appointments I have to go to. For
February 8th. So you weren't there.
No,
the worker came, didn't find you there, and according to your statement, what happened?
The next day,
yes,
she came out. She had called me like maybe 10:30 in the morning. She asked could she come see the baby. I said yes, she could. She came in. She seen the baby. We talked for a while. She was telling me what he says, that he wants his visits through a court order or whatever. She wanted to reschedule another visit. After she left, I received a phone call from John. He said, "I got you. I'm coming for you," and he hung up. And I immediately called the police after that, right after I hung up from him.
Did he come to your house?
No, he did not. I don't think so. He just called.
What do you mean you don't
hung
think
up.
so?
Well, I heard a voice outside the window that sounded like his, but I didn't look out the window. I was on the phone with the police at the time.
Why did you call her the next day?
I never called her, Your Honor. The only people I called was the worker to inform the worker that I needed the worker to look into my daughter. I did not know where my daughter was. I didn't know if my daughter was okay. I want the workers to go out and check on her.
So you're saying that you didn't call her?
Absolutely not, Your Honor.
Well, your phone records would clearly show that. Did anybody look at your phone records?
I would imagine so, the police or my lawyer.
Mr. Rivers, it would be very easy for you to establish that you did not, in fact, place that phone call to her.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that would be by bringing in your phone records, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have them?
Well, we don't.
The answer is
I don't
yes
have
or
any
no?
phone records because, Your Honor, where I place my calls are at Crystal's house. And she has a arrangement, I believe, with the phone company where they don't put down that information where you place your calls. Just toll calls, I would imagine.
But Mr. Rivers, Mr. Rivers, it sounds to me as if that's something that you might do, pick up the phone and get angry with her because she didn't bring the child.
Your Honor, I will constantly talk to the workers. If I had a problem with April, it was being dealt with the courts. I had no reason to contact April.
It's very hard for me to make a decision with regard to that, sir, without some proof, and proof can be easily obtained with the phone company. You can, in fact, subpoena the records of the phone company, and they will tell you from your phone, from her phone, from anybody else's phone, whether a phone call was made to her house on the 8th of February.
Well,
Stop.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. John Rivers says the mother of his child, April Moore, had him falsely arrested for violating a restraining order. April says John threatened her.
Now, why was the case dismissed?
She decided to drop the charges, Your Honor. But
why is that?
I go in and out of court. I mean, every month for the quarter. I go in and out of court every other month. I mean, we go every month for the custody of my daughter. I go through so much stuff with him, and I just didn't feel. I mean, the lawyer that I had at the time, because I didn't have a lawyer, I had to go and stand in the line, and I talked to a prosecutor. He advised me that it was best for me to drop the charges because I couldn't prove that he called me.
Right.
So since I couldn't prove it, I dropped it.
And you really weren't afraid, right?
I was afraid at the
Why
at the
didn't
time.
you know? I get frustrated when people forget about visitation. I get really frustrated about that.
He cancels his visitations all the time, and it's okay with the courts. But when I really did. I truly.
It's not even bothersome to you. Somebody picks up your daughter and takes your daughter someplace else. You don't even have to look at him. You just have to make her available.
I do. She's available. She's available most of the time. That's one visit that he was there for, and that I couldn't.
How many visits did you, in fact, bring your daughter for?
At least 5 or so.
How many?
Your Honor, I've seen my daughter in the past 6 months 8 times. And according to the courts, if I would have been allowed to see my daughter for the entire 6 months that she was awarded a restraining order for, it would have amounted to 22 hours. And the 6 months expired on the 5th of this month. And I must add, Your Honor, after I was arrested for violating the restraining order, Mrs. Moore came up to my residential area.
What do you mean she came up to your area?
She came up to it's an area called Manton Heights.
What was she doing there? Did she come to your house?
I have no idea what her intentions were to be there, but if she was so fearful of me...
You didn't speak to her?
No, I did not, Your Honor.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I was
actually
told
ran
that he
from
was
her.
not living at... No, you did not see me. I was told that he was not living in Manton Heights anymore. I've been told that many a time. So if I was in the neighborhood, it had nothing to do with him.
I want to get to the counterclaim. Let me hear this nonsense. 1999, you bought a car.
Yes.
And you say it's your car. You
Yes,
say he
it
drove
is.
the car and he took it in for repairs a year and a half ago, right?
Yes.
Pay attention. And the car's still there because you can't get the car out because the repairs are so much. Is that right?
That's right.
And you want him to pay for the repairs?
He said he was going to pay for the repairs.
You want him to pay for the repairs?
Yes, I do.
Is that when you were living together?
Yes, it was.
Next, let's go to the clothes and furniture.
Well, the clothes, I have some of the receipts.
Who bought the clothes?
My mother did. My mother bought the bassinet that he took from my daughter, some of the personal belongings that he did not give back to my daughter. She bought most of this. She spent like at least $185 and stuff. Plus there's stuff from the baby shower that I received that he did not return to me. And he took them, and when the same worker that comes to get my daughter to take to John for the visitations told me that he said that he's not going to give my daughter's items back because his the daughter that he has with Crystal, they share things. They share items, and he's not giving them back when my mother bought them.
Has the custody matter been resolved yet?
No, it has not.
Well, until the custody matter is resolved, then whoever is going to have the baby on a full-time basis should have that property. But right now, the baby has grown out of a bassinet. I'm sure a 10-month-old baby doesn't sleep in a bassinet.
Yeah, but at the time, that's when he had took it. He took clothes. The only thing they brought her back to me, they didn't bring her back to me with a bottle. They didn't bring her back to me with any milk. She didn't have a bib, anything. The
Who
only
was
thing she had was
supporting your
something to
family
sleep.
when you were living together?
The state of Rhode Island, Your Honor.
How?
Through a program called FIP,
What's
Family
FIP?
Independent Program. It's like welfare, Your Honor. But, Your Honor...
Just a second. So, property that was purchased for the baby, for the most part, was purchased with state money. Is that right?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Just answer my question. Is that right?
No, it's not. My sister gave my mother money, and she gave the money to my mother. I was so upset when I was pregnant because he promised me that he was going to buy the crib, he was going to buy everything for my daughter, and he bought only a couple of items of clothing, and that was it. She didn't have a crib or anything before I was 9 months pregnant. My mother decided to
Let me
take
ask
me
you
to
this
Kmart.
question, Miss Moore.
Yes.
What did you expect him to use for money to buy the baby a crib?
He kept promising me that either he could borrow the money from his brother or he had SSI pending. He was supposed to be approved for SSI.
But he didn't get his SSI, so what did you expect him to buy the crib with?
He said that he would get the crib. He was going to
Well,
get
he didn't
her
get it.
if he...
He didn't get it. And right now you have a whole bunch of clothes that even if he has it in his house, it doesn't fit the baby. You have clothes at the house that belong?
Your Honor, the clothes that I have...
Just answer my
yes,
question.
Your Honor.
The answer is yes.
Yes, Your Honor, that I paid for.
That you paid for?
Yes, and I have the receipts right here, Your Honor.
Okay.
She said I brought a couple of items, you know, but this totals out to a great deal more, Your Honor.
Where did you get the money from?
I borrowed the money, Your Honor.
From whom?
My brother.
Well, that's possible. You borrowed some money, she borrowed some money because the two of you together didn't have enough money to make a baby. So, what do you want me to do?
When she was able to wear those clothes, there was months for where she was able to wear
She's
those
not
clothes.
able to wear them anymore. Some he bought, some with borrowed money, some you bought with borrowed money. That's not why you're here. You certainly wouldn't have brought this countersuit if he hadn't sued you for his bail money back, right?
Well, I didn't know. I mean, I didn't know that
I'm asking you a
could sue
question.
him for that.
I'm asking you a question. You didn't. I mean, you got a car in storage now for a year and a half. You didn't even know if it's still there.
It's still there when I went back to get the estimate for the car.
Yeah.
It's still there. He put it underneath his name, and he didn't put it underneath my name. They think that he was the owner of the car when he put the car.
Couldn't be in your name because you didn't have a driver's license, according to you. Is that right?
I had got the car registered, but I didn't have a.
You didn't
I had
have a
learner's
driver's
permit.
license, so you couldn't drive the car.
He didn't have one either.
Terrific. Then you shouldn't have owned the car.
He persuaded me to buy the car. He said that I need it for school, and he also had it a favor for his friend.
Listen to me. I have absolutely no intention of ordering him to pay for the repairs on a car that's been sitting for a year and a half. That's your car. None. And as far as the clothes are concerned, I don't know what pajamas or other things that are hanging around, but none of these things that were of an appropriate size in November are an appropriate size now. He says some of the stuff he bought and some of the stuff you bought. What about the bassinet?
Your Honor...
Just answer my question. Who bought the bassinet?
I have no clue who bought the bassinet,
Where is
Your
it?
Honor. She has the bassinet, Your
No,
Honor.
I do not.
The DCYF worker, she came over to the house after she was awarded my child, or our child, my apologies. And I gave the DCYF worker everything from pajamas, bottles...
Just a second.
No, he did not.
Are you telling me that you do not have the bassinet?
Not at all, Your Honor.
Since when? I mean,
Since
because
I
that would be
gave
the
the-
only thing that you could use again.
Since...
Maybe.
I had two bassinets at the house, one for both daughters. However,
no.
She has the bassinet, Your Honor.
I
What
do not
she
have
did
the
with it, I have no idea.
I don't have any idea either. Listen, you two people can fight up a storm. You have a matter pending for custody. When is your next trial date?
It's been passed. I have to file a motion. I've been representing myself because I can't afford an attorney. Your Honor, if I may say...
You may say nothing. I don't want to hear anything else.
Okay.
What do you mean it's been passed? What does that mean?
It's been passed on the calendar because what happens is that we need the evaluation.
Gotcha. You have an initial evaluation from that case? I'm just curious.
No, we're waiting for Dr. Simi. Nothing's been provided to me.
Are you currently under supervision of Child Protective Services?
Yes, I am.
You have a caseworker?
Yes, I do. The same worker that takes my daughter back and forth.
And the worker comes to your house and visits?
Yes, she does.
Is this your only child?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Who do you live with?
My father.
Anybody else?
No, just my father.
Who do you live with?
I live with my roommate, Your Honor.
Who's your roommate? Why was there a sigh there, a hesitation, sir?
Why? Because I wasn't certain if I could use his name.
Uh-huh. Mr. Rivers, I believe that you called her very angry when you didn't get your visitation on February 8th? She may have overreacted when she called the police and said that you violated the order of protection by threatening her, but I believe that you actually called her, so you're not going to get your bail money back. I also believe that on your counterclaim, Ms. Moore, that this car business is old history. He's not paying for the repairs on your car. Forget it. What you want from him for the car is 3 times as much as you paid for the car to begin with. That you both paid
That's
for the car.
repairs.
I don't care what it is. It's 3 times as much as you paid for the car. You want almost $5,000 to repair a car that you paid $1,000 for. So don't be ridiculous. And as far as the clothes are concerned, they don't fit. Some he bought, some you bought. You both bought them with either borrowed money or state money. So you don't get your $5,000. You don't get it. That's all. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out. In a matter of Killingsworth versus Chames. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Gentlemen, have seats, please.
Miss Killingsworth, it's your complaint that the defendant assaulted you after an incident that started in a parking lot.
Yes.
When did this happen?
It was on May 16th of 2001 at about 5:30 p.m.
What kind of parking lot was it?
It was a department store parking lot.
Tell me what happened.
My son's dad, Robert Cook, had asked me to come pick him up after I got out of work. It was him and a friend of his. I went to pick him up. As I circled the parking lot after picking them up, I started going by the department store, which is the front of the store. And I do have pictures of the front of the store to show you where they would have been coming out and the fact that there were no stop signs or
let me just take a look.
Pedestrian walks. As I was approaching, you know, I wasn't speeding or anything like that. I saw the defendant and this gentleman here with maybe a 3 or 4-year-old little boy coming out of the department store. As they were coming out, I was kind of driving past them, and I felt, in my judgment, that I had plenty of time to pass before, you know, they were actually into the street. So as I'm coming up, passing them, I could hear them start cussing at me, called me a white, and of course I was immediately offended by that. And as I was passing, I put on my brake and proceeded to flip them off. Wasn't sure totally if they saw me, but, you know, then I headed on out of the parking lot.
Probably just should have kept going without reacting.
Exactly, and I apologize for that sincerely because I realized I made a big mistake.
Okay.
I left the parking lot, and as I was leaving out onto the street, there's a gas station that, as you can see in the pictures, is located ahead of it. It's the mobile gas station. The gentleman that was with my son's father asked if we would stop at the payphone so that he could make sure that wherever I was taking him to, that they were home, and I said fine. From my car at that payphone, I looked across the parking lot, and I remember Rob and I commenting that, you know, they were like staring us down and looking at us from the parking lot. It kind of worried me at first, but I didn't think much of it. And we're, you know, still waiting for this gentleman to use the phone. And next thing I know, they come pulling up next to my car.
They had gotten into their car?
They had gotten into their car, yes. And there was a small child staring at us out the back window of the car.
Okay.
And both of them immediately got right out of the car, and they started towards my car, and I remember him saying, like, what? You know, like going, what? And I was scared. I didn't know what to do, and as she was approaching my vehicle, she had her fist ready, and I knew something. You know, my window was probably down like that far.
You were still sitting in your car?
I was still sitting in my car. I never, ever got out of my car. They proceeded to start kicking on my car door, and I told them to get the F off my car. And as soon as I said that, she punched me right in my face, and my tooth went directly through my lip. Blood was all over my inside of my car, all over me, and I didn't know what to do. I was kind of disoriented, to be honest with you.
But you never got out of your car?
I never got out of my car.
Up until that point?
Up until that point, no.
Never got out of your car. So she punched you through your car window?
Through my window was probably down about that far.
Okay, I'll hear you.
Okay, as me, my boyfriend and my son was leaving Value City parking lot. As you see in her pictures, that it's a little walkway where you come out the store and you walk across the street. I was walking with my son. I had him walking in front of me. When she was coming down to leave out the driveway, she was speeding. As she's speeding through, she had to go around my son, avoid hitting him.
How old is your son?
My son is 9.
So she went around him?
Right.
Go ahead.
So as she did that, I said she is lucky she did not hit my son.
Is that what you said?
Yes, that's what I said.
Just a minute. You said for you come. You're lucky you didn't hit my son.
Yep.
Okay.
She hit her brakes. She gave me the finger. I told her to pull over. So she went to the gas station.
Okay. And what did you do?
I went over to the gas station.
No, just a minute. You told her to pull over.
Yes.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
And she didn't pull over in the parking lot. That's clear. She didn't pull over in the parking lot. So you and your boyfriend and your son got into your car and you followed her to the gas station.
Yes.
Of course you did. And what happened when you got to the gas station?
When I got to the gas station, I approached her car.
Wait just a minute. You got out of your car?
Yep.
And what about your boyfriend? Did he get out of the car?
No, not when I did.
Okay, so you jumped out of the car first.
Yes.
And what did you say when you got over to her car?
Did she realize she almost hit my son?
You said that in a calm manner, just like you're saying it to me now.
I was upset, but I wasn't outraged. I was in control of myself.
Okay, so you were in control, and you walked over to her window and said, did you realize you almost hit my son?
Yes.
And she said?
She said, and she swung her arm, and when she swung her arm...
How did she swing her arm?
Her hand came up, like, towards me through the window.
Through the window?
Yes. And that's when I reacted, and I punched her through her window.
Wrong! Wrong! Let me just explain something to you. The window was partially open. You come up to her. She's not out of the car. And you say her hand came up. I mean, if her hand came up, you're in the car, so you're driving this way. So it would have to be her left hand would have come sort of this way out of the car window.
Her hand came out.
You're lucky you're not Pinocchio, because your nose would be growing that long. You were furious. You were furious. You were furious enough to get into your car and follow them to the gas station, to get out and confront her. Who was kicking her car? Which one of you two geniuses were kicking her car? You genius or her genius?
Nobody kicked her car.
Right. Nobody kicked her car and nobody assaulted her. Let me see whatever bills you have. Did you seek any medical treatment pictures?
Actually, when the ambulance they pulled up and assessed me, they said that most of the damage was on the inside of my mouth and that it would cause more of a scar if I did go to the hospital. I also did not have medical insurance, but I do have where I went to a plastic surgeon because it will cost me to replace the scar on my face. And I also
Could you
have
step up? I want to see the scar that you're talking about. Did you take any photographs, by the way?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to see them. Don't have it fixed. Step back.
you.
Don't have it fixed. More aggravation to have it fixed. Looks just fine.
Thank you.
You get older, it's just another one of those lines that's going to creep around your face. You just sort of have a preview of what the other side's going to look like.
Right.
I know you don't understand that because you have a mustache.
I thought it was because black don't crack.
No. You're not going to escape. Nobody escapes, kiddo.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Amy Killingsworth says during an argument in a parking lot, she was struck in the mouth by Talisha Chains. Talisha says Amy swung first.
Now, was she arrested?
Actually, no. I wrote down her license plate number. May I also say that the gentleman did also hit me from within my car. He hit me 3 times in the back of my head.
That is not true.
I have not seen him since, and I'm kind of emotional about it, but yes, he did. He's the one that kicked on my car door. Actually, both of them were. She was more towards this side of my car. He was right at the side.
Out of control.
And
they
he
were out
spit in
of
my
control.
face.
Now, let me tell you this, Mr. Killingsworth. When you're in a parking lot, you're supposed to go very slowly, and if you see somebody, especially if you see people with children, whether there's a stop sign or not,
I agree.
They got the right of way.
Yeah.
No question about that. They got the right of way. That does not excuse the violence that came as a result of that, especially violence in front of your child. What you do is you explain to your child that that woman there did not do the right thing. You're driving a car, you don't try to get around people who are crossing. Would you stop smirking? It's really irritating to me.
She's talking to me.
Excuse me? You're lucky you weren't arrested. I don't know why you weren't arrested. I would have arrested you.
All I got was the license plate, and we didn't know who they were.
How did you finally find out who they were?
She ended up working at a call center that I used to work at. My sister had went up there to visit some friends and saw the car in the parking lot, remembered the license plate number I had given to her. And I know all the managers up there, and I was given her name. And
You mean after they assaulted you, they just took off?
They took off. Because Robert got on the phone to call 911, and as soon as they saw that he was on the phone, they took off.
Just stop a second.
He was already on
Bird,
the phone.
would you get him out of here? I can't stand to look at him with that smirk.
Sure thing. Come on, man.
Aside from the fact he thinks he's going to a basketball game, that outfit, instead of court. Your lawsuit seeks $3,000 in damages.
Yes, ma'am.
You got it. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $3,000.
Thank you so much.
Excuse, you may step out.
She started it all. Now she's trying to act like she's the victim.
And her lip cut up, whatever.
I would have never tried to hit any child, and that was not how it went.
She's looking all innocent with her crying and things, but what really happened is what really happened.
Keep to yourself.
Cry, show a little emotion.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Hunt versus Villa. Step forward, please.
34-year-old homemaker Audra Hunt is suing the mother of her boyfriend's ex, 38-year-old housing specialist Barney Villa, for the title on a car. Barney is countersuing for the balance on the vehicle.
Miss Hunt, the defendant is your child's paternal grandmother?
Not my child, my boyfriend's child.
Your boyfriend's child's
Yes, ma'am.
grandmother?
Yes, ma'am.
And about a year or so ago, you purchased a used car from her?
Yes, ma'am.
According to you, you purchased it for $1,000. You took possession of the car, you gave her $1,000. Didn't get the title for the car.
No, ma'am.
And now she refuses to give you the title to the car. You want the title. Defendant says you didn't finish paying for the car, and she has a counterclaim. What year car did you purchase from her, and when?
I purchased a 1990 Mazda 323 in February 15th of 2001.
And you gave her $1,000?
Yes, ma'am.
There's no dispute as to that, is that correct?
She gave me $1,000, that's correct.
Now, you didn't get the title at that time. Can you explain why?
Well, I asked Miss Villa if I could keep the title in her name because I've had really, really bad luck with cars. Every time I get a car put in my name, it breaks down. Something major happens to it. So I asked her. She said that was fine. Wasn't a problem at all. So
who insured the car?
There was no insurance on it. We thought there was insurance on it. Mrs. Villa had gave us a insurance paper that she said she had got off of the internet with our names on it.
How old are you?
I am 34.
You buy a car, you get insurance. What do you mean there's no insurance on it? You bought a car. You have to have insurance on the car. You expected her to keep the insurance on the car, Miss Hunt?
No, ma'am. I tried to get insurance on it. They wouldn't give me insurance on it because it was not registered in my name.
So, if you tried to get insurance, and I assume that you tried to get insurance before you drove the car.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Yeah. And they told you can't get insurance because you don't have any insurable interest in the car. It's not in your name.
Yes, ma'am.
So then, despite your superstition with regard to having a car in your name and it'll break down, then you call Miss Villa and you say, well, I'm going to need the title and keep my fingers crossed that the car doesn't break down. But you didn't do that for a whole year.
No, ma'am.
Well, why not? What did you do with the car for a whole year?
I've had the car in my possession for a whole year.
And driving it without insurance?
No, I wasn't driving the car. I don't have a driver's license. My boyfriend was. But he was under the impression that we had insurance with the paper that she gave us until we called and they told us we had no insurance.
All right, Miss Villa, let me see if I can get a cogent story from you. We're not talking to some 17-year-old here. Go ahead, let me hear what you have to say.
Well, actually, Your Honor, the car was sold for $1,500. Actually, I gave her option.
No, that's not true. So I don't want you to tell me. It wasn't sold for $1,500.
Well, okay. That was the asking price. Excuse me. Actually, I gave her option to go pay, which at the time I thought it was $389, you know, for the title, because the car wasn't paid off.
So there was still some money owed on the car. When you sold it to her for $1,000, there was still money owed on the car.
Right.
How much money was owed on the car?
At the time, I thought it was $386, but I learned that it's only $365.
Okay. And what did you tell her with regard to this $365?
I told her that I still owe $380, which at the time I thought it was $380. You could either go pay that or give me $500, which she said that she would pay the $380.
Okay. Now, tell me about the title. How come you kept the title?
Because the car's not paid for. Why would I give the title away for something that I didn't receive the full amount for?
So you wanted to be cleared?
Yes.
Of this money. That sounds logical. Sounds more logical than the superstition baloney. Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, I do have contracts and everything stating that I had insurance on the vehicle.
You paid for insurance all year?
No. I'm talking about when I had the car.
When you had the car, but when you gave the car to them, you dropped the insurance?
Yes.
Well, that was really foolish.
Why?
Why? Because the car is still in your name, that if she had an accident or her boyfriend had an accident,
it will fall back on me.
They falls on you. Then they're really just driving the car that's in your name. You're very lucky that they didn't have an accident. Did you pay this $365?
No.
So nobody paid it?
No, it's still outstanding.
Since when?
Can I give you this slip?
Sure. So are you telling me that if they get $365, they will clear the title?
Yes.
And then you will give the title to her?
Yes.
Oh, what an easy case.
Yes.
Okay. You have the title?
It's not
with
paid
you?
for.
No, do you have the, well, you have the title that says lien holder on it. The lien holder is auto sales.
Oh, you're talking about as far as the registration form.
I'm talking about the title to the car.
I just got this in the mail for... You're losing me, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Okay. Bird, my problem is if you don't understand it, then I'm not making myself clear to these people. Now, she has a counterclaim for $365 because she said that's what she really sold her the car for. $1,000 to her. There was a little money left due and owing on the car. $365 she wants paid off directly to auto sales. Once the car title is cleared, she will sign it over to the plaintiff. So what you need is an order from me on your counterclaim for $365.
Okay.
You will then receive a title and turn the title over to her.
That's correct.
You understand?
I was under the understanding that the car was paid for, that she had paid for the car. All she wanted was $1,000. I gave her the $1,000. I had $1,750 the day I gave her the $1,000. If the agreement would have been for $1,500, I would have gave her the $1,500 without a problem. This was a family situation, you know, and I didn't think it was going to end up coming to court. I thought that since, you know, we were family, that she would just hand over the title and everything would be taken care of.
Madam, my only problem with you is that I don't believe this story that you gave me with regard to your superstitions about having a car in your name and leaving the title with her so that it would ward off the evil spirits which would not attack your car if it was in your name. I don't believe that story from a 34-year-old person. This doesn't tell you that she sent stuff and that your deal was concluded. The money is still owed to auto.
If I knew the money was owed, I would have taken care of the payment, not the $300, whatever it is owed, the day I gave her the $1,000.
Well,
without a
shoulda, woulda,
problem.
coulda. I'm telling you, I don't buy the story about the evil spirits attacking a car that's in your name, madam. So right now, what you're going to do is you're going to take care of the final payment, and hopefully you will get the car title in your name. I certainly suggest that you not drive that car while it's not in your name, because if you do, you're responsible.
I know.
Oh, well, now you know. Good.
I know
So the
then,
court will
that's-
prepare the order. $365 on the counterclaim. Title will be turned over and signed over to the plaintiff as soon as the $365 is paid. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Seated. Ladies have seats, please.
Okay. This case has to do with who ultimately is going to be the owner of and the caretaker of this little dog. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I would like the dog outside. Miss Knight, the defendant is, or was, your son's girlfriend. Is that right?
She still is, Your Honor.
According to your complaint, some time ago, she asked you if you would be interested in taking her dog.
That's correct.
You said yes, you took the dog, and many months later, she came and took the dog back.
That's correct.
And you want the dog or some sort of compensation for the dog?
I want the dog.
Ms. Nelson says that this was never a gift to you, but merely a loaner dog, and the dog is rightfully hers. She has the papers for the dog. She merely asked you to watch the dog for a while, and she is counterclaiming because she alleges that you assaulted her when you attempted to get the dog back. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. When and under what circumstances did you take custody of this dog?
Last May, at my son's birthday breakfast, Gina asked me if I would be willing to give her dog a home, that it was outside all the time. It wasn't getting the attention it needed.
Why was it outside all the time?
As I understand it, because she wasn't completely housebroken and they didn't like the accidents in the home.
Okay.
I said, sure, I would take her. I'm a big dog lover. Approximately 2 to 3 days later, my son brought the dog over.
How old was the dog at that time?
As I understand, almost 3. Over the months, of course, I fell in love with her. She's a darling little dog. Over the months, I allowed Gina and the children, she has 2 daughters, to come visit the dog whenever they wanted. My daughter took the dog to Gina's for a birthday party for the dog. And then February 17th, Krista, the older daughter, called asking if they could have, I call her Sissy, for a visit. I said, call me tomorrow because I'm a night worker. I was leaving for work. The next morning at 7:30, Gina called me. I said, sure, come on over. She came over. The dog was on antibiotics at that time for just having a dental exam and ointment for her ears. I gave Gina the medication and some dog food. She asked me what time I wanted her back. I said, just keep her for the night because I will go to sleep. By the time I wake up, it will be way too late. I said, please leave me your phone number. I'll call you tomorrow when I get up and around. The next day, I tried calling. I started calling early afternoon. I wasn't getting an answer. I didn't really think too much of it. By around 5 o'clock, I still wasn't getting a machine or an answer. I called my son, who was just about ready to leave work. I said, Jason, can you go get the dog? Gina's not answering the phone. He had said they'd had a little spat and hadn't spoken for a few days. He would go get the dog. An hour or two later, he came to my front door and said, Mom, she doesn't want to give the dog back. And I said, let's go. I want to go get my dog back. So he took me down to, she had just moved into another residence. I didn't know where she lived. He took me down there. I knocked on the door. I could see she was looking through the peephole. And I said, Gina, give me back my dog. She opened the door and she said, it's my dog. I have the papers to prove it. And I'm calling the police and you're going to jail. And she pushed me out the door by my face. I grabbed her by the shirt. I saw the little girl run past, and I said, this is ridiculous. And I went out and waited for the police. I was upset. I was crying. I'm devastated over this.
Okay. Let's go back to May of last year. Tell me the conversation that you allege you had with Miss Knight with regard to taking possession of the dog.
Okay, we were moving somewhere which did not allow pets and didn't have a backyard, so I asked her if she'd be willing to take care of my dog since she had 2 little chihuahuas of her own. And she said sure she would, and I wanted to go visit, I wanted somewhere where I can still go visit her and take my children.
Where had you lived before that?
It was a 3-bedroom duplex with a backyard.
So why were you moving?
The rent was going up from $650 to $950, and I'm a single mother with 2 children, and I couldn't afford it.
How long was the lease?
The lease was month to month.
Go ahead.
It was understood at the time.
Don't tell me what was understood. I want to know what you said to her, what you claim you said to her, and what she said to you.
Okay, I did let her know that it was just until I moved somewhere else in the future with a backyard, and I did want my dog back. And she agreed.
Did you say when that might be?
No, I did not.
So what you're telling me is that you were planning on letting this dog live with her for a year or maybe more.
Well,
Since you didn't know where you were going to be moving, and then you wanted the dog back.
Correct.
Didn't you have any concern that the dog might become attached to her and her family?
Yes, I did, but we didn't have a verbal agreement in the beginning that I could get my animal back.
That's what you claim. That's not what she says.
Right, correct.
That's what you claim. And I'm asking you the question, if you love this dog, weren't you at all concerned that if you left the dog there for 6 months or a year, that the dog would become attached to her, would have to have the separation from you and your family, and then become attached to her, and then you were going to take the dog back? Didn't you take that into consideration?
Yes, but we would go visit her. We would call her a few times a week to go see if we can see the dog. There was times where she wouldn't allow us to go visit the dog. So we saw the dog at least 2 or 3 times a month, as long as she would persist that we could.
Well, 2 or 3 times a month isn't
owning
visiting,
a dog.
isn't owning a dog and taking care of a dog 30 days a month, 24/7.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Started calling me profanities, telling me she wanted the dog back. She started pushing, trying to break in my house, assaulting me. She choked me. She tried to rip my shirt off. I had a bruise on my arm, bruise on my leg. My daughter was hysterical. Finally, I got the door shut, and then I went and talked to the officer on the phone.
Jean Kite says her son's girlfriend, Gina Nelson, gave her a Chihuahua and then stole it back.
She took the dog in May, and tell me about February 17th.
We called to see if we can get visitations with the dog.
Yes?
I spoke with her son, Jason, about getting my dog back because I just moved somewhere with a yard, and that does allow animals.
Said initially you called about getting visitation.
Right.
And who did you speak to?
I spoke to Jeannie.
And what did you tell her?
Told her that we were going to come over and get the dog for visitations.
Okay.
So we went over, we picked up the dog. She did give me medication and all that, and then we brought her back home.
Mm-hmm.
I had a conversation with her son. I told him that that I wanted the dog back.
So that's after you had the dog in your possession.
Actually, that was before, and he said he wouldn't suggest
Well, you can't
it.
tell me that what you had, conversation that you had with someone who's not here. I want to know what the conversation was that you had with her. And the conversation you had with her was that you were coming to pick up the dog for a visit.
Right.
So now you have the dog in your possession. What happened?
February 19th, we took her with us all during the day, and we were not home. And she came to my door, and she knocked on my door. I looked out the people. I opened the door. She proceeded.
Had you gotten a message on your machine that she was calling you?
No, we just moved in, so my answer machine wasn't hooked up yet.
So nobody called you? Neither she nor her son called you and said...
Correct.
She wants the dog?
Nobody called me.
Okay,
but
you were in fact home when she got there?
Yes, I was.
Go ahead.
So I was home, and she came up to the door, and she started yelling profanities at me and telling me that she wanted her dog back and that I was a fat B word. And
had you already spoken to your boyfriend and told him that you weren't giving the dog back?
Yes, I did.
Of course you did, because that's why she came over.
Correct.
Now, what time did you speak to him?
6:15 p.m.
So you were home at that time?
Yes, I was.
What time had you arrived home?
5:45, 6 o'clock.
How did he get you? On the telephone? Or did
No,
he go over?
he came to the door.
So he just happened to come over just a couple of seconds after you came home?
Yes, he got off work at 6 o'clock.
So why didn't you at that point, when you knew that the plaintiff was trying to reach you, pick up the phone and call her and have a discussion with her on the phone?
Because I was shaken up from her son coming over and yelling. And I told him that I did discuss it with him before, that I was going to get the dog back, and he was telling me not to because she would get violent and out of control.
Go ahead.
And so we had a verbal agreement beforehand that I would get my dog back.
Don't tell me what your verbal agreement was. I have to make a determination if you had a verbal agreement at all.
Right.
That's my job. That's what this case is all about, whether or not there was an agreement. So far, I'm not convinced.
She knocked on the door. I looked out the people, saw it was her and her son. I opened the door. She started calling me profanities, telling me she wanted the dog back. She started pushing, trying to break in my house, assaulting me. She choked me. She tried to rip my shirt off. And I was pushing her with my hip, trying to get her out the door. I had my arm on the door and my leg. I had a bruise on my arm, a bruise on my leg from her trying to break into my house. My daughter was hysterical. Both my children were hysterical. She called 911, and I do have the 911 tape with me as evidence. And finally, I got the door shut, and then I went and talked to the officer on the phone, the dispatcher.
Mm-hmm.
And then the officer came out, and he said that it was my dog. And
no, he didn't say it was your dog. He said you had the papers.
Well, I do have all the papers and the license and everything. And
what is your name?
Krista.
Krista. Come up here, Krista. I want to ask you some questions. Krista, I want you to think back. Do you remember the day that the dog came back to your house?
Yes.
Did you stay home that day when the dog was in your house?
Yeah, we stayed home, had fun with her.
Now, I want you to think back to the next day. Do you remember what time you got up in the morning?
Around 8.
And what did you do?
We got dressed and we left. And
Where did you go?
Went to other stores.
What store?
Like Pack and Save. Mm.
So that a food store?
Yes.
So you left the dog home?
No, we brought her with us.
Dog can't go in the food store.
I know, we found that out.
So you left?
Right.
And then where did you go?
We went home and dropped her off.
So you dropped the dog home, and then where did you go?
We left. And we went and we visited a friend.
Well, just a minute. If you dropped the dog off at home, didn't you go back to Pack and Save?
Yeah, but she had to go. My mom had to go to her friend's house real quick.
How long did you stay at your mom's friend's house?
Maybe 15 minutes, and then we left.
And then where did you go from there?
Pack and Save.
And did you buy a whole lot of stuff?
Yeah.
Hmm?
Yes.
Groceries?
Yeah.
And then I assume you went home to drop the groceries off.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Right.
Where did you have lunch?
At home.
And after you had lunch, what did you do?
We went someplace else, but I can't recall where that place was.
Well, was it
Sure.
a store or friends?
It's probably another store.
Mm-hmm. Probably, but you don't remember.
Right.
Did you buy anything?
No.
Where was the dog at that time?
She came with us. Some stores allow Precious.
Well, I know that some stores do allow them. What I'm asking you is, you took the dog with you at that time to go to a store, but you don't remember the name of the store.
Right.
And then where did you go?
We stayed out probably for a while, and then we came home around 5 maybe and had dinner.
You have a telephone in your house?
Yes.
Hmm?
Yes.
You have caller ID on your phone? Do you have caller ID on your telephone?
Yes.
You do? Sit down.
I have some records in the vet care that I gave for this dog during the months I had her. If you'd like to look at them.
Yeah, I'll take a look at them. Okay. Where did you purchase this dog, Miss Nelson?
From the newspaper.
Was this the first dog that you had?
Yes, it is.
And you were very attached to the dog?
Yes, I am.
And your children were very attached to the dog?
Yes.
And can you explain to me why you chose to move into a month-to-month tenancy arrangement where you couldn't have the dog?
Because the rent, like I said, the rent was going to $950. I couldn't afford it. And I was in the process of getting Section 8, and I moved into those apartment complexes that would allow me to get on Section 8.
Did you ultimately get into Section 8 housing?
Yes, I am on Section 8, yes.
Now,
Yes, I am.
why didn't you, Miss Nelson, if you claimed that you had an agreement with the plaintiff, call her and tell her on the 17th of February or the 18th of February, I'm now in an apartment so I can have the dog back. You've been great taking care of her, but I'd like to come and get her.
I didn't want to get in an altercation because I knew she wouldn't give the dog back.
That's not evidence, Miss Nelson. So you really took the dog under false pretenses.
Yes.
So you can understand why she was angry when she came to your house. I have a problem with the way that you went about getting this dog back. Because if what you say is true, then what the plaintiff did was a real wonderful service for you. For May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, 8.5 or 9 months. She took care of your dog. You gave her no money. She took the dog to the vet. She fed the dog. She took care of the dog. And what you're saying is she did that out of the goodness of her heart because she cared for you and she was there to help you. And you deceived her. That's if I believe you. By coming, saying, we're just coming for a visit. Going to pick up the dog. Great. And then you said, now you're not getting back. You never paid for anything for this dog. Did you ever pay for board?
No, I did not. But
Did you ever pay for the vet?
Neither did she. No.
I didn't ask you that. Did you ever pay for the vet?
No, I did not.
You never paid for the dog's food?
No, I did not.
For 9 months?
No, I did not.
New leash, toys, anything else, or board. So if I were to believe you, she was really doing you a tremendous service. And you repaid her service by not being honest. And again, I have concern that you had no idea how long it was going to take for you to get an apartment where you could have this dog. Could have taken a month, 2 months, 3 months. As it happens, it took almost 9 months. That time, the dog is now in another environment with 2 other dogs that it's sort of bonded with. You have 2 chihuahuas. That's what you said?
Yes.
Has 2 chihuahuas, has a good time, has a good life, plays with other dogs.
Actually, when I got her back, if you look at the dog, she has sores on her side and she has sores in her ears, and they're just now getting better from being beaten up by the other dogs.
That's what dogs do when they play. Chihuahuas. I mean, she doesn't have Great Danes.
Right.
In any event, I'm not satisfied, Miss Nelson, that you had an arrangement with the plaintiff that she was just going to be babysitting for your dog. And if you make an arrangement for somebody to board your dog for a period of 9 months, you make an arrangement for that person to be compensated for that. And in addition, I think that you knew that this wasn't a merely boarding arrangement, because that's the reason why you went and got the dog back under circumstances that were dishonest. So, Miss Knight, you're getting your dog back. And I'm addressing your counterclaim, and based upon what I've determined during the course of this lawsuit and this pushing and shoving that took place at the door when she tried to get the dog back, I'm perfectly satisfied with your daughter's testimony that you have caller ID on your phone, that you were home a good deal of the time during the day when the plaintiff was trying to call you, that you chose not to answer the phone, that you chose not to answer the phone when your boyfriend called you, that you couldn't avoid it when he came to your house. I believe your daughter has been what you tried to coach her sufficiently, but she could not withstand some questions that went, I believe, to the heart of the matter, which was you avoided the plaintiff all during the day in hoping that the situation would go away, so you provoked a situation where she had to come to your house. So your counterclaim is dismissed and the dog is awarded to the plaintiff. That's all.
Thank you, Judge Judy.
Parties are excused. You may sue in 560. One is Irwin versus Cuddy Large, and the other one is a cross complaint, Cuddy versus Irwin. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Mr. and Mrs. Irwin, I'm going to address your claim first, and then I will address the claim by one of the defendants, Mr. Cuddy. According to your complaint, you hired these 2 young men to do some work in your house while you were gone on some sort of vacation or business trip. And they were given a whole list of things to do. They had access to your home. And it is your claim that they threw a major party while they were there, and that as a result of that, your home was invaded, a large group of people, that some things were destroyed or damaged, and a substantial amount of money stolen. And you're suing both of these young men for $5,000.
Correct.
The defendant said it was no big deal party, just a few friends, nobody went into the house. And Mr. Cuddy has a cross complaint, which I will get to in a moment. Who's Mr. Cuddy?
Would be me.
That's you. All right. How did you know these 2 young men?
Rick Large had worked for us, done some work for our business for about a year.
What kind of business?
A computer business. And Mr. Cuddy, my husband had known him for probably about 12 years, and I'd known him about 6 years. And he was also a neighbor of ours.
And you gave both these young men access to your home?
Actually, Rick Large was the one that was hired to come in and feed the dogs, check emails, pick up mail, pick up the newspaper, and do a few chores around the house, and we paid him $300 for the week to do that.
You only paid Mr. Large?
Correct.
Okay. Were they supposed to stay in the house?
No.
Okay. And what did you find when you came home?
When we first they came to pick us up at the airport, and they were supposed to come in our truck, but they came in Mr. Cuddy's mother's truck because they said they couldn't find the keys to the vehicle, which also has our home key on it and a speed pass. When we got home, we gave them T-shirts we'd bought for them, and they left, and we were home for a few minutes, and our doorbell rang, and our neighbor came over and was very upset and said that while we were gone...
Tell me what your neighbor said.
Oh, okay. Well, we started looking around and noticed things that were moved, found a disc jockey card on my table in my family room, found broken beer bottle and beer still on the floor in the family room.
A broken beer bottle?
Mm-hmm. We went to open our garbage compactor, and it was jammed. When we finally were able to pry it open, there was the remains of grapefruit rinds, big vodka bottle that had been jammed in there. When we went upstairs that night to go to bed, we could tell that our guest room and our room both had been remade, the bedding had been remade, and my husband went over to his side of the bed and saw on the floor a grungy-looking T-shirt wrapped around a rag that was left there. At that point, we did call the guys to come back after we found out about the party and confronted them that night. Their response was, it's no big deal, we had a few friends over, what's the problem? The next day, we found the money was missing. We found...
What money?
In the drawer in my desk upstairs. We keep money in a...
Bank bag.
Bank bag. But as we started going through the house, like I said, we started finding more and more things that had been destroyed. On the nightstand in our bedroom, there's a watermark, which I do have a picture of that.
Tell me about this party, gentlemen. Hello.
Well, Your Honor...
I want you to look at me,
no,
and I want you to make
apologize.
sure of one thing.
Okay.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
I want you to tell me about the party. Everything about the party.
Okay.
I want you to just realize it. The truth will set you free. Don't try to scam me with you had a couple of friends over for a little barbecue in the backyard. I want to know how many people were there, inside or outside. How many invited, how many uninvited? How many just showed up?
How many people showed up? Approximately on Friday night, we had about 40 people show up.
Okay, so you had about 40. And how many people had you in... I read your papers, so, but you know, I've had teenagers, so I know.
I understand.
Okay, good. So you had about 40.
Your Honor?
Could there have been 50?
It's a possibility, yes, but
Oh,
it's not
so
likely.
there could have been 50. How many did you invite?
I personally didn't invite anybody to the party.
Who did?
That would have been Rick.
How many did you invite to the party?
3 or 4 people.
Shh. So you invited 3 or 4 and 40 or 50 or so showed up. Did you call the police?
No,
Why not?
because everybody was having a good time. We were very responsible, kept the house locked at all times. Everybody was strictly in the backyard only,
Well,
and
people...
I didn't want to ruin a good time.
Well,
Judge,
Mr.
the police were called.
Just a second. Mr. Large, you know that your conduct was unacceptable. You had a party, you had alcohol at the party? Speak.
Yes.
Who purchased the alcohol?
I purchased some of the alcohol.
All right. How much beer did you purchase, sir?
I didn't purchase beer. I purchased a bottle of gin,
Yes.
and that was it.
You mean that 40 or 50 people survived for an evening of revelry on one bottle of gin?
No, actually, people brought their own alcohol.
Really? So they were smart enough to come and bring their own stuff. Now, so you want to tell me how many hours this party lasted?
I don't know, about 8.
All right. So are you telling me, sir, that in an 8-hour party where everybody was drinking, nobody had to use a bathroom?
No, actually, they did, and I instructed them they weren't to go in the house.
So where did they use the bathroom? Where did they go potty?
I told them that they needed to go to a McDonald's down the street or somewhere down the street.
Sure.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Diana and Stephen Irwin claim former friends T.J. Cuddy and Rick Large were hired to look after their home. The Irwins say the boys threw a wild party and trashed their house.
So who slept in the beds?
Nobody slept in. I slept in a guest room, on the guest room bed.
Well, is that part of your agreement?
Well,
That you were supposed to stay in the house?
they let me, I actually live with the Irwins. They told me they treated me like a son. They had welcomed me everywhere. You know, they said, you're
Was
welcome.
it your arrangement on this weekend that you were to stay in the house?
No.
Miss Irwin?
Yes.
Let me make myself clear. We are not going to entertain your missed money.
Right.
And I'm going to tell you why. Because it doesn't sound logical to me that somebody goes away and leaves 2 young men with access to their home and leaves what you claim was $8,000 in cash in your top desk drawer. Doesn't sound kosher to me. So I'm going to entertain your claim of whatever damage was done in your house, because I believe that both of these young men are absolutely responsible for that. Because if they invited 3 or 4 people and 50 people showed up, the first thing that you do if you are responsible is you get on the phone, you call the police, and you say there are people trespassing on this property and I want them removed. They chose not to do that because, according to Mr. Lodge, they were all having a good time in this party that lasted 8 hours. To me, a party lasts 4 hours and then your company goes home and that's it. So, tell me exactly what was damaged, how much it's going to cost to fix it, because that they are responsible for.
Well, we did also, I did want to say that the police were called 2 nights.
It was a long party. It was a long party.
Well, and the
you
one...
know that you don't leave teenage boys in your house, 19, 20, 21 years old, in your house and say, the house is now empty. Because you know what happens? The word gets out into the street. Party! And everybody comes.
They did note that they had planned the party well before we were out of town even.
Right. And how did they do that? Did they do that by
Right.
hiring, according to what I read in your complaint, a disc jockey?
Yes.
Was that disc jockey hired 3 weeks in advance?
No, ma'am.
When?
We called the disc jockey 2 hours before a party.
2 hours before the 3 or 4 people that you had invited arrived?
He was one of those.
Huh?
He was the person.
2 hours
one of
before the 3 or 4 people that you were having over for intimate barbecue in the backyard arrived, you called a disc jockey.
Well, Your Honor, the disc jockey was a personal friend of Rick's, and when he called his friend, the DJ, he was at another party, and instead of keeping that party there, he decided to bring it with him. That's how all those people ended up at the Irwin's house.
They get put off the premises by the police.
Yeah. We understand that what we did was wrong. That
Perfect.
night,
So then let's get to it. How much damage was caused?
Well, we had to have the house rekeyed because we found that the...
You're absolutely right. Rekeyed. How much? Let me just get out my little calculator.
75.
75.75.
The
What else?
car had to be rekeyed, 96.54. No, on the table, I don't know how, or the nightstand, I don't know. I haven't gotten a quote on how much it will cost to fix the ring that's on there.
Do you have a picture of it for me to look at?
Yes, I do.
That's not a major deal. Do you have children?
Yes.
How old are your children?
25 and 27.
Ever left your children alone over the weekend and had a group of people over there that you didn't invite?
Yes, but they're much more responsible than that.
But it's happened. I know, I have kids.
But I think
I've had large parties, unanticipated parties at my house.
But I think the difference is it's my children and it's their home. And
that's why you trust your children. You don't trust strangers. You don't give strangers, teenagers, and those just above teen. How old are you?
I'm 24, but they always told me they treated me like a son.
Don't give me baloney.
Okay.
If they treated you like a son and you treated them like a parent, you would have been more careful with their property. Now let's get to Mr. Cuddy. Mr. Cuddy, according to your complaint, Mr. and Mrs. Irwin were very nice to you. You wanted a motorcycle.
yes.
And Mr. Irwin agreed to advance you some money for the motorcycle.
Yes, he agreed to be the lien holder on the title.
Right. According to what I read, it was $5,000. Is that right?
For $4,800 in these.
So almost $5,000. You put in $1,000 and he paid $4,000. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then he repossessed the motorcycle.
That's correct.
And you want the money that you put down on the
That's
motorcycle. That's your claim. Where is the motorcycle now?
It is in storage.
And the title is in your name?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, then you have to return to him $1,009.46.
But, Your Honor,
Yes.
I'm stuck with a bike, and I have a consignment agreement from the dealer that shows that clearly that the value of the bike now, I'm going to take a loss.
Listen to me. If there's bad business on your part, but I can
I
understand Mr. Cuddy. He put in $1,009.46. He had an agreement with you. It was a verbal agreement that you were going to be the lien holder on the bike, and he was going to pay for it. You cannot keep that bike and not give him back his $1,000. You can't do it. So on your counterclaim, Mr. Cuddy, I am awarding you the $1,009.46. On your claim, Mr. and Mrs. Irwin, for these boys doing damage to your home, you are entitled to $197.29 with the admonition to you, keep strangers out of your house and don't give them access to your house because it's always trouble. And with the admonition to you, Mr. Lodge, that if you say to me that these people treated you like you were a child of theirs, one of theirs, and was very good to you, you certainly didn't respect them nor their property in a way that I would like one of my children to behave. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Their house looked better when we left than when we got there.
The reality was it was 2 nights of parties and a barbecue.
He said that the next time Diana went out of town, he wanted us to throw a party again and invite him.
It's closure. That's what we purpose of coming.
He's a shady guy. I mean, he's really a slime ball.
Hopefully we can all move on with our lives and just go forward.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Clem versus Randolph. Step forward, please.
31-year-old home siding installer Mike Clem is suing his fiance's brother, 17-year-old James Randolph, for kicking his car in a fit of rage. James says he became upset when Mike refused to give him a ride to work.
Mr. Clem, the defendant is your soon-to-be brother-in-law,
Yes, Your Honor.
and he damaged your car
Yes, ma'am.
in a fit of anger,
Yes, Your Honor.
and you want him to pay for it.
Yes.
You acknowledge, sir, that you damaged this car, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, tell me why you did that, and when you did that, and why you shouldn't be responsible for paying for it.
Well, at the time I was extremely angry.
What were you angry at?
We got in a little fight because I was supposed to go to work that day. He said he would, and then
He would what?
He would take me to work.
At what time was this?
It was maybe around 11:30ish.
So at 11:30 you asked him, and he said he could, and then what happened?
It was around 1 o'clock or so. He said he started walking out the door, and I asked him again, and he said he wasn't going to take me anywhere.
Did he say why?
He said he was going the opposite way.
So what did you do?
I got mad and I went back in the house.
Tell me about his car.
Well, after I went in the house, he came inside and he started yelling at me. My mother.
What was he yelling?
He was just saying, "You jerk," and things like that.
Why, had you said anything nasty to him?
At the time, I didn't know.
Go ahead.
So then he kept on, saying the same things. My mom tried to get him, to sit down and everything and just calm down. He pushed my mother out of the way, and then I got extremely mad. And then we both ended up actually getting in a fist fight.
We haven't gotten to the car yet.
Well, after that, after he left, I was very angry. I had to do something. He pushed Mom out of the way. So I went up to the car, and
Which car?
This car is up on blocks.
And what'd you do?
No, I just kicked it because I was so mad.
I would like you to tell me your version of what happened. At 11:30 he asked you to take him to work?
No, ma'am.
Tell me what happened, sir.
It was about 11 o'clock that morning. Him and his sister, my fiance, Stacy, went into town and to the store and some other odds and ends. At that point, he told her, I got to be at work at 12 noon. And to the best of my knowledge, she never agreed to take him. So when she got back with my truck, I had to go to work that day, which was on a Sunday, but I had to be at work. So he asked me, he said, can you take me to work? He said, you got to take me. I said, Keith, I said, no, I don't. I said, it's out of my way, and I said, I got to go to work. Well, he went back in the house. He slammed my door. Then he came back out when Stacy exited my house. She went to work with me that day and said something to her, and she said, Keith, she said, I can't take you. I'm going with Mike. Well, he got mad and went back into my house, slammed my door a second time. Well, then at that point in time, that's when I entered my house. And we got into a little screaming match. There was punches thrown, but there really was no connection to him. His mother did get in the middle of it, try to break it up. But to the best of my knowledge, and you may ask Stacy, she did not get pushed or hit.
Okay. Now, when did you notice any damage to your car?
It was the following day. I was out in the yard with Stacy and my uncle. And I happened to look in my yard, and I've seen a big dent in my quarter panel. And when I went up to look at it, me and my uncle, you could visibly see a footprint.
Fine. So now, Mr. Randolph, I'd like you to tell me why you are not responsible for the damage.
Well, as I told you before about my mom.
I don't care about your mom. That doesn't give you license to go out and hurt his car. What's next?
But the thing is, you know, I was so angry, and the car is old, it's still in blocks, there's a bunch of trash inside of it.
Is that your defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can I see the pictures of the car and the estimate for the repair, please?
Yes, ma'am. And you can visibly see there is tires on the car, wheels and tires. At one time, there was a back tire off, and that was for us trying to push the dent out, and it would not come out.
How many times did you kick the car, sir?
4 times on each side.
That's nasty. Okay. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,490. Thank you.
Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Madam Gaines versus Roderick. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Ms. Gaines, it is your claim that the defendant filed false assault charges against you after an incident that I can only describe as road rage. You want to tell me what started this incident and when it happened?
Okay. I was on my lunch break.
What date?
It was on December 19th.
2001?
2000.
Okay. Go ahead.
What happened was Donna had ran a red light.
You didn't know her before?
No, I didn't. I didn't know her. She had ran a red light, cut across me. I looked over, and then she flipped me off. And then we started fussing back and forth. She had a phone. She had her cell phone on her.
So she was in front of you?
She was on the right side of me at that point.
So she was on the right side of you on her cell phone?
Correct.
Go ahead.
She started, at that point, she started coming across the line, over like she was trying to hit me. And I didn't know what was going on. So I moved out of her way to prevent an accident. Also, I noticed she had her kid in the car, in the back seat. So, you know, I'm trying to get out the way to avoid an accident. She pulled over at the same time.
Behind you or in front of you?
Behind me.
And she got out of her car?
Correct.
And then what happened?
Okay, at that point, I felt she had a kid in a car. She was endangering my life. She was endangering her kid's life. As a citizen, I went over there and asked, what is your problem? You're driving recklessly. You need to watch what you're doing. And
is that what you said to her? Just that way?
Correct, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And I left. I got back in my car. I didn't run. I got back in my car, and I proceeded back to work.
What happened next?
Okay. What happened, the vehicle was not registered to me. It was my roommate's father's vehicle. And, of course, it has a distinguished license plate. It had a name on there. So, apparently, I guess Donna had filed a false report, which I have the report here.
Can I see the report, please?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Keep going.
Okay. Donna had filed a false report, and apparently the detective was trying to find out who the vehicle belonged to. He called...
Ultimately, you were arrested?
No, I was not arrested. Ultimately, I was charged.
Ultimately, the charges were dismissed. Is that right?
Correct.
And you are suing her for your attorney's fees, lost wages, and everything else
Correct.
for filing this false police report. Okay. Now I'll hear your version of the events, Ms. Roderick.
Okay, Your Honor. First of all, I did not run a red light because where I pulled out of, there was no red light. It was a stop sign. It was a side road. I was coming out from my house. I was making a left-hand turn, just like as I should have made a left-hand turn, and all of a sudden, I hear honking in the back of me.
That's incorrect.
I don't want you to interrupt her.
Okay.
I heard honking in the back of me. I'd had my 3-year-old son with me. I was in the left lane, and she was behind me honking. I then pulled to the right lane to let her pass because she was obviously aggravated, honking her horn.
Don't interrupt her. You're interrupting.
Okay.
I moved into the right lane to let her pass. I figured she was in a hurry, you know. And then she didn't pass me. She stayed next to my car, and she was the one flipping me off. I couldn't hear what she was saying, but it was obvious that what she was saying was foul language, flipping me off. She then tried to put her car into my lane. I then slowed down. She then proceeded, she got in front of me, and this is while traffic is moving along us. She slowed down, and then she stopped her car in the middle of traffic, in the middle of the lane. She stopped in front of me. I couldn't pull to the side of the road because there's a sidewalk, there's no space to pull over. She then
rushed out of her car. I had my cell phone because I was going to call the police. She came rushing out of her car towards my car. I have my 3-year-old son in the car. I got out of my car because I didn't know at this point she'd tried to run me off of the road. I thought she was crazy already at this point. I got out of the car. I told her that she needed to get back in the car. I was going to call the police.
If you were afraid of me, why didn't you drive off?
I don't talk.
Ms. Gaines,
because you were
with a phone.
You were in
Just-
front.
just-
She was in front of
Don't
me.
answer her. This is interesting.
She was in front of me, or I would have gotten away from her.
There is
Don't
a
respond
reverse
to
on
her.
your car.
You're demonstrating that you have a bad temper.
Okay.
So you're not helping yourself.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yes, I understand.
Good. So now you're up to the point where you have your cell phone and you're going to
Yes,
call
and
the
I
police.
told her if she, and we were in the middle of the street, traffic was going by, we were both in danger, and I was worried about my 3-year-old son in the car because we were right in the lane. I told her if she did not get back in her car and get going, I was going to call the police. She was in my face, threatening me, you don't know who you're messing with, and I attempted to call the police. She then tried to grab my cell phone from me.
How did she do that?
Well, she went to grab it, but it wasn't, I didn't let go of it. I pulled it back.
Okay.
At this point, she was then screaming. She grabbed me by the hair, pulled my hair, still cussing at me, and then she hit me in the forehead. At this point, I was scared. My son was crying. He was very upset. She got in her car and took off. I was very shaken, and I kept going. I pulled over when I could, and I'm on the phone trying to dial the police to let them know I'd just been assaulted. And I'm talking to the police, and I see a lady on this pulled over on the side of the road. She's waving at me, come here, and I then pulled up to this lady, and she asked me, "Are you okay? I saw everything. I got her license plate number for you," because it happened so quick. I was just stressed out. I was nervous. Luckily, the witness that I didn't know, she had saw everything. She gave me the license plate number. She was running late for an appointment, but she did leave her phone number for me in case she needed to be a witness in this.
You have a police report?
Yes, I do.
May I see it, please?
May I say something else later, Your Honor?
Mm-hmm. Well, this totally independent witness who did stop to give the defendant her name, her telephone number, was very clear in the statement that she gave to the police. The police interviewed her via telephone. She indicated that she saw you get out of the front of your car, which was pulled in front of hers, and the two of you began to argue. Then you, who had gotten out of the front car, hit the other female in the face with her hand, and then you ran back to your car and fled the scene.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Valerie Gaines says she was arrested when Donna Roderick filed a false report with police. Donna says Valerie attacked her in a fit of road rage.
So here we have a witness who clearly says she observed you do, Ms. Gaines, exactly what the defendant said that you did, which was to assault her. Just a second, I have some questions. Oh, you want to tell me something? I'll hear you. Then I'll ask you my questions.
Okay. I saw a lady or a person that was in a vehicle about 3 light poles away. In the statement, it should have showed, because I believe it's on there, she was looking through her rearview mirror.
So what?
We were parallel to her. She could not even see my back.
Don't tell me what you couldn't see. That's what you told the police.
Okay.
That's what you put in the police report.
Okay.
Can't tell me what you could or could not see.
And if I hit her, did she make a downward movement? Because if I would have hit her, she wouldn't have stayed in her standing
Ms. Gaines,
upright.
I don't know what you would have done, what you could have done when you hit her, Ms.
Right.
Gaines.
Correct.
So now I have a few
I did
questions
not.
for you.
Okay.
When were you supposed to go to trial on this case?
Okay.
The first date.
The first day I was supposed to go, I guess, January 24th. I did not know because...
Just a second.
Okay.
Did you retain an attorney?
I retained an attorney after I had went through 2 different... I went to court. Yeah, 2 times I had to go to court. And then at that time, I decided to obtain a lawyer.
Just 1 second. You went to court once, and you asked for an adjournment to get a lawyer. Don't play... I don't understand you, Judge Judy. You asked for an adjournment to get a lawyer, and then you came back to court, And you didn't have a lawyer. So you asked for another postponement to get a lawyer?
No.
Well, what did you go to court twice for, Miss Gaines?
Okay. The first time I had to go to court, there was a bench warrant placed on me.
So now you got a bench warrant and you appear. Okay.
Correct.
So you appear. And what happened when you appeared? What did the judge tell you?
I can't remember exactly.
Judge
at this
tell you
time.
that you should get a lawyer?
Well, yes. At the
Okay. Now, then you went back to court the second time. Did you come back to court the second time with or without a lawyer?
No, I did not.
What do you mean, no, you did not? I don't understand what that means.
This
You
was
did
a
not come back with a lawyer.
I felt that it was a frivolous case, and I was
Pay
hoping
attention
that
to
we
my
could-
question.
Yes.
You were
No, I
told
didn't.
to come back with a lawyer, and you did not come back with a lawyer.
No, I did not.
And then the judge said to you, I told you to come back with a lawyer. I'm going to postpone the case again and come back with a lawyer. Correct?
At that time, I thought we were going to go to trial, and I was not going to have a lawyer, but then we had to go for it because I thought we were going to dismiss the case. I was trying to get the case dismissed because I felt it was a frivolous case.
So then you got a
and
lawyer.
they wanted to pursue it. Then I did get a lawyer.
And when you came to court with a lawyer, on the third occasion, did you go to trial?
Yes, I did.
You did?
Yes.
Very interesting. So the first time the lawyer appeared in court, you were ready to go to trial?
Correct.
But there was no trial?
No.
There was no trial because?
It got postponed. Because
it
of
got
delay.
postponed. Why?
The judge postponed it because of time.
Counsel did, Your Honor.
The time,
counsel
the
did.
judge,
Our counsel
the
did.
judge
Yes.
proposed.
How many times did the witness, Miss Roderick, appear in court?
I'm
Excuse me, I'm speaking. How many times did this witness appear for you, this witness who had nothing to do with this incident? Wasn't your friend, wasn't your sister, wasn't your mother, wasn't anybody else. How many times did this person take time off from work or other business to come to court to testify on your behalf?
I believe it was 3 times.
Okay. And on those 3 occasions, she did not get to testify. Is that right?
No, she didn't. It was continued again.
Right. That's what defense lawyers do. They continue. Put your hand down. They continue cases because what they do is they figure they're going to wear down a witness. And eventually, this Good Samaritan witness is going to get fed up with taking time off from work to come to testify at this trial.
I believe that's exactly what happened.
Well, I don't know whether it's exactly what happened or not, but it's probably pretty close. In any event, Ms. Gaines, you have absolutely no civil case against the defendant.
Excuse me, Your Honor?
Absolutely none. I have to believe that she made up this story. Now, perhaps if it were just the two of you, I would have a much easier time in believing that she just made up this story out of spite. However, the police interviewed a totally independent witness who appeared in court, maybe not 3 occasions, maybe 2 occasions, when either you or your lawyer requested a continuance and was prepared to testify consistent with her statement to the police, which was that she saw you hit her. Go ahead.
Excuse me. Okay. I would like to say that it was not my lawyer that kept continuing the case. It was the judge, because there was so much time that was being delayed by other cases.
Fine. It was the judge. It was the judge who continued the case.
Okay. And the main thing was I was found not guilty.
No, you weren't. You never went to trial.
I did go to trial. I was found not guilty. Here's a deposition. I was found not guilty.
So you did go to trial with just the two of you testifying,
yes, and
but
we
not
testified.
the witness.
Exactly.
Ah,
The witness
okay.
had
I
missed
got it.
work enough.
Okay.
I missed work too. Also, I have
Who
stress.
cares? You hit her.
I missed stress. I did not hit her.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
I did not hit this
Yes, you
woman.
did.
I did not touch her. I don't know what her problem is.
I just
I
pushed
am
you.
the,
Listen,
I
Ms.
am the
Roderick,
victim.
Ms. Roderick, I am not prepared to say, based upon what I have read today, you were not found innocent. You were not found innocent.
That disposition says I was found not guilty.
That's what it says. There is a difference between innocent and not guilty. The not guilty says that the district attorney took the case to trial because the district attorney felt that there was sufficient evidence to go to trial. And after trial, either the court or if there was a jury found that the district attorney had not sustained their burden beyond a reasonable doubt, which is clearly not the standard of proof in a civil trial. Civil trial, in this trial, the quantum of proof is a preponderance of evidence, which is more evidence than not.
Okay.
Clearly, The police had absolute justification for issuing a bench warrant for you. There is an independent witness who unfortunately didn't show up for the third time for trial, who told the police that she saw you hit her. So you have no case, Miss Gaines.
How far away
Your case
was
is
she?
dismissed.
How far
I have no
away?
idea. She's not here.
What?
That's all.
Oh, I'm railroaded. I've been
Step
railroaded. I can't believe this.
I'm glad that Judge Judy was able to see through her.
I've lost a lot of money.
I did the right thing by calling the cops.
This is BS.
If she needs to say that to make people think that's what it was, that's fine.
I did not touch her.
All I know is she did put her hands on me.
I got a lawyer to fight my case, and this is all BS.
I don't know why it escalated. Maybe she was having a bad day.
I'm telling you, I didn't touch her.
She's irate right now, screaming and yelling.
I'm telling you, this whole thing is BS. I should have just went on my own.
That's on her. I don't really, that just shows how ignorant she is.
This whole thing is BS.
Look at her attitude now. She didn't touch me, though.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Phillips versus Crane. Step forward.
21-year-old car service writer Billy Phillips is suing his ex-girlfriend, 21-year-old receptionist Emily Crane, for a down payment on a car. Emily says Billy took the vehicle back.
Mr. Phillips, let me see if I understand your complaint.
Okay.
I really wasn't quite sure that I was reading it correctly.
Okay.
You and the defendant dated. She needed a car or wanted a car. You made the following agreement with her. You would purchase a car in your name.
Correct.
You put down the deposit, which was $1,000,
Correct.
and you were going to take care of the expenses on the car until she turned 21.
That is correct.
And when she turned 21, she would take over all of the payments and give you your $1,000.
Correct.
Before she turned 21, the two of you broke up.
Yes.
So after you broke up, you went and took back the car
Correct.
before she was 21.
Yes. In the beginning
Now
of...
you have possession of the car,
Correct.
and you want her to pay you the $1,000 deposit.
Correct.
Are you nuts? Mr. Phillips, your original agreement with her was she turns 21, she gives you back your $1,000, and she takes over the car payments. And when she's paid it off, you give her the pink slip to the car, so that it's titled in her.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
What was the reason you took the car back before she turned 21?
Because the car was still in my name.
Oh, but that's not her fault.
I'm not saying it was, Your Honor. I'm just...
But you breached the agreement, sir.
So...
You breached the agreement. She didn't breach the agreement by not turning 21 earlier.
I'm not saying
you know,
she
she has to
did.
wait until she's 21. That's something beyond her control. You breached the agreement by taking the car back. Now, if she had turned 21 and she did not give you back your $1,000 and assumed the car payments, then you have a right to take the car back and say, you breached the agreement. You didn't give me back my $1,000, but you made it impossible for her to perform her agreement with you because you repossessed the car. Why do you think you're entitled to your $1,000?
Basically because that was the agreement we agreed on.
No, it wasn't. The agreement that you had, sir, was that she was going to give you the $1,000, pay off the car, and have a car. That was the agreement. She wasn't going to give you the $1,000 and pay off the car with you in possession of the car. She was going to have a car to drive around in. You took back the car before she turned 21. Am I getting through to you?
Yes, you are.
Perfect. Case dismissed.
Party versus Richardson. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Gentlemen, have seats.
Miss Trester, the defendant was a roommate of yours, and it is your claim that when she moved out, she purposely bleached your clothes, and in addition, she either took or stole some of your property.
Yes.
Defendant says nonsense. When did you move in together?
We moved in August.
How many people were sharing the apartment?
There's 4 of us all together.
Was it an apartment, a townhouse?
It was a townhome, three levels.
Were you going to school or working?
I do both.
And the other people?
My brother and the other roommate work, and Layla was working at the time.
When did you move out?
I moved out on November 9th, 2000.
Had you signed a lease?
Yes, I had.
So you broke your lease when you moved out?
No, I had cleared it with our landlord.
But you were breaking your lease by moving out early?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me why you moved out.
I moved out because I would come home various nights from work and pretty much in the living room, couch, entertainment center, everything was mine. And stuff was getting misused on my entertainment center. My cats were purposely being let outside, and they weren't outside cats. And I was just, you know, I moved all my stuff up to my room pretty much. And a couple days later, I was in Cheyenne, Wyoming, visiting a friend. Cassandra called me and pretty much told me that it was unfair that I moved my stuff upstairs because, you know, all the roommates were using it. And I explained that pretty much, you know, if they can't use it properly, it is my stuff. I should be able to move it up to my room if I'd like to. And pretty much after that, we just weren't getting along, arguing, yelling at each other. And I had previously been in a car accident. I didn't need any extra stress, so I figured it was better for both of us just to end the situation and for me to move out and move on.
Now, Ms. Jessup, it is your claim that the defendant damaged some of your property, and that was on the 9th of November?
Yes.
Well, tell me about it.
Well, actually, to correct her, the reason she moved out is we actually had a physical confrontation. A couple days before, she had thrown a bowl at my head and I slapped her back.
She had thrown a what at your head?
A cat food bowl at my head, and I had slapped her back. I went in later that day and apologized and was like, we'll work these things out. I know you lost your job, you don't have rent. I can cover you for a little bit longer. We just need to work on it. She wasn't paying her bills.
How long hadn't she paid the rent?
It was due on the 1st, so she moved out on the 9th, so it was 9 days late. And the main thing was that our bills she had written checks to bounced, and she was unwilling to take care of them. That was the problem, and she was like, I'm too busy to take care of it, so I was like, well, you need to take care of it or get out. At that point, we were okay. I came home. I felt that her moving her stuff out of the front room was vindictive because she was doing it because she was upset at me. And I told her, if this is the way it's going to continue to be, maybe it'll be better if you get out. I would rather have you out. She said that I was overreacting. We needed to talk about it. So I was like, we'll talk about it when I get home from work the next day. She called me at work from that day, that was on the 7th, and told me that she was moving out. I went home that night to monitor things getting moved around because, of course, things always get taken when people move out. And her mom and her were egging me on to fight, saying that I wasn't tough enough. So I went up into my room and stayed until I had heard that they'd left. When I left, I came downstairs to grab all my stuff because while I was up in my room, I heard her and her mom constantly going, is this Cassie's stuff? If it is, I don't care, break it. It's not mine. I don't care, break it. Hearing things thud, hit the wall, laughing, just very horrible things. So when I came downstairs, the first thing I went to was my clothes because that's most important to most girls. But and I went into there and the bleach was just overwhelming. Like my eyes started burning.
On what floor is the laundry room?
It's on the first level. The 2 bedrooms are upstairs, so I came downstairs and I could smell bleach as soon as I got to the bottom of the stairs and went in there. And lo and behold, all of my clothes had bleach on them. And the bleach bottle was standing up and had the cap on it. So I called the police and made a report, and that's this for you.
What other items do you say that the defendant has of yours?
Clothes, books. She had also borrowed a bunch of things from me because I always was open to letting her borrow whatever she wanted as long as she returned it. And I'd asked for her to give that stuff back before she moved out. And she said that she would and never did. She moved out, and about 2 weeks after she was completely out of the house, I came home and there were multiple things missing, including almost half of my wardrobe. I had barely anything left. And of course, I live with 2 boys, so they're not borrowing it. And she still had the keys at that time that she was unwilling to give because she stated that she was still on the lease until I got a new person on the lease, and she was entitled to come over.
I'll hear you.
Thank you. Actually, the night we were moving out, about a couple days before, about me throwing a cat bowl.
I don't care about cat bowl. I care about her bleached clothing.
Yeah, the night we were moving out, I had quite a few friends over helping me pack, and my own mother. And my mom had gone in the bathroom saying, you know, is any of this stuff yours, Layla? And I said, the bleach is mine, but there's not enough to even worry about taking. There's probably like an inch left in the bottle, so I wasn't even going to worry about it. And I also, if you would like to look at it, my mom was supposed to be my witness today. because in the police report you can see that Cassie actually said my mother bleached her clothes.
I don't care if it was her mother or if it was you or one of the friends that you brought over.
Okay.
Madam, you're responsible.
Okay.
I mean, that's easy. Nobody bleaches their own clothes.
Can I make another point, please?
Just a second. Nobody bleaches their own clothes. And if you just said to me, I was there with my mother and some other of my friends who came to help me move, it's clear to me that she did not bleach her own clothes. So either you bleached her clothes. I can't imagine your mother being immature enough to bleach her clothes, but maybe one of your friends. Maybe your mother, when she got annoyed and she said, is this bleach yours? And you said, yes, but it's not worth taking because there's only an inch left in it. And she said, fine. And poured it out. Something like that, but you're responsible for her clothes. Next.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Cassandra Trester says ex-roommate Layla Richardson owes for bleaching her clothes. Cassandra also claims that while moving out, Layla stole her belongings.
You have any of her clothing?
No, I don't.
I'm going to say it again. Do you have any of her clothing?
No, I don't, ma'am. And can I just say one more thing about
Sure.
when I was moving out? We were moving out, and I got my stuff in trucks to go to the storage unit to put in there, and it was about 8:30, and we were walking right past that bathroom. I didn't smell any bleach. I am really unaware of what happened, honestly. If you can look at the police report, that would be great.
Why would you think she would bleach her own clothes?
I really don't know, but...
Now, what's the value of the clothing that was bleached and destroyed?
Sorry, I don't have it all added. I have it all added in between.
Okay, let me have it.
Turtleneck, which was $80. Trans 9 pants, $80 as well. Long sleeve blue shirt, just $20. Pair of jeans, $50. Black short sleeve shirt worth $20. Blue Chinese writing shirt, which is $30. A black sweater, which is $30, and pajama bottoms worth $10.
$320. Now, you have no direct proof that she stole anything from your house.
Actually, I do.
I'd like to hear the proof.
Jeremy called me and was like, Layla just came over. Jeremy.
What's your last name?
Skog.
Okay. How do you know these people?
At the time, I was Layla's best friend and also a very good friend of Cassie's.
Okay.
I was there with Layla helping her move her things out. What Cassie said about Layla taking different articles of her clothing, or I'm sorry, different things out of the kitchen and stuff, is this Cassie's, okay, then break it. That is correct. That happened several times throughout the night. I went into the bathroom to go to the bathroom, and I recall there being a strong odor of cat litter, and I actually mentioned something about that. After I left the bathroom, only 2 people went into the bathroom before Cassie found the bleach, which was Layla and her mother. Later that night, after everything had happened, right after the police officer had called me, Layla called me and said, please don't say that my mom and I did it. I swear I had nothing to do with it. Please don't say that my mom and I did it. I told her I'd already talked to the police officer and that I said I wasn't positive that she had done it, but that I had told the police officer that the only 2 people in the bathroom were Layla and her mother. A couple days later, she called me and said, I want you to see how cute I look today. Can I come over? I said, absolutely. She came over and she was wearing the purple floral skirt of Cassie's that she had lost and the gray New York sweater. And
yeah, just a second. Yes?
I'm sorry, I obviously didn't steal any of her clothes.
Well, let's talk about that particular outfit. He's not lying. He's telling me the truth.
Okay. Well,
He's telling me the truth. That's what he saw you wearing.
Okay, well, actually, I don't have a pink floral skirt or anything.
You don't have one that belongs to you.
Correct.
No, I don't wear skirts, ma'am.
Listen to me.
I don't have
Listen to me.
her clothes.
He's not lying to me. How do I know that? I don't share my secrets, but I know that he's not lying to me.
And then I believe almost every day that week, she had come over wearing something that I recognized as Cassie's. The gray New York sweatshirt that she was wearing, or the sweater vest that she was wearing at the time, actually was one of the reasons that these 2 were fighting, was because Cassie, it was her favorite sweater, and she'd asked for it back several times, and Layla refused. Every time we went to Layla's house that she was wearing it, she would take it off before we even went into the house so that Cassie didn't see it. Layla has her lip and her eyebrow pierced. She had Cassie's horseshoe barbell in her lip and a barbell in her eyebrow as well, which belonged to Cassandra as well. I've seen her in the clothes several times.
Cassandra doesn't get any high marks for having places to put those.
Actually, I I don't have that many places there extra for my belly button. She used them for her eyebrow ring.
I'll hear you witness. You have a witness? Is
Yes,
that why you
his
brought
name
this
is
person?
Steven Snow. He was there the same night also.
Okay, Steve, I've already decided that she or her mother bleached the clothes. So I want you to pass over the bleaching. I don't want you to waste your time with nonsense about the bleaching. She or her mother bleached the clothes. What do you know about any other clothes that are in Miss Richardson's possession that don't belong to her? Do you know anything about that?
I do not.
Good, then you may be seated. Miss Richardson.
Yes?
If you're going to lie, lie big. You don't lie over $500, which is what the plaintiff is suing for. She's suing for $500 for her clothes. The bleached clothes alone come to $320. I would give her the $500 just because you were nasty. But I found that you do, in fact, have other of her property that you decided for some reason to appropriate for your own use. I would suggest you better grow up. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $500. That's all. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Stuff was being thrown around, but nothing was broken. I was in the same bathroom, didn't smell any smell.
The judge knew he was telling the truth.
He's only there for 10 minutes. I'm sure he knew a lot.
Maybe she's vindictive. I don't know.
I think the truth came out, and I'm glad that it happened.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Tao versus Perry. Step forward, please.
27-year-old claims adjuster Daisy Tao is suing ex-boyfriend, 33-year-old graphic artist Adam Perry, for an unpaid loan. Adam says the money in question was to pay Daisy's bills.
Ms. Tower, the defendant is a former boyfriend of yours. I gather that you lived together for a brief period of time. You claim 2 loans to the defendant totaling $2,500. Relationship is over. You want your money.
Yes, that's correct, ma'am. I did not live with him, though. That's not correct.
You did not?
No, I never lived with him.
Okay. When, I'll get you in a second. When was the first loan?
On February 9th, 2001.
What was it for?
He's told me that he was behind in rent, car payments, that he didn't have any money. And so I helped him out. I gave him a loan of $1,500 that we agreed upon that he would pay me back when he got his taxes. And in March, he told me that he was still short and behind on his mortgages.
Could you put your hand down?
And so then I had to loan him another $1,000. And so at that point, I was getting a little concerned, and I did tell him that I expected him to pay me back. He agreed to this and said that he would pay me back in the summer, because at the time he was unemployed and trying to go to school.
Where were you living in February of 2001?
I lived at home in Little Canada, Minnesota.
At home with whom?
With my family.
Where were you living in March?
At home.
And where was the defendant living?
He lived in Dayton, Minnesota.
Were you working?
Yes.
Did you ever stay over at his house or apartment?
I would go to see him once in a while, yes.
I'm asking you a question. I expect honest answers. Do you
Yes.
understand? Did you ever stay over at his home?
Yes, I've spent the night at his house, yes.
On an average of how many nights a week?
Maybe once a week, once every 2 weeks.
Now, Mr. Perry, it is agreed that she gave you $2,500.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, you tell me what that money was for.
In January, Your Honor, she wanted to move in together. I had a relative living with me, and she asked if I had my relative move out.
Your Honor, that is not true.
I don't want you to interrupt him.
So my cousin moved out, and she agreed to roughly pay half of the bills, which I have a list of a couple of months, which total a little over $1,100, and she said
That's
she would
not
pay
true, Your
half.
Honor.
Do you want...
I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't mean to be disrespectful. What
Then
he's
you
saying is
can't
not
speak when he's speaking. When, according to you, did she move into your home?
In early January.
She moved all of her clothes and belongings and...
She had clothes, belongings, hair dryers, curling irons.
Are you telling me, sir, that she moved all of her personal belongings from her parents' house into your house?
She wasn't living at her parents' house, Your Honor.
Where was she living?
She would stay at some friend's house, and she moved from place to place, and that's why she asked, because she was going to switch her job position and move closer to where I lived so that we could be together.
So she moved in January.
Yes,
and
Your
she agreed to, according to you, roughly pay half the expenses.
Exactly what my cousin was paying, which was about $500.
Well, now you changed the story.
Mm-hmm.
So which is the story, that she agreed to pay for roughly half the expenses, or that you had a fixed amount of $500?
It was about $500, Your Honor.
Now, about $500, sir, isn't an agreement.
No.
So what was it? Well, let's say this. She moved in January.
Yes.
Did she give you a check in January?
No. She did not
No,
give me...
shh, no.
Okay.
She gave you nothing in January.
No.
And then on February 9th, she did give you $1,500.
Yes.
Is that right?
She said...
Just a minute. And that was the beginning of February.
Yes.
So I assume you were going to tell me that at the beginning of February, having lived there for 1 month and having had an agreement with you that she would pay you roughly $500 a month, she decided to pay you for January.
Yes, Your Honor.
And February.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then prepay March.
Yes, Your Honor.
So that's $1,500.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then in March, right now she's already paid in March, for March. But in March, she gives you another $1,000.
Yes.
And that is, I assume you're going to testify that she said to you, well, I've already paid for March, but I like to pay my bills in advance, so I'm going to pay you for April and May.
Yes, she gave me money.
Yes, that's what you're telling me.
Yes,
that's
Your
what she
Honor.
did. Is that right?
Yes.
Bull. That's not the way it works, sir. If somebody agrees to move in with you as a roommate, and let's say she fell behind in January, so she maybe would have given you January, if I believed your story, January and February. So she would have given you $1,000 to cover January and February.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then when March came, she would have paid you $500 for March, so she would have given you a total of $1,500 for January, February, and March. Yes. And what you're telling me is, no, that's not what she did. She paid you 3 months at one time, a little in advance, and then she paid you for 2 months after that. I don't believe you, sir.
She wanted me to keep ahead, Your Honor.
I don't believe you, sir. I believe that you fell behind in your bills. Now, you didn't tell me about that. Did you fall behind in your bills?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So you needed money.
Yes.
Is that right? Did you say anything to her about giving her back any money when you got your tax returns in April?
I did not, Your Honor. She was there at least 4 days a week, Your Honor.
I was
Oh,
not.
shh. Just a minute. Mr. Perry, when somebody lives with you full-time,
Yes.
they are not there 4 days a week.
No, she was not living with me full time.
Give her back her money, Mr. Perry. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,500. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. 437 on the calendar in the matter of Ukevich versus Seiss. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Ladies, have seats, please.
Ms. Ukevich, you were a waitress in a restaurant.
Correct.
The defendant was there with a group of family members, a large group of family members.
Correct.
And it is your claim that while there, she assaulted you.
Yes.
And you want to be compensated not only for the assault, but for your lost wages and your pain and suffering.
Yes.
The defendant says she never hit you. Were you the person who was serving the defendant's group?
No.
Tell me what happened.
Well, that party had been sitting there for a while, and they were drinking a lot. And I was in the section next to this large party, and I had a couple of tables there. And throughout the night, they were having problems, my tables with the large party, because the large party was kind of getting out of control, standing up, backing into my tables. And I believe that woman right over there was smoking in the non-smoking section, and a table had asked me, to tell the woman to stop because it was bothering them, and they were in the non-smoking
She was
section.
just standing in the...
Just standing in the non-smoking, smoking. So I walked up to her and I proceeded to tell her, ma'am, you can't smoke here, this is non-smoking. She then proceeded to get very defensive with me. And
What did she say?
She said, we're leaving. You can't tell me when to leave and what to do. I can stay here as long as I want and do whatever I want. And I said, you can, ma'am, but you can't smoke here. And she proceeded to say the same thing, call me some names like, you white, gringa, weta. And I said, you know what, if you want to be a grumpy old woman, be a grumpy old woman, but do it somewhere else. And I walked away because I knew the situation was going to get out of control. So I went to go tell my manager what had happened. And as I was walking around, she came running up to me, excuse me, you white bitch, you white bitch. That's her, grabbed me slammed me up against the wall like this, started punching me, kicking me, scratching at my face or something, and slamming me up against the wall. And I'm freaked out because I've never seen this woman before in my life. Luckily, then one of my coworkers jumped in between, and she's reaching around him, you know, punching like this, kicking, and that's when I like looked down the way at my section, and there was a full-out brawl. That large party of hers, they had tables thrown over, broken bottles. One of my customers was on the ground, and they were kicking him. He was bloody from head to toe. At that point, I don't know where she went, but I ended up just running because I didn't know what to do. It was like a flight, something. I took off to run outside because I was like, I'm getting the hell out of this situation. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
What kind of injuries did you sustain?
I have some pictures here.
I'd like to see them.
And I have a medical bill. They're not very good pictures. She did throw me up against the wall, so like a lot of it was to the back of my head. This is the medical bill here. The restaurant did pay for the medical bill, but that's just the... on there, you can see some of the scratches on my face.
Were you taken to the emergency room then?
The EMS checked me out, and then they told me to go to the hospital afterwards. So I went, right after I got off work, I went to the emergency room.
Did you miss any work?
Yes, I did. I have this that shows what I missed several days. I also have a police report and an incident report
I'd
from
like
my
to see
managers. This is police report, and this is incident report from the managers. There's also a statement from Margaret on that day in there, too, that it was an incident report, I guess. I did highlight a statement.
Okay, Ms. Saez, now I'm ready to hear from you. You were having dinner with your family. Go ahead.
Yes, but I believe we were there at a different day because what she's saying is not at all the incident I was involved in. We were a party of 23, 5 generations. The incident, the way it started was I was walking Grandma out. She was walking out ahead of me. My witness was walking out ahead of me. And I sent Grandma off with someone else because I saw that they were having words with each other. The part where I walked in is where Hazel says, I didn't know we had a time limit, is what she told her at that time.
Who's Hazel?
This is my witness. Hazel's my niece.
I didn't know we had a time limit.
Right. So anyway, if you want, Hazel can tell you how the incident started with her, and she can tell you what went on.
So that's what you heard. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, what I heard them say, she says, you Mexicans never know when to leave.
I work in a Mexican restaurant.
Just a second. So that's, okay, just a second. So that's what you say you heard her say to your niece?
Yes. You Mexicans never know when to leave. Hazel says, I didn't know we had a time limit. And she says, yes, that's why nobody wants you people around, she told her. And then she proceeded to light a cigarette because she had been on her way out. And she tells her, you can't smoke here. It's a non-smoking area. And then she says, and besides, you're just jealous of my white skin and my blonde hair. Then turned around and walked out.
Go ahead.
So, you know, like, blood started boiling, but my daughter grabbed me at this time because there were some friends, other friends of ours there that we hadn't seen in a while. So then afterwards I went looking for her. I felt she was being very rude. I approached her. I was on my way to approach her to discuss the situation. I put my finger up at her to, you know, to make the point. The 2 bus boys jumped me at that time, grabbed me, and I do have some injuries and I'm disabled. I am on disability. I have metal fusions on my neck, arthritis spondylosis.
You never brought this up.
My neck. I've since then been, I've had 6 surgeries and been diagnosed with fibromyalgia and all this stuff. Anyway, so I can't move. I can't do that kind of stuff. I approached her. The bus boys jumped me before I even said a word. And they started, and they pulled my arms back, which causes a great deal of pain for me. So I started yelling and screaming, let me go, let me go. So my son saw this, and he came over. He says, I'll take her out. Don't worry about her. So he got me by the arm, and we went out.
How do you think she got the scratches on her face, Miss Saez?
I have no idea. As a matter of fact, if you don't mind, I'd like to see the pictures because APD and the fire department were there. They checked her. And, you know, according to the police report, it says that they just let her go. It says battery, but they didn't arrest me. Had they found any marks on her or anything, and it's an assault, they would have arrested me.
They said they
didn't.
couldn't arrest her, that I would have to press charges. They didn't even arrest the people that assaulted my customer, and he was bleeding from head to toe.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Waitress Michelle Yukevich says she was assaulted on the job by customer Margaret Seiss. Margaret says Michelle insulted her with a racial slur.
So my question to you is, why didn't you press charges on her? Is there any reason?
Oh, it took me 45 days to get the police report, like seriously. And then I was waiting to go down and press charges. I know it's been a little while, but I mean, it's been in the back of my head.
It's not going to happen. Okay.
Had I hit her?
Ms. Saez, I believe you made contact with the plaintiff. Let me tell you that.
No, I didn't.
Let me tell you why I believe you made contact with all of your disabilities. Because when someone is assaulted, they want the person responsible to compensate them or be punished. If she were assaulted by somebody else, you wouldn't be here. She said that you assaulted her. According to your own statement, you were hot, you got furious, according to you, when you heard her make comments to your niece, and you were hot then. Then you went back to find her. And you didn't go back to find her just to have a discussion, because by that time, things were starting to get rowdy between the tables on your side and the tables on the other side, because this looks to me as if it turned into a free-for-all. So you had not only the opportunity, but you had the mental capacity at that moment to strike out at her.
Your Honor, I wear these rings all the time, plus other ones. I just toned it down a little bit. These would have left some big bruises had I punched her.
Look at
the way the tables are set in the restaurant, there is no way that you can get her against the wall. And on her police report, she says on here that I was smoking, that I was seated in a non-smoking area, which I wasn't.
Police got confused, but the whole story, the story that I get in the complaint...
No, but she says that she came back.
Listen to me,
the stories that to me, she talked to her.
The stories that you both told today are totally consistent. Now, the police, in the course of taking down a report, may not get everything right, but the stories that you both told me today were consistent with regard to what happened with your niece, that she told her not to smoke, whatever words were exchanged. And I'm not sure that I'm getting the whole story about the words that were exchanged, because it seemed to me absolutely ludicrous for the plaintiff.
What she said is an absolute lie, Your Honor. All I have to back me up is the truth. Yeah. And when he swore me in, I swore to do that. I would never was the word gringa used, anything like that. Nothing like that was ever said. I don't know where she got this from.
Just a minute. But according to you, the word was said.
Oh, it was.
Just a minute. That's why the word bitch was said by your niece.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah, I believe that. What I'm telling you, Ms. Saez, is that what the police took down quickly in their notes did not reflect what happened on that day, which was basically she told her not to smoke. They get into some words. You're overhearing words that they're getting into, and you decided to have a confrontation with her, which you did. You not only decided to have a confrontation with her at that moment that you heard it, but you got rid of your mother or your aunt or whoever else it was, and you went back to find her. Again, you went back to confront her. Because according to you, Ms. Saez, you were boiling at what you heard her say. And then you went to find her. That's what you said. You said, I went to find her.
Because she was making such horrible racist remarks. And unless someone is there to receive those names, if you're not there at the other end, will never know how you feel. You feel humiliated, degraded. She made me feel like an alien.
Oh,
and I don't mean like an alien from across the border. I'm talking about from Mars or something. Never did that.
You are a grown-up, madam. Grown-ups know that words...
I understand that.
Words are different from acting physically.
When someone is being a racist,
yes,
it is going to cause problems. No one likes to be labeled with names.
So what kind of problems is it going to cause? What kind of, hey, Messiah, you see what you're doing?
Exactly. This is what she was doing.
No,
This is what you're doing. And this is why I got angry. And unless you're on that receiving end,
you got angry and you hit her. It's going to cost you $2,500.
Receive that.
Period. End of discussion. Sticks and stones, break my bones, names will never hurt me. You report it to the manager, you never go back to the restaurant, but you don't go over there and assault her. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,500, that's all.
Thank you very much.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
None of that ever happened. Absolutely none of it happened.
Margaret, you know, proved my case just by her actions.
Knock the out of the person, if you can.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Dagrapont versus Sierra. Step forward, please.
67-year-old Paul Dagrapont is suing 28-year-old car salesperson Vanessa Sierra for the cost of a new puppy. Paul says when his granddaughter's Maltese was in Vanessa's care, the dog ran away and was hit by a car.
Your granddaughter, I assume this is your granddaughter, had a little Maltese dog, and she wanted to breed and have a litter of puppies from her dog. You got the defendant's name. The defendant had a male Maltese. You brought your granddaughter's dog to the defendant's home for the purposes of having this liaison. And left her there, which was standard procedure, I assume. Is that right?
I've never bred a dog before, so I don't know what standard procedure is.
I haven't either.
Well, hopefully the dogs know better than you do. In any event, having done that sort of thing a couple of times myself, that's what usually happens. You bring the dog and they try to get acquainted so that there is a little, for want of a better, there's a little foreplay. You know, they sort of get to know each other and like each other and stuff. But while the dog was in your care, the dog ran away. You want to be compensated for the dog because you believe it was the defendant's responsibility. Why do you think this was not your responsibility?
It's not that it's not my responsibility. I'm really sorry for what happened.
Of course you are.
It was just a strange situation. No agreement was ever, like handwritten agreement was ever made. I mean, if I was a mean person or a bad person, I could have just simply denied having the dog. There was no proof or evidence that the dog was ever at my house.
I don't understand that. If you were a bad or a mean person, he brought the dog to your house. Your agreement was that you were going to be paid for the breeding?
Correct.
Okay. How much were you supposed to be paid?
We never agreed upon a price.
We're going to discuss the fee later. Is that all correct, Mr. Dagrapont?
Yes.
So I still don't understand why you don't think you're responsible. The dogs were playing in the backyard and his dog got away.
Right. The dog was brought to me on the day before New Year's Eve. I called him that evening to let him know that the dogs hadn't, as you called it, gotten acquainted or had their liaison, so to speak. They weren't actually getting along. My dog was chasing his dog around the house, and she didn't seem at all interested. He told me to go ahead and keep the dog overnight, which I did. I did inform him that I do work. I work the next day 9 to 9, and I would not be home. He asked me if anybody would be home. I told him my brothers and my father would.
Okay. So he did ask who would be around.
My brother put both dogs in the yard, and I do have pictures of my dog and the yard, which is completely enclosed. My brother went back to check on the dogs. He let them do their business because he didn't, this is very important, he didn't give me a leash. When he dropped off the dog, he didn't even come in the house. He just handed me the dog. I couldn't put the dog in the front yard to, you know, do its bathroom business. So we put him in the backyard, my brother did, and when he went back, within half an hour, the dog was gone. They went out, we spent the entire New Year's Eve.
Did you find out how the dog got away?
No, that's the thing. I have pictures. My dog was still in the yard. My dog didn't get out. We don't know how the dog got out.
Maybe somebody stole her. Yeah. Somehow the dog got away.
Right. And I'm not disputing that fact.
So you have to pay for the dog.
Well, I mean, the dog should have been picked up earlier in the day. I wasn't home. I mean, I'm really sorry for what happened, and then...
Miss Sierra, the dog was entrusted to your care in a business relationship. You were going to be paid for the purposes of breeding the dog. If the dog was left in your care, was not returned, you have to pay for the dog. Simple. Did you replace the puppy for your granddaughter?
Yes, we did.
You did. And do you have the bill for the replacement puppy?
We have pictures of the puppy. This is the new puppy, and these are the pictures of the old ones.
Oh, this time you got her a little Yorkie. How's the new puppy?
Playful.
Looks adorable. Step up near your granddaddy. A girl or a boy?
A girl.
What did you name her?
Minnie.
How old is she now?
I think 10 or 11 weeks.
You taking good care of her?
Yeah.
Good. How much did you pay for Minnie?
$700.
You have the bill?
I don't have the bill on the new dog. I have a canceled check on the old one, and this is the posters that we put up looking for when Rice was missing. And we have bills from the veterinarian that they require baby shots, so to speak.
Okay, let me see the bill for the Maltese, please, and the vet shots.
We put 150 of these posters out in the neighborhood looking for her. When we finally found her, you know, she was dead.
She had been hit by a car?
By a car.
I assume that somehow she got out because if somebody had stolen her.
I don't, like I said, I have pictures of the yard completely enclosed.
Well, maybe your brother accidentally opened up the front door. I don't know. Dorothy, cost of the dog was $625, and all the vet bills with the cost of the dog come to $1,011. Judgment for the plaintiff. I'm glad you got a new puppy.
Thank you.
Parties are explained. Judge, you may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat, please.
Ms. Thomas, your lawsuit contains two parts. First, the defendant, who was your ex-boyfriend, you claim assaulted you in July of last year. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you want several $1,000s as a result of that assault. Then you claim that a month later you let him borrow your car and he totaled it and it's impounded or something, and you can't get a driver's license until you pay the impound fees and towing fees. So you want him to take care of those fees as a result of totaling your car.
That's correct.
So let's deal with the assault first.
Okay.
Were you living together at the time of this assault?
We were.
And how long had you been living together?
About 1.5 to 2 years.
Tell me your version of the events surrounding the assault.
Well, we moved out here. We got here in April from Delaware, and we hadn't been getting along like you should be getting along in a relationship. So things were difficult. And on July 21st, we had a really big argument. There was a party happening that weekend, and we were all going to go. And I stood in the doorway as he was trying to leave. And
you were arguing at the time?
Yeah, we were arguing.
Verbally?
Verbally arguing, yelling, slamming doors. I slammed a door.
So he said, I want out of here, and started to leave?
No, he didn't start to leave. We were downstairs and we were talking about it because at first...
Okay, but you said you stood in the doorway, so he wanted to leave.
At that time, and I didn't let him leave by standing in the doorway.
Why were you preventing him from leaving if things were getting too hot?
Because I didn't want to be fighting with him, and I wanted to talk about why we were fighting. It was all little things. I don't even know why we were fighting at the time.
All right, so you're blocking the door.
Right.
And what happened?
He picked me up and threw me, and then he kicked and punched me.
That's a lie, Your Honor.
Just a second.
He
picked you up and threw you where?
Well, I was standing in the doorway. He was standing in front of me to leave. So he picked me up and threw me behind where there was a roll of carpet laying because the basement was being remodeled.
Okay.
And I landed on my would have been right side from standing here to being behind to laying on this side.
Okay, so you landed on your right side.
Right. And so I had bruises here and here on my thigh.
Yes.
He kicked and punched me about 3 times per
Where did he
limb.
punch you?
In my, what's this, my forearm?
The same place that you fell?
Right. I was on the floor and he came and he kicked and he punched me.
Did you seek medical treatment?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to see the report.
This is a letter from my psychologist.
I'm not interested in the letter from your psychologist. If you sought medical treatment as a result of your injuries, you have a report from either an emergency room or
I didn't
from a
go
doctor.
to the emergency room. I called 911.
Do you have a police report?
They did not give me a police report. And this is what I have that I called 911. I didn't tell 911 that he kicked and punched me at the time.
Of course you didn't.
Because he was
Because
on,
he didn't.
He was on probation
Because
from
he
Delaware.
didn't.
And I have a picture of my leg that is bruised from him kicking and punching me that he didn't do. I also have a protection order that I filed as a result of
Ms.
this.
Thomas, I want to ask you a question, madam. He's trying to get out of the situation. I see a mark on your leg.
That's a bruise from a kick.
Maybe. He said you tripped over carpet, but there's no question that he was trying to get out of that situation. Let's go further for a second, Ms. Thomas. After this alleged brutality, you continued to live together.
If I can explain.
Just answer my question.
Yes, we continue to
live together. On what date did you lend him your car?
I lent him my car September 15th.
Okay, so you lived together for at least 2 months after this incident occurred.
I didn't want anything to do with him, and he begged. He said we could go to therapy together and get help for this problem that he had, and that we could work it out because he wanted to spend eternity with me.
Okay, Ms.
And
Thomas,
so,
listen to me. You claim that he assaulted you, brutalized you. You did not report the fact that he brutalized you to the police.
No, because he was on probation. I didn't want him to get in trouble. I just wanted him out of my life. In fact, the day after
all he was trying to do was leave the house.
I packed all of his things for him, even.
Just a second. He wanted to leave. You were arguing. He wanted to leave. By the way, did you go to that party that weekend?
Me? No, he did. And when he got back, all of his clothes were packed and tarped on the porch so he could get out of my life.
Fine. So that was the third week in July.
July 22nd, when he came home.
Okay, so all of his stuff was packed.
Yes.
Did you leave?
No, ma'am, I did not leave.
All right. Now, you want to tell me your version of the events of the 21st of July?
It started off in the morning. I knew that there was a party, and Janine and I had been getting along like sort of like an ocean, up and down. And the morning was pretty nice, and I asked her if she wanted to go to this party with me. And then I don't know what happened throughout the day. We got to arguing. The arguing just got worse and worse and worse. It just got to the point where I didn't want to be there anymore. You know, the situation wasn't what it should have been. And I said, you know what? It's time for me to leave. I need to go. She stood in the doorway, wouldn't allow me
What did she
to
say
leave.
when she stood in the doorway?
She's like, no, you're going to stay here and we're going to talk about this. We're going to make something right. And we'd been arguing for at least an hour. And it didn't seem to me like that we were getting anywhere. We were just butting heads. So I walked toward her, and she had her hands on the door frame and sort of pushed through her. There was a roll of carpeting because the basement was being remodeled, and it stuck about this far out into the doorway. And when I pushed through the doorway, Miss Thomas started to fall
When you pushed through
back.
the doorway and you pushed her,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
had to have pushed her,
Yes,
even
ma'am.
according to you. You didn't push the doorway. She was standing in front of the door, so you pushed her, and she tripped over the carpet?
She tripped over the carpet, yes. As she
Did
tripped
you-
over the carpet, she grabbed my shoulders and pulled me on top of her.
Okay, and what did you do next?
I struggled to get up, ma'am. And then when Lorraine's boyfriend, Dennis, came to the top of the stairs, he screamed down the stairs, "You two better quit." Janine let go of me, and I was able to leave the basement.
And you left?
And I left.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Janine Thomas says, during an argument, ex-boyfriend Arthur Kelly kicked and punched her. Arthur says Janine wouldn't let him leave their home, so he pushed her out of the way.
Oh, you packed his stuff, put it under a tarp, July 22nd, but he did not leave.
No, he wanted to work it out.
So he stayed at least until September 15th.
Actually, it was about August 1st. I picked him up from a ferry after I got off work. And I was feeling really low because we only get about 5 days of summer in Seattle. And it was a real sunny day, and I wanted to wear a nice spring outfit to work. And I put it on, and when I put it on, I had my bruises hanging out of my clothes. And to go to work like that, somebody would have been like, "What happened to you?" And I didn't want to have to explain to people at work my problems at home. So I had to change clothes. So that was on my mind all day. And when I picked him up from the ferry, he asked me what was wrong, and I said, "You really don't want to know what's wrong because you think I'm full of negativity." And he's like, he pulled it out of me. I said, "Art," I said, "these bruises are on my body still from when you kicked and punched me. And I couldn't wear certain clothes today because of these bruises. I'd have to explain them." And he said, "I'm finished with you. I'm moving out. I'm done. I've had it with this ridiculousness." And so that's when he moved out, 2 weeks after the assault.
So how did he get possession of your truck?
Because he was in the Air National Guard, and he gave me the, why, let's try to be friends. We didn't work out as boyfriend and girlfriend. I was in therapy, and he also was in, going to be in anger management therapy from his probation in Delaware. So let's be friends and try to get over this. So I agreed, and we tried to be friends. He would come over to the house, and then he had guard duty on the 15th and 16th of September. And he had no vehicle to get there. And I'm a nice person, and he asked me if he could borrow my car. And I said yes. I said, but if anything happens to my car, I'm working 2 jobs to get caught up from our move. You have to fix it if anything happens. And he said, okay.
Okay, so what happened to the car, Mr. Kelly?
I stayed the night at the house that night and got up in the morning. Went to the gas station and filled the gas tank with fuel, and I proceeded to head toward work. And I was going down a hill and noticed a red light, and the last thing I remember was hitting the brake, and then I woke up in the guardrail.
What time was this in the morning?
This was 6:15 a.m.
So what did you do with the car?
A tow truck came, and the tow truck towed it off to a storage yard.
So what is your out-of-pocket expense?
Well, they're billing me right now, the last bill from November with the 12% interest was $1,647.34.
Why didn't you take care of the car right away, Mr. Kelly?
Why didn't I take care of the car, ma'am?
That was my question, Mr. Kelly.
Yeah,
you were
yes,
driving the car.
I understand that. Well, the car almost killed me. I didn't feel that it was, you know, my responsibility.
How do I know that?
Well, I have a report from the hospital at the Army Medical Center, and it states that asphyxiation was the cause of
Let me see.
this, and...
How much did you pay for this car, Miss Thomas?
$500. When I told him, I said, you know, after he totaled it, I picked him up. I told him he was glad he was okay. And I said, but the only thing I ask of you is that you replace it with a comparable car. I don't care what kind of car it is, as long as it's run and it's registered.
Sir, let me tell you what happened. You reported to the doctor, patient, that's you, having just filled up the gas tank, known exhaust leak into car. Does that mean that you knew that there was an exhaust leak?
Yes, ma'am, I knew that.
Oh, so if you knew that you were taking a car that had an exhaust leak, who do you expect to be responsible for that?
I didn't know that it was going to knock me out.
How do I know that? How did she know that?
I drove it.
Just a second, how did she know that? Mr. Kelly,
Yes, ma'am.
you told the doctor that you know that this car that you just filled up with gas has an exhaust leak, and you smelled a strong odor of gasoline.
Yes, ma'am.
So, you took the car as you knew it to exist. It existed as far as you were concerned, and it had an exhaust leak. And if it almost killed you, so you die, you die. You didn't die. You just damaged her car, and you have to pay for it. It's not as if she kept something a secret.
He helped me buy the car.
I don't care whether he helped you buy
I
it or not,
suggest
Miss Thomas.
she shouldn't buy the car.
She shouldn't have bought it,
Yeah.
and you shouldn't have borrowed it. But if you borrowed it and you wrecked it, you got to pay for it. Another thing, Mr. Kelly, what kind of anger management classes were you going to as a result of probation that you were on previously?
I went to a 10-week session with a counselor on Vashon Island.
And that was the result of a prior incident in
Yes,
what
ma'am.
state?
In Delaware.
And who was involved in that incident?
That would have been a boss that I worked for. Her and her husband were in the midst of a divorce.
That was a boss. It was not the plaintiff.
No, it was not the plaintiff.
And what were you charged with there, sir?
I was charged with disorderly conduct.
You pled guilty to disorderly conduct.
Yes, ma'am.
You weren't charged with
Okay.
disorderly conduct. Mr. Kelly, I'm 10 steps ahead of you, sir. You pled guilty to disorderly conduct. You were charged with...
I was charged with nothing. I had probation.
No. Mr. Kelly, you're not a dumb man,
Oh,
are you?
my charges, okay. Initially, it was possession of paraphernalia and disorderly conduct, ma'am.
No assault?
No assault.
What kind of paraphernalia, sir?
A pipe that I had used for tobacco that
Pipe
was
that you
given
used
to
for
me.
tobacco.
That was given to me by the woman that...
I don't care, sir. And I don't believe that you were charged with a discon. I believe that you probably pled guilty to a disorderly conduct, but I don't believe that was the charge, Mr. Kelly. You want to think about it again, sir? What were you charged with regard to this boss?
I don't understand your question, ma'am.
The question was, what were you charged with?
My charges, ma'am, were disorderly conduct and possession of paraphernalia.
Tell me about the incident, Mr. Kelly.
The incident was the police had been at the frame shop where I worked, and the bosses were having this not-so-nice divorce. One boss, she was in the frame shop the day I was working, and the police had already been there, and they explained to her not to take anything that wasn't solely hers. And she was taking stuff, and I explained to her that she shouldn't be doing this.
Right.
And we had an argument.
And you had an argument, just a verbal argument.
A verbal argument.
You had a verbal argument, and as a result of that verbal argument, you had to go to anger management classes.
Yes, ma'am.
I better stay out of Delaware. All right, Mr. Kelly, I'm not holding you responsible for this incident that occurred on the 21st of July for several reasons. First of all, I do believe that you were trying to extricate yourself from a potentially volatile argument. The fact that Ms. Thomas exercised poor judgment in keeping you hostage there, which is exactly what she did. She prevented you from leaving, and if she got pushed aside and fell over carpet, that's what happened. I'm not convinced that you actually bludgeoned her with your fists, because I'm looking at one photograph that she gave me, and there is a bruise on her upper thigh, which is also consistent with falling over something, which you both agree she did. In any event, subsequent to that, you still maintained a relationship. So, but for the fact of this automobile that you totaled, she would not be here today. But I am addressing the accident that you had, that you are totally responsible for. You took the vehicle fully understanding that it may have a malfunctioning condition that was dangerous. According to you, it did. I don't know if that was the cause of the accident. At least that's what you reported to the medical people when you were brought into the hospital. You chose to exercise control over the vehicle under those circumstances, and you should have taken care of the car. You didn't. It's going to cost you $2,147, which is the cost of the towing plus interest, as well as the cost of the car. Judgment for the plaintiff in that amount. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
He picked me up, threw me behind, and then had to walk to me to do what he did.
Never before has a car rendered me unconscious.
I was asking her, do I tell him what he did? Because he's on probation. What do I do? You're his friend. What do I do?
She's just aggravated my life.
If somebody ever hits me again, oh yeah, 911 will know about it.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of St. Albans versus Williams. Step forward, please.
49-year-old administrative assistant Donna St. Aubin is suing 27-year-old billing clerk Artia Williams. Donna says Artia's 9-year-old son punched her granddaughter in the mouth, knocking a tooth loose.
Miss St. Aubin, this is your granddaughter.
Yes, ma'am.
Your name is Ariel? Step up here, Ariel. And Miss Williams, this is your son.
Yes, ma'am.
Your name is?
Shantae.
Shantae, you step up here with your mom. All right. Ariel, you and Ashante were at daycare together. Is that right?
Ma'am.
And you were sort of messing around with each other.
Yes, ma'am.
How were you messing around with each other?
We were throwing erasers.
At each other?
Mm-hmm.
And based upon what I read here, one of the workers came over and told you to stop. And then you threw one last eraser at Ashante?
Yes, ma'am.
After the worker had told you to stop.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you threw that last eraser at him, it hit him where?
On the head.
And then he came over to you and he...
Hit her.
You hit her. Where did you hit her?
In her mouth.
And as a result of that, a baby tooth became loose, and you are suing Miss Williams because of her son hitting your granddaughter for $4,500.
Oh, it started with both the daycare and the mother.
Well, you're not going to get a penny from Miss Williams. This is going to be a very fast case. Okay. Your granddaughter hit him in the head with an eraser after she was told to stop. So she assaulted him with an eraser. And he retaliated by hitting her in the mouth. Why is that a lawsuit? Because she got hurt and he didn't?
No.
Well, why?
Because the daycare worker told me that he started it, and then she threw it back, and then he come back. When she threw it back, he come back with the fist.
No. Your granddaughter just told me that they were messing around with each other, throwing erasers. The daycare worker told him to stop. He stopped. She didn't.
Right.
She hit him in the head. He hit her in the mouth. Case is over. Your case is dismissed. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out. This Hoover, parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat, please.
Miss Savino, you've known this young lady since she was a little girl.
Yes, ma'am.
According to your complaint, there came a time when you received a telephone call from her from jail.
Correct.
What did she tell you?
She said that her mother had her arrested and that she spent the night in jail and asked if somebody could come get her.
Asked if you could come and get her. And what did you do?
Okay, one of the boys that was living in my house at the time had said that he would go to Islip to get her, and he went and picked her up and brought her back to my house.
And I understand you have a child.
Yes,
How old is your child?
18 months.
How old are you?
19.
How old were you at the time you were in jail?
18.
What were you doing in jail?
Me and my mother got into a fight and she had me arrested.
For what?
I threw a toy and it hit her.
Where was your son when you were in jail?
At my mother's.
I understand that at some point the child also came to live with you.
Yes.
When was that?
That day we went and picked him up.
Okay. Your lawsuit is for room and board.
Correct.
That the defendant, you claim, owes you for the time she lived in your home.
Correct.
The defendant and her parents are counterclaiming for cleaning chores that she did in your house, working in your store, and for the return of 2 checks that her parents sent for her support. So that's what the case is about. Did you have a discussion with Amy when she came to your house about living there?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Tell me about the conversation, please.
Well, when she was brought back to my house, when she walked in, she was hysterical crying, and she asked me if her and Nico could stay with me.
If she and?
Nico, her son.
Nico.
She had been with me like 3 months prior for like a month.
Why?
She had moved out of her parents' house because of complications with her sister. And
how did you know her, by the way? You've noticed that she was a little
She lived
girl.
down the road from me. My daughter and her have been best friends for like 14 years. And her mother is my godmother.
So she had lived with you a few months before.
So she went to live with the baby's other grandmother. And she had put her in a basement room with no windows. And she didn't want to stay there until she asked if she can come stay with me.
This was before?
This was 3 months prior. So I let her come stay with me, and then during that interim, they were there for a month. You know, I was talking to Mary Ann and got her and her parents back together, and she moved back home with her parents. So then when this incident happened, I had told Amy, I really don't have room for you, and I can't afford it. So she had said she would do anything. You know, I will do anything if you let me stay there. I'll clean your house every day, I'll cook, I'll do laundry. And I never made her do that. So I took them in, and then we went and we picked up her stuff and the child, brought it back. I had split up, my daughter had the whole half of the house was a basement room with an outside entrance. And my daughter's one side of it was equal to the other side, and I put a crib in there, and she had dressers. The only thing I didn't buy her was a bed.
What did you actually go out and purchase?
I had gone out and I bought the baby walking shoes. I bought him clothes. He had a 1-year birthday party, and since none of her family was involved except for the baby's other grandparents, I laid out $300 to have his birthday party. I took him to the doctor 3 times, and I paid for one of his co-payments on his insurance. I just bought him a lot of things.
So far, you haven't told me about an arrangement you had with the defendant about room and board.
Right. We had discussed how much I was going to charge her. And I told her $150 for room and board I would think would be fair.
$150 a what?
A week.
Okay. Was she working at the time?
No. I had taken her 3 times to the Department of Social Services to apply for social services.
So you didn't expect any money from her, but you expected that if she was approved for public assistance, then you would be getting the money from public assistance.
No, she had said to me if she didn't get public assistance, she was going to get a job, and she was going to pay me back all the money she owed me for living there. Or if she won the support case from her parents, because she had a support case pending against her parents. I took her 3 times to a support hearing that her parents were supposed to be financially responsible for until she was 21. So they granted her a temporary order of support from the parents.
And it was the temporary order of support checks that she turned over to you.
Right, Your Honor. It was 3
And
checks.
how much was that?
There was 3 checks of $75 a piece. I have receipts for them. She had signed the back and turned them over to me.
Now, how long did she stay with you?
She stayed with me for 4 months, from July 1st to October 28th.
And what happened on October 28th?
Well, normally when we went out to dinner, we would take Amy and the baby with us. You know, we went to like the buffets and stuff. But that day, Amy and the baby weren't home. So my family and I, we went out to the buffet, and we were gone about an hour and a half. When we got back, I had walked in the house, and I had asked, you know, where's Nico's high chair? His high chair and his playpen, and we're all gone. I ran downstairs, and everything was gone.
Had you had an argument with her?
No.
Why did you leave?
Because my son's grandmother told me that she had a conversation with Marge, and Kurt, her husband, said that if I want to move out, he's not going to give me any of my stuff.
Where did you go when you moved out of the house?
To my mother's.
Okay. Now, I want you to tell me about your counterclaim.
Well, I cleaned her house. I didn't expect any money at all, because I figured I was living there. I'd clean her house, I'd go to work with her to her shop, and I'd help her out, and I wouldn't have to pay her. Then when I went to go get child support for my mother, she said, well, you're probably going to get a lot of money, so just give Kurt like $1,000 and he'll be happy because he's been bitching or whatever. So I said, okay, because I didn't know what else to say because I didn't know where else to go.
So?
So I said, all right.
So? I don't know what your counterclaim is for.
The counterclaim.
I'm talking to your daughter.
Sorry.
For cleaning her house.
Get out of here.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Marge Savino says former family friend Amy Hoover owes for 18 months' worth of room and board. Amy and her parents are countersuing, claiming Marge owes for house cleaning services.
Okay. Your mother threw you out. You assaulted your mother. She picked you up from jail. She took you into her house. She treated you like a family member. I assume she treated you like a family member. Is that right?
Yes.
Wasn't the first time you were there. You weren't working, right?
I was going to work with her, helping her out at the shop.
Other than that, you weren't working?
No, I couldn't get anywhere.
It's not her fault. So, did you go out for dinner with her and her family?
Every once in a while.
Did you eat at her house?
Yes.
Did you use a telephone occasionally?
No, well, every once in a while.
Every once in a while. Did you use light?
Yes.
Did you use heat?
Well, I shared a room with her daughter.
I don't care whether you shared a room with her daughter or not. You used light, you used heat. Your baby was there. There were two of you. Right? You cleaned up in the house?
Yes.
So what? So, forget about cleaning. And in the 4 months that you were there, the only money that you turned over to her was $225.
No. My son's grandmother gave her $80. I gave her $85 when I moved in for my son's birthday party. That was all the money that I had.
Well, she spent more than that, right?
I guess so.
Well, you know that she spent more than that. How many people did you have at the birthday party?
I don't remember.
More than 10?
Probably.
All right. And she said that she drove you to the doctor when you had to go? Did you pay her for gas?
No.
She said she paid for the copay on the medical at least once?
His grandmother paid her back.
Well, I don't know whether she did or not, but she says she paid for the copay. You didn't pay, did you?
I have a letter here from his grandmother stating what
I don't read letters.
Okay.
I don't read letters. I see witnesses. So in the 4 months that you were there, I have maybe you gave her $300 for 4 months.
Yes.
So what are you complaining about? Nothing. Now, let's find out what you're complaining about. Yeah, you. You want your $225 back.
No, I wanted the money to go to Amy. If Marge was suing for whatever, the $2,400, we were told by 3 separate individuals that Amy was emancipated. Therefore, I don't know why we were even named in the lawsuit.
Oh, so that you don't want anything back from her.
What we wanted was our day's pay that we're losing for this frivolous lawsuit. We think it's frivolous.
Not necessarily.
Your Honor.
The judge may have told you that Amy was emancipated. Right now, she's back in your house. You live in New York State?
Yes.
In New York State, you have to support a child until the child is age 21. And the fact that you had her removed from the house, the issue that the judge had to address in those initial hearings was whether or not she was welcome back in your house. And if she was welcome back in your house and she left on her own volition and your house remained open to her, then you didn't have to pay support. But if your house was closed to her, and as opposed to her becoming a public charge, which means welfare, you have to pay until she's 21. Well, so whatever the judge decided, that's not necessarily binding for the purposes of filing a lawsuit against you. I don't think that Ms. Savino expected any money from you. I think that what she expected was money from the Department of Social Services. That's one, right? And if not, maybe Amy would get a job and help out with her support. You want to tell me anything else about your counterclaim?
Well, I cleaned her house, and I went to work with her. I did whatever she asked me to.
Tell me what kind of work you did for her.
She owned Plaster Paint Palace. It's where you paint, and they had parties. I helped clean up. I vacuumed.
How many times did you do that? Every day?
Yes. I was there whenever it was open.
For how many hours?
It was around like 8 hours. Well, we were there from like 11 a.m. till whenever we closed.
Which was when?
Around 6 o'clock.
How is it that you went to the store with her?
What do you mean?
Did she say to you have to come to the store with me to work off your room and board?
No, but I figured I was there. I helped her out.
So she wasn't her suggestion that you came to the store with her?
She'd wake me up and ask me to go. She needed me a couple of times. She'd be like, Amy, I need you today. Can you please come?
Well, a couple of times in 4 months. A couple is 2 times.
It was more than 2 times.
How many times?
Well, when I was living there for the last 2 months, I was there every day because she asked me because she needed help because the girls were in school and they weren't able to come in and help her.
All right, so if, let's say, what happened for the first 2 months that you were there?
I helped her. I went with them.
I thought you said you didn't go in every day for the first 2 months.
No, not every day. Maybe like, I went a lot. I went at least 3, 4 times a week, 5 times a week.
Your Honor.
I'm going to get to you in a second. And where was your baby when you were working?
With me.
Okay, now I'll hear you.
I'm sorry. For one, my husband owned the store. My husband bought the ceramic store because my daughters wanted it, so they told my husband that they would run the store. I also have a 27-year-old daughter who used to work when her daughters were in school. The only reason Amy came to the store with me is because she didn't want to stay home all day by herself with the baby.
I believe that.
And when she came to the store...
There were a couple of people there who could spell her. The baby was walking around. She needed a little bit of adult companionship when she was there.
The baby was in the playpen, in the party room, with the disco lights going, with the videotape, with his sing-alongs. Amy would paint. Amy, I have a witness here. Amy played Scrabble. I fed her breakfast, lunch, and dinner every time she went there.
You owe her nothing. She owes you a thank you, but I don't think she owes you any money for room and board, because I don't think that was the reason that you took her in. Did you ever get welfare?
Yes.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
When?
January, I started getting it. It was for my son.
Just in January?
Yes.
And you moved out of her house in?
October.
Did you get any retroactive money?
No.
Just ongoing money?
Mm-hmm.
Savino, this is a prime example of no good deed goes unpunished.
Your Honor?
Yes.
And the reason I did bring the Hoovers into it is because when I took Amy to her support hearings, they did say that they were responsible for her support from the time till she's 21. And she was granted a temporary order of support, because, like I said, I laid out a lot of personal, funds to support them. I don't have that.
I understand that. However, ultimately, whatever check she got from her mother and father, she turned over to you. Did you get any other checks from your parents other than the $225?
No, they all went to her house. I met up with her at 7-Eleven one night so I could sign them over to her.
So that's the only money she got from them. Now, the temporary order evidently did not become a permanent order.
No, they were supposed to go back the end of November.
But it did not become a permanent order, and by that time she was back home. As I said, Ms. Savino, no good deed goes unpunished. Whenever you get in the middle of a family dispute, you always end up losing a friend. And I assume that you've lost the Hoovers and their daughter as friends.
My most is the baby.
Is the baby. Was Ms. Savino good to your baby?
Yes.
There is no law that permits Ms. Savino in any jurisdiction, certainly not New York, to petition a court for visitation. But clearly, Ms. Savino, in order to have contact with the baby, you have to have contact with Amy.
I understand.
And at this point, I don't think that that's a good idea. For you and your family, I don't think that that's a good idea. Were you happy that your daughter went to live with Ms. Savino?
I was surprised that she went to live with Ms.
Well, where did you think she was going to live after you had her arrested?
She was supposed to go into a home, a temporary shelter, and she was supposed to get counseling for anger management. That's what the district attorney had told us.
Shelter is not a very pleasant place, as
I
opposed to living with a family friend. So why wouldn't you be really happy if she were living with Miss Savino?
Well, we wanted her to come home.
She had been back and forth several times, right? And clearly she needed a cooling off period.
Yes, she did.
So Miss Savino served a real purpose for your family.
That's correct.
Sounds to me as if you owe her a major thank you. Have you ever given it to her?
Well, we were told otherwise by the court that,
Sold what
that
otherwise?
Amy was going into a shelter. She would get help for anger management. That's what the district attorney told my wife, and we believed that. And we wanted her and the baby home.
As opposed to going to a shelter, which is where you say the district attorney suggested, she went to a family friend who you knew would take good care of her and take good care of your grandson.
No, we didn't know that. There's more to it than that.
Really?
Miss Savino takes in other teenagers. She had teenagers living in a shed behind the home. It was illegal. It's not a two-family home. She also collects, or she told my wife that she collects Social Security disability. And here she is working in a shop.
What does that have to do?
She employed my daughter full-time
Get out of here!
in the shop.
Get out of here. Your daughter couldn't stand the idea of staying home in her basement room with a baby at her age 18, by herself. So she went to a place that was very pleasant with other young people. That's where she spent her day hanging around. And if she happened to do a little cleaning up there from other kids painting, get over it.
Marge did write us
Get
a
over
letter
it.
and complaining about wanting money. She wanted $1,000 a month from us.
That's not unreasonable.
My
It's
wife,
not her responsibility. Your daughter is not her responsibility. Your daughter and your grandson are not her responsibility. They may not be your responsibility because you fought the support hearing. You were found not legally responsible for her support because she had emancipated herself, but certainly, as between you and the plaintiff, it's your ball of wax, not hers. She didn't raise her. You did.
Correct.
This is not her grandson, it's your grandson.
You shouldn't have taken her in.
Should have left her in jail.
She shouldn't have taken her in.
Your Honor, if I didn't take her, she wouldn't have had anywhere to
Ms.
go.
Savino, I go back to something I said to you before. Never going to get through to them. Just pay attention. No good deed goes unpunished. You got it? Ms. Savino, you don't get money from her. You don't get money from them. But they certainly don't get a dime from you. You cleaned up? Good. You went to the store? Good. What are you doing now? What part of my language didn't you understand? What are you doing now?
I'm taking care of my son.
Period.
Yes.
And where is the father of this child?
He's away.
Away where? On a cruise?
No, in jail.
For what?
He robbed his aunt's house in 99.
For robbery?
Yeah.
And then he violated parole?
Yes.
Ah, I didn't put that all together. You're an exercise in poor judgment, Amy. Grow up. That's all.
Parties are excused. The calendar in the matter of Andrews versus Lechner. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Ladies, have seats.
Mr. Andrews, you, for a brief period of time, dated the defendant, and I gather from your papers lived in her home. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
She has 2 young children.
That's
How old are her children?
She has 4 young children. The 2 that lives with her are 6-year-old named Sean and a 4-year-old named Christopher.
All right. When did you move into her house?
Right around the 12th of November.
Of last year?
Of last year.
Let me look at your claim very carefully, sir, because you claim 2 injuries to your car.
That's correct.
You say that in November, 2 of her children caused some damage to your car. So that was shortly after you moved in.
That's correct.
All right, tell me about what happened. One of them jumped off a roof and ended on the hood of your car, and then the other one threw a pebble and broke a light. Is that right?
Sean,
Is that right? Is that about right?
Well, one was a deck. It was about waist high to me.
One of them jumped on the hood of your car.
Yes, that was Christopher.
And the next time something happened to your car, one of the kids was throwing some pebbles and
broke both my low beam and high beam on my headlights.
the glass.
Yes.
Cost you $40-some-odd to fix that. Is that right? Okay. Now, did you continue to live with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
What did you say to her about this damage?
I told her about it, and she goes, well, my next payday, you'll get your little headlights fixed. When I confront her about the hood, she goes, well, Steve, why don't you just sue me?
Okay. And you didn't, just a second, and you didn't sue her?
No, I didn't. Not at that time, because I was still dating her.
Right. You were still dating her, living in her house, sleeping in her bed, right?
Sleeping on the couch, mostly.
Well, that's your problem. Shh, please. That's your problem. But living with her. Living with her. So I'm not interested in the damage that her kids did to your car, sir. It's irrelevant. you were living there, if you felt as if the children were beyond control, what you would have done is you would have packed up and gone back to your mother's house, which you did subsequently, but much later. Now, you decided to move out on what date?
I have it here. It was January 12th of 2002.
Oh, okay, so you stayed a couple of months.
Correct.
And on that evening, you had some sort of an altercation with the defendant in which you claimed that she damaged your car. So that you can tell me about.
Okay. I had went and moved back in with my mom. Charlene had come to my mom's place saying that she wanted to talk to me. When I went and go to the door, my mom went to the door, ordered her off the property. She went, started her car, kept inching her car back into my car, hitting the front of my car, setting off my car alarm. And then she sped out of the place where we live, which is 5 miles an hour. I was only doing about 45, 50 miles an hour. Then, when I went out to shut off my alarm, my car was still shaking from her backing into it.
And you said that she did some damage to your car.
Yes, she did. I have an estimate right here.
Well, I'd like to see the photographs and the estimate.
I don't have photographs because I do not own a camera. This is an estimate right here.
You own a car, but you don't have a camera that you can put your hands on? You don't have $7 to go buy a disposable camera?
At the time, I just started my job and I hadn't received my first paycheck.
Then you borrow it from your mother if you plan on suing her for the damage to your car. I mean, I have to see some photographs. How do I know what this is all about? This says hood panel. I'm not interested in what the kids did to your car, sir. You stayed. That was your choice. And but for the fact that you decided to separate, you would never have brought up the incident with the 2 children. So I have no idea what the damage you attribute to her is. Do you?
The front valance, since it's a fiberglass car, was misaligned. It cracked the lower air dam or spoiler.
Lower deflector?
That would be the front valance.
How much does that cost?
Was $221.50 for the air dam itself.
Why did you hit his car? Were you just angry?
I didn't hit his car, Your Honor. I have the proof right here.
Let me
Pictures,
see.
everything. Also, I did take my car to get inspected through Geico, his insurance.
Well, according to this, and this is done by Geico Direct, it says, I do not see any signs of damage that would indicate that this vehicle backed into another vehicle causing any damage. No paint transfer on the bumper. Bumper had not been washed. Geico said that they found no evidence that the car was damaged, sir. Okay, now let's deal with your counterclaim. You say that the plaintiff called Child Protective Services
Yes,
with regard to your children. Did you do that, Mr. Andrews?
Yes, I did.
When did you do it?
2 days after I left.
Tell me why.
I had witnessed her. She was sleeping on the love seat. Her kids were watching TV, and I guess one of them had changed his channel from one cartoon to another. And so the 4-year-old started making noise, and she grabbed him by the throat, picked him up, and threw him on the ground and said, "Shut the F up."
When did she do that, sir?
The day before, like the Friday I had left, or the Friday before I left. And then when the 6-year-old started crying about it, she picked up an ashtray, threw it at him, hitting him in the head, saying, "You shut up too, you little bee."
Is that what precipitated your leaving?
That was part of it. There was a lot of stuff leading up to it.
What did you say to her when she did that to the children?
I looked at her and I'm like, "What are you doing?" And she goes, "They're my kids. You're going to tell me how to raise my kids?"
Is that the first time that you had seen her do anything to her children?
Yes. I'm not the first person to call CPS on her. Her mother had called it in the past, and she had had her kids put in foster care because of it, though.
All 4 of her children, or just 2 of them?
Just 2 of them, because 2 of them live with their biological father.
How old are those 2 children?
I believe 11 and 9.
Is that correct?
No.
How old are
My
your other
daughter's
2
8,
children?
And my son's 11.
And they live with their father?
Yes.
How come?
He went to court and did not notify me and got custody.
Whatever. They live with their father. That's not true. That's not true. You have to tell the whole story. I mean, I was in family court for a long time. No.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Stephen Andrews says his ex-girlfriend Charlene Lechner owes for damages she and her children caused to his car. Charlene says Stephen told Child Protective Services that she physically threatened her kids.
If somebody goes to court and doesn't notify you, and you find out, you wake up one day and you look around the bedroom and you say, aha, 2 of my children are missing. What happened to them? Then you go back to court and you say, listen, I wasn't notified of this hearing.
I didn't get notified until they got picked up, Your Honor.
So they got picked up where?
With the police and him waiting for him.
There's a lot more to that story, madam. How long have the children been with their father?
For about 2 years.
Do you visit with them?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you have visitation rights?
Yes.
Good, so you knew enough to go to court to get visitation rights, and
Yes.
the court gave you visitation, but the court did not give you custody.
Not yet, Your Honor. I'm still fighting.
Not yet. That's not going to happen. Yeah, these 2 other children are 2 other children from a different relationship or the same relationship?
Different.
Have any of your children ever been in foster care?
Yes.
Which children have been in foster care?
All 4 of them.
For how long?
For about 1.5 years, 2 years.
Mr. Andrews just described an incident that he says he witnessed in your home. Did that happen?
No.
Anything like it?
No.
Do you ever have a substance abuse problem?
No.
I'm not going to be able to determine, Ms. Lechner, whether Mr. Andrews made this call maliciously. He says he did. Do you have any proof that he made this call maliciously?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to see it.
I've got the CPS worker's card, the one that came out to do the investigation.
Mhm.
And he had taken my boys separately and talked with them. And I guess Mr. Andrews had told him that they're scared of me. They said no, they're scared of him. And they started talking about incidents when I was absent, I was at work. And they told him about incidents that Mr. Andrews had done to them.
Were you notified before CPS was coming out to conduct the investigation?
No, I wasn't.
You mean they made a surprise visit?
Yes.
When they made a surprise visit, did they take the children independently?
Yes.
Out?
Yes.
Okay, and you had no indication that they were coming at all?
No, ma'am.
And are you telling me that you have any proof? Don't give me the card. Do you have any proof that they closed the case?
The case was never opened. They just investigated the report that he had called in. And it was closed out.
What reason do you think Mr. Andrews would have for calling Child Protective Services?
Because during the times that we were together, he knew my children were very important to me. I mean, I'm working 2 jobs to support him, and I'm a single parent. So, and he knows that my children are my life. You know, I revolve around my children. What's best for them.
That doesn't answer the question, madam. You could do a lot of things to get
He
back
wanted
at
revenge.
For what?
I have no clue why.
I don't know either, but I'm not prepared to say at this point that he did not see at least a version of what he indicates that he saw. Now, I don't know why he waited 2 days to call Child Protective Services. Evidently, it didn't impact you enough to call immediately, sir.
I didn't want to call from her residence.
So, you go outside to your mother's house and you call 5 minutes later, not days later. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
So what she's saying is, you sat back and you said to yourself, she came to my house, maybe she touched my car, I'm going to call and report what I saw, or a version of what I saw. But I believe something happened with your children. I'm not sure it was as bad as what he suggests, but I believe something happened with your children. In any event, your children have been in foster care once. Your children were in foster care once because of court proceedings, so you're not a stranger to that proceeding. I am not prepared to find that he made this call maliciously, so I'm dismissing your counterclaim. But I'm also dismissing your claim, sir, because I find no evidence based upon your proof of anything that she did to your car. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Nothing happened to my children. I would not lay a hand on him.
I have better things to do than to beat up on little children.
He had put poop on my kid's face.
I'm above stuff like that.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Edwards versus Garcia, step forward, please.
31-year-old university administrator Delilah Edwards is suing 33-year-old sales rep Tracy Garcia for a bounced check. Tracy says the check in question isn't from her.
Miss Edwards, according to your complaint, you're involved with some sort of a cheerleading squad that's attached to a football league.
Yes.
And the defendant said that she would collect some money for the cheerleaders' banquet. And she did, and she said she raised $75. And she gave you a check for the $75.
Correct.
You put the check into your account, and the check bounced. you want her to pay triple damages for the fact that the check bounced and it threw your account out of whack and you had certain fees and charges, et cetera, et cetera. Defendant says it was her ex-husband's check. She didn't know that the account had been closed, and whatever it was, she made up the money by giving cash to the football league. But we really hear about this check. Now, who has the check for me to look at?
I do.
Can I see it, please? So she did not sign this check.
No, that's what the bank is telling me. I spoke to the
No,
customer
no,
service.
she did not sign this check. It's clear that this is signed by someone by the name of Joseph.
Correct.
So she gave you Joseph check for $75.
Correct.
You deposited Joseph check into your bank, and Joseph check bounced.
Yes, it came back actually unable to locate account, which means the account has been closed for more than 6 months.
And when did she give you this check? On what
On
date?
December 6th, the evening of the banquet. I was in contact.
On December 6th, she
Yes.
gave it to you?
Yes.
Well, it's dated December 8th.
I see.
Check is dated. How did you come into possession of this check, Ms. Garcia?
My ex-husband gave that check to me to give to them.
To give to them? Why would your ex-husband give you a check to give to them?
Because when I had originally received the sponsorship money, it was in a check and it was made out to me. When I asked them what I should do with that, they told me to go ahead and cash it, and then I would give them the money. So the night of the banquet, my children were home with the chicken pox, and I didn't have time to go to the bank, so I told my ex-husband if he could give me a check and I would give him the money.
Where is he? How did you get in touch with your ex-husband?
Well, we still stay in contact, and he was at home. I went down to his home. He gave me the check, and I told him on Monday I would give him the money to cover the check. And he agreed upon that. Well, I had no idea that this account was closed.
Did you explain that to the plaintiff?
I haven't even spoken to her. They could have gotten in touch with me several times.
Your Honor, we left several messages before it came to this. We called relentlessly. We left messages at home. I started by calling and saying, you know, hey, Tracy, I still have trophies I need to get to the girls. Could you please call me so I can get their phone numbers and get in contact with the girls? When I made the first phone call, I already knew about the check, and I left no message regarding the check in hopes that she would call me back and I could get her on the phone and say, you know, hey, Trace, this check came back. Can we work this out? You know, if you'll just pay me the amount of the check back, we would have been happy. We got no return phone call from her at all.
All right, now we have a bad check. She doesn't get treble damages. This is not your check that was drawn by you on your bank. This was your husband's check. I cannot impugn to you knowledge that the account was closed because he gave you this check. Right? But out of curiosity, what did you do with the $75 that you had in fact collected?
It was turned into the board where the money should have originally gone. This money is supposed to be funneled through the board. It's not to be deposited into anybody's personal account.
Okay, Your Honor. I received from the restaurant owner that donated the money to her in the amount of $75. I have a copy of the carbon from the check that he actually made it out to the Redlands Football Organization. However, Tracy deposited that check in her personal account, so she altered the check as well.
I do not have a personal account to even deposit anything into. I do not have a checking account or
Well, then
a
I'd like to know
savings
how
account.
this check got cashed, and I have a letter from the restaurant owner as well.
Well, did you check with the board and find out whether she
We've
had in
left
fact...
messages for the board.
Did you check with the board to find out whether she had in fact deposited the $75 with the board?
No, I didn't. I actually called the board because they owe us money still.
Oh, okay. Do you have something from the board
Right, I have a
indicating-
statement from the board.
Can I
Both
see it, please?
both Edward and Delilah have been removed from the Redlands football board.
Just one second. Okay. I see a deposit made in the amount of $75 in cash to Community Bank, and that was on February the 12th.
Conveniently.
You didn't make the deposit to
No,
them
I
until
didn't.
February.
I didn't make that deposit. I gave them cash. That was the deposit showing that
they made the
they
deposit.
made the deposit.
Okay. In any event, the board has indicated that they have in fact received from Ms. Garcia the $75. You can read this if you like. That's the most important thing, that they have received it. There's a lot of other stuff there that I'm...
Right. The reason that money came to us was because we had put out of pocket a large sum of money for the banquet. We did get some money from the board. We also are still owed money from the board. So In fact, that money is money still out of our pocket that Tracy handed us a fraudulent check.
Ms. Edwards, she did not give you knowingly a fraudulent check. I want you to stop for a second.
Okay.
There is no proof, and you do not have any proof, that she knew at the time she gave you this check that this was a closed account.
I spoke to Bank of America, whom the check is drawn on, and they provided me with some additional information regarding the check. They can verify that that account has been closed since March 10th of 1998, and the signature does not match the signature they have on file for Mr.
Whatever. You cannot establish that she knowingly gave you a bad check. This was clearly not a joint account. It was in his name only. His name only. So that being the case, and if the money is supposed to go to some charitable organization, she collected $75. She turned that money over to the board. I'm sorry if the board still owes you more money, but she doesn't owe you anything. Case is dismissed.
Parties are excused.
उस शहर नू उजाड़ देवां जिथे तेनू कैद कीता उस जेल नू साड़ देवां जिथे तेनू कैद कीता जिथे तेनू कैद कीता उस जेल नू साड़ देवां परेशान जिया जून हो गई जम्मू कश्मीर दे विच कारी कानून हो गई जम्मू कश्मीर दे विच जम्मू कश्मीर दे विच कारी कानून हो गई क्यों माड़ी तकदीर हो गई मैं राज तेरे सदमे विच दुखी जम्मू कश्मीर हो गई मैं राज तेरे सदमे विच मैं राज तेरे सदमे विच दुखी जम्मू कश्मीर हो गई हक सच दी गवाही होवे जान भी हाजिर है शाला तेरी रिहाई होवे जान भी हाजिर है जान भी हाजिर है कते तेरी रिहाई होवे ओ तेरा शहर आबादो सी अल्लाह सोना रहम कर सी राजमंद की आजादो सी अल्लाह सोना रहम कर सी अल्लाह सोना रहम कर सी राजमंद की आजादो सी उस शहर नू उजाड़ देवां जिथे तेनू कैद कीता उस जेल नू साड़ देवां जिथे तेनू कैद कीता जिथे तेनू कैद कीता उस जेल नू साड़ देवां जिया जून हो गई जम्मू कश्मीर दे विच काली कानून हो गई जम्मू कश्मीर दे विच जम्मू कश्मीर दे विच काली कानून हो गई सच कहण वाले दी हक सच कहण वाले दी किथे कदर ना रही यारो और लगदा वफादार सोना लीडर ईमानदार ऐसी बैराज वे मलिक सोना बैराज वे मलिक सोना लीडर ईमानदार ऐसी करदे हथ जोड़ सुनिया जल्दी तू आवेगा तेरी दुनिया नू लोड़ सुनिया जल्दी तू आवेगा जल्दी तू आवेगा तेरी दुनिया नू लोड़ सुनिया सारी दुनिया वे रोंदी है मेराज तेरा सुन के वे तकलीफ दिल नो होंदी है मेराज तेरा सुन के वे मेराज तेरा सुन के वे तकलीफ दिल नो होंदी है से छूट दी टीटो सी अल्लाह सोना अदल करे सी चला हक दिवे जीतो सी अल्लाह सोना अदल कर सी अल्लाह सोना अदल कर सी महराज दिवे जीतो सी चला हक दिवे जीतो सी उस शहर नू उजाड़ देवा जिथे तेनू कैद कीता उस जेल नू साड़ देवा जिथे तेनू कैद कीता जिथे तेनू कैद कीता उस जेल नू साड़ देवा परेशान जिया जून हो गई जम्मू कश्मीर दे विच काली कानून हो गई चुल्ली जंग बजर दे वेले ते माईओ मेरी नू कहना चुल्ली जंग बजर दे वेले ओ माईओ मेरी नू कहना इंशाअल्लाह फिर मिलांगे सदा में विछोड़ा नहीं हो रहना इंशाअल्लाह फिर मिलांगे सदा वे विछोड़ा नहीं रहना गुलाबां ते सदा नावे बाग बहारा सदा नाए रूप गुलाबां ते सदा नावे बाग बहारा ऐ सदा नाओ भज भज फेरे वे कर सण तोते पोर हजारा सदा नावे भज भज फेरे वे कर सण तोते वे पोर हजारा जवानी ते मान के आ दिलदारा चार त्याड़े उसन जवानी ते मान के आ दिलदारा सिख दे असिया मुहम्मद बख्शा क्यों परवानी यारा सिख दे असिया मुहम्मद बख्शा क्यों परवानियो यारा की कोई चीज नहीं जगते में सारी दुनिया फरोली मावर की कोई चीज नहीं जगते में सारी दुनिया फरोली जेड़ी ठंड कले जनु पावे ओ मां दिवे मिठड़ी बोली जेड़ी ठंड कले जनु पावे ओ मां दिवे मिठड़ी ओ बोली यारो ते आंदे जांदे ओ रेंदे चंगे मंदे वेले ओ यारो ते आंदे जांदे ओ रेंदे कूण अपना ते ओ कूण पराया ओ वेले सब दस जांदे कूण तेरा ते कूण पराया वेले ओ सब दस जांदे यार मुहब्बतां वाले ते नाल ही ले गए ओ आसे तुर के यार मुहब्बतां वाले ते नाल ही ले गए ओ आसे दिल नहीं लगदा वे यार मुहम्मद जाए केड़े ओ पासे दिल नहीं लगदा ओ यार मुहम्मद जाए वो केड़े पासे मगर शिकारी करे ओ त्यारी ते बार चरेंदे आयरना मगर शिकारी करे ओ त्यारी ते बार चरेंदे आयरना जो चढ़िया उस ठेना वे ओढ़क जो जमिया उस मरना जो चढ़िया उस ठेना वे ओढ़क जो जमे आयुष मरना याद सजन नू खांदे ते पुन पुन जिगर नवाले कर कर याद सजन नू खांदे ते पुन पुन जिगर नवाले शरबत वांग प्यारे वे अखों पीवण जहर प्याले शरबत वांग प्यारे वे अखों पीवण जहर प्याले असाओ तुसां कद रल मिल पैना ते पैण हमेश जुदाई असां वे तुसां कद रल मिल पैना ते पैण हमेश जुदाई रोवण फुल मुहम्मद बख्शा रजना शाख अडाई रोवण फुल मुहम्मद बख्शा वे रजना शाख अडाई